Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and members of the Paragon community, and thank you for tuning in to Day 2 of the Paragon Exhibition Tournament. What was once 180 teams is now down to just 4. 2 from North America and 2 from Europe, and they are competing in the first official tournament brought to you by Epic Games for $30,000. The winning team will win $12,500 of those dollars. These teams are here now, and they are ready, at least we hope so, to compete, and they should be firing on all cylinders. My name is KL Smith. Joining me at the analyst desk, the man himself with the platinum voice, the community caster, the one and only legend, Shane Lynch. How you doing?
I'm doing well, and I also feel good that I've been I've ranked up
you've upgraded
from gold to platinum.
Yeah,
I've been working on that.
I wonder what it'll be day 3.
Ooh, I don't know if I can hit diamond. We'll work on it, though. We'll work on it.
And right by him is our main man, Cameron McGrory. Many of you know him as Sundown. He's on our competitive analyst team. How you guys doing today?
Very excited, happy to be here. The matches yesterday, I think, blew away my expectations at least, and I'm very excited to see how the teams transition over into the best of 3. It should be a lot of fun.
Oh, this should be awesome. We have a rotating cast joining us from Epic and from the community. We'll have Pookie doing interviews. We'll have Edgar Diaz, Nathan Mooney, and actually James Karen on for the second match of the day. Yesterday's placement matches set the tone for today's best of 3 semifinals matches. The winners from today will go on to the grand final match tomorrow, and we will round it out with an exhibition match on the V42 update, which hits Tuesday, August 8th. It'll be a new dawn. I'm ready. Are you guys ready?
I'm as ready as I can be.
Now, all you guys at home watching can join in on the action by tweeting us, hashtag PEX2017. If you want to holler about a great play, if you just want to say, hey, we'll be showing them all day. So you guys see what I did there?
Got some bars right there.
Got them. So we are going to begin the first match between Toronto Esports, and they'll be facing off against Reborn. Now, Toronto played absolutely phenomenally yesterday. They put on an awesome display all through their matches. Shane, can you tell us a little bit about what we saw yesterday and what we're expecting today from Toronto?
So Toronto yesterday was their drafts were just based around dependable picks like Kwong, Wraith, Sparrow as well. Those were the 3 core picks that they were able to get. Outside of that, they were a little bit more flexible, certified playing Bellica and Countess, who have very distinctly different styles, but nonetheless, he was able to play both of those styles and play them exceedingly well.
Yeah, absolutely. Cert definitely enabled the rest of that team composition. And you see they opted into that double mage. Again, we talked about how they have an affinity for running that, allowing them to be flexible, wave clear, and really push waves out and go and collapse some objectives. And we saw a lot of that in their team fighting really shine through yesterday. High level of execution.
Yes, they played, like I said, phenomenally yesterday. Now, for those of you at home, you could take a look at how Toronto prepared for this event with a nice little treat they put together just for you.
My name is Bob Mordius, and I play for Toronto Esports, and I'm the jungler. We've gone through many iterations of the team, but basically right before the tournament, Marty couldn't, of course, go on his team Oxygen, so he dropped out of there. We ended up picking him up along with iCameron as a strong dual lane. Mikey came from way back when we were Carbon. He was one of the first I picked up. Cert came off of the original Oxygen Rusty, popped along. He's fit very well for the team and meshed quite well with us, and that's how overall it formed. We had different junglers as well. I was coaching the team, and then I decided to drop in at some point and start playing, and that's when we really picked off. B certified's the off lane. Mikey is the mid lane. I myself jungle, of course. iCameron plays the carry, and then Marty Riffy is our support. Met Mikey before. I met him at an event within the UK. So I've seen on stream, not too much of a surprise. Marty was a bit of a surprise. Everyone's a bit surprised with Marty, and then no one's seen iCameron before. But it was a pleasure meeting him. He's very nice. We've had a great meetup. We've enjoyed each other's company, and yeah, looking forward to see what goes on in the future. Our main strengths are farming. We out-farm our opponents every single time in each game. We're very efficient. We're good at just dragging the game out. Good team fighting, good wave control, settle the waves appropriately, and then we end up close out the game with our stronger comp at that stage of the game. We've practiced a lot over the past couple of weeks, scrimming against TT and Oxygen and such. The results have proven pretty well, and we're hoping to really crush NA on this upcoming tournament.
Now, crush NA they certainly have. Now, they'll be facing off against Reborn. They played very well that first game against Toronto, and then they kind of fell apart there for game 2. I think they're going to be looking for redemption today.
Yes.
The fan favorite, I think, for a lot of folks in North America. Shane, can you tell us a little bit about what you expect from Reborn today?
Reborn, they won the North American qualifiers, first place, and here they are on day 2 with the 4th seed. Agreed. I don't think many people were expecting that. Yesterday, they seemed to play too far outside of their comfort zone. Maybe they try to catch their opponents off guard. Maybe they were trying something new. But what I want to see is them go back to their roots and what we know them for, which is that infusing NATO with as much economy as possible, opening up the map, and drafting teams that scale well later on to the game.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. They really struggled yesterday in terms of enacting their game plan. Generally,
Yes.
they like to use their strong solo laners and get J-Leo ahead or even so he can really dictate the pace of the match and then rotate into that 4 protect 1 style. It was really odd that they prioritized that Revenant so much rather than going for a more team fighting pick, but it really ended up like kind of working out in the first game, and then all of a sudden, and then it just flipped right back over, and the Sparrow was able to just run away with it.
That first game was really exciting, so I'm expecting them to come back for this game and be awesome. You guys can learn more about how Reborn prepped for this event right now.
My name is Joe Leogrand. I'm from Auburn, New York. Being captain of Team Reborn is a lot of work, just trying to keep players motivated, interested in playing and practicing at a high level. Our fans expect a lot from us. Anything but first is seen as us failing. When Reborn started, it was mainly to compete in Agora's Rising and try and be the best. It was very play-centric. As we started gelling, started really coming together as more friends. We're still all here for the same purpose, to try to be the best and win as many tournaments as we can, but it's definitely more a group of friends now. Me and Reflect started SOA straight out of Agora last April and changed to Reborn after Paragon Masters finished, and been Reborn ever since. There were some surprises when I met my teammates. Didn't know Nazgul had such luscious hair, and NATO is very tall. NATO Sick plays carry or marksman role. Reflect plays off lane. Master Splinter plays support, and Solo Nazgul plays mid lane mage. I think my team strengths are late game team fighting and decision making. Reborn have to win the tournament because we have to finance Reflect's moto bag. It is a suitcase with a motor that you can ride. He really wants one, and we can do that for him. We've been playing together for around a year and been dominating the NA scene. We are the best, and we mean to keep it that way.
Now, Reborn has their work cut out for them, especially after day one. Both of those teams have some phenomenal players. Cameron put up 21 kills yesterday, a phenomenal game two, and played really well against game one. Can you talk a little bit about Cameron, Shane?
Cameron has been the just overall powerhouse EU carry for quite some time. It's always kind of gone between him and Undead, but they've always been fighting back and forth for that position. And also when it comes to Sparrow, his Sparrow play, even back to Legacy when she wasn't really considered that strong of a hero, he would play Sparrow and just dominate teams, and that's exactly what he did.
Right, and then on the other team we have Reborn's NATO Sick, who is another awesome, phenomenal player. And instead of going Sparrow, where he dominated in the North American tournament, he kind of switched things up and played a Revenant, and we were really surprised by that. do you expect anything different going into this matchup, Cameron, from Nadosic?
I absolutely expect something different. I don't think we're going to see him on Revenant again. I think Reborn realizes that wasn't a positive decision. We've seen how they can be successful when they enable him in team fights, when they really give him the space to put out as much damage as possible to really hit all of those targets. And Revenant's not really that. He was more looking for a one-shot, specifically with the Tainted Magic card. So I'd like to see him on a team fighter. Okay.
And now these teams are preparing for draft. What changes are you guys expecting from a team level that we'll see from Reborn, kind of switching things up? You expect Toronto to kind of stay the same, or are we going to see something crazy from them?
Reborn always have enjoyed playing a duo-heavy, tanky front line. They've been putting Reflect on Greystone, and then Leo has been flex picking someone like Severog or Rampage. That Greystone, the one Reflect, just doesn't seem to be doing it as well, being a little bit critical here, but I feel like maybe switching it up to something like a Kwong, which we've seen TO have a great deal of success with in the jungle. Kwong is interchangeable. He still fulfills a very similar role, whether he's in the jungle or in the offlane, but I would like to see that to be switched up a little bit there. I think providing a little bit more hard engage, Greystone, that's his big weakness, is you can just kind of run away from him in team fights.
Right, which makes it especially hard to reliably get onto the other team and enact that type of play style they want, because they need to get that first engagement in order to create space for Native to really carry the team fights. And I really agree that they should be looking to take that Kwong away. As we mentioned before, Blood played it in both of the first 2 games yesterday. I think if they combine that with maybe a Wraith ban on Mikey, they can set themselves up to make TO have to do something at least a little different.
Right, and on Toronto's side, I mean, the draft, they just basically ran away with whatever they wanted to pick. Got into a lot of comfort picks, and here we go. Let's see who that first pick is.
It makes me so happy.
Look at that band.
Yep.
You called it, Cameron.
Wraith band away, got to throw a mix-up. And again, from Toronto Esports, we see that Bellica ban away from Solo Nazgul. Every single game Reborn has been in, Bellica banned away from
and
him.
You know what's interesting about that? Nas didn't really play that well on Gideon. Like, he started to play well that first game, but second game really fell apart. So if he decides to pick, we see a Zinx.
So
from
Zinx,
Reflect,
the newest hero added to the pool here, and Zinx is an interesting formation of ability damage, tankiness. It has the play style of a caster, but the technical you have to have the technical prowess of a carry. Her damage is very, very reliant on landing auto attacks, and if you aren't able to land those auto attacks, then her damage is pretty much ineffective. We saw Involve play a really, really strong Zinx. I expect to see the same thing out of Reflect here.
Yeah, absolutely. Reflect being a very high mechanical player, intelligent, able to manage that mana pool and get those kitty claws out.
Oh,
Revenant's been picked, but look who it's on.
it's on Mikey. He's playing mid lane Revenant.
So Mikey and Cameron, there's been situations where they have interchanged roles here. TO also not afraid of running double carry here. We're going to see if the draft develops a little bit more, but Revenant is more of a burst single target carry. So with that being said, with the Kwong already on the field with Be Certified, I believe this is going to go out to a, just looking at how this has gone thus far, I really expect to see double carry composition coming out from TO and Nazgul. My next big point here was Gideon was such a hot pick yesterday. Where's the Howitzer been? Where are the Howitzers? There it is. Finally, someone started to pick up Howitzer. He is effective at zoning as Gideon is, but he has a little bit more control and a little bit more defensive options in his kit. I really like this Howitzer pickup for Reborn.
Yeah, 0 picks, 0 bans yesterday on the Howitzer, and they opt to combine it with Master Splinter's Decker, so you can get the containment fence in there with the Make It Rain, so just, whew.
Now, I kind of feel like this is, maybe they're kind of feeling each other out with this game, with this pick from, I think, from Mikey. You guys got to remember at home, this is a best-of-3 matchup, so the winner is going to have the leg up, but that gives the losing team a chance to adjust and make some plays. Now we see Sparrow and Severog. Sparrow, so that's that double carry.
Yes.
Double carry, double frontline, which we didn't see TO run at all yesterday. They opted for duo mage both the times, but with the carries needing a little bit more time to scale up and needing a little bit more room to get off those assassinations, I don't think it's that outrageous. I think it actually probably fits what they're trying to do a little bit better.
So I'm going to call this out right now, and we were talking about this earlier in the tournament before it started. Blood Mortius taking away J. Leo's Severog pick is pretty huge. Now, J. Leo in the qualifiers did not play as efficiently with the jungler when he was playing Rampage, and now he picks up a Grux here. So I mean, Cameron, you were wanting to see a lot more Grux from some of the game's best junglers, and now you're getting some of that with Jay Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Grux is still very much top tier in terms of the jungle. I know currently the meta for these pro teams is to draft more tanky reliant jungles early in the Sevarog, Rampage, and Kwang and pick up either a Radiant Mantle or a Mad Spore because it gives that aura of bonus damage in order to enable the clear. But Grux can clear himself using the double pane, brings a ton of gank assistance, as you saw yesterday from Meds with his blink smash and grab. So definitely looking and excited to see Jay Leon a little bit more of a playmaker. We talked about how he needed to be even or ahead to be effective, and I think Grux does that very well.
I cannot wait to see how this match unfolds. This one is going to be an exciting game one of this first match. I have high hopes. What do you guys expect to the outcome to be?
You know, I got Reborn on this one. I really think I like the draft better. I like Solo Nazgul on the Howitzer instead of the Gideon. Doesn't have to be the main initiation. They have a lot of follow-up, a lot of CC coming out as well. I think we're going to see a Reborn.
The draft to me is very interesting. Reborn generally gets late scaling compositions. Really the only big late game powerhouse on their roster is Decker. And if you look on the other side of the field, you have Double Carry, Kwang, Sevarog, FaZe, also now can, with Hyperflux going on Sparrow. If this game goes longer than 30 minutes, I feel like Toronto just has it in the bag almost by default. It all depends on the state of the economy as we approach the later stages of the mid-game. That's going to be very indicative of if Toronto is going to make sure they don't lose too much ground and able to bounce back if they find themselves at a deficit.
Now with Toronto, I'm looking for big plays early, and for Reborn, I'm looking for big plays late into the game. Now, for you guys at home watching, let us know when you guys see a big play using the hashtag PEX big play so that we can capture some of those moments and share them with you guys as well. Looks like we're starting off in the mid lane here. Getting a little bit of action going on. What do you guys, Cameron, what do you think with this Twin Blast and Decker here in the mid?
Well, you saw right at the start of the match how NATO actually hid up on the high ground and Decker was slightly out of sight. It seemed like Reborn was trying to scout out where the duo mid matchup was wanting. It was almost like they were looking to take it, making sure they got solos on either one of the sides. Howitzer is going to be able to push Kwang out a little bit. And the Zinx versus Revenant matchup is super polarizing to me because those are both very, very scary heroes, level 1, level 2, if they're able to get the aggression going on. So I see why Reborn would do this. They have favorable matchups in both sides. It makes sense, and they're able to scout it out. And I like this. They're matching pressure for pressure and giving Jay Leo some space, especially with the early wards concentrated around the entrance to a safe jungle. Definitely going to benefit them.
Looking at all three of these lanes, I feel like Reborn just has the better matchup every single time. I think the mid lane could be a little bit of a stalemate, but Twin Blast is just so oppressive with that grenade spam. Piercing Arrow, we saw Icareman. He can get work done with that Piercing Arrow.
Yes, he can.
But early on, it doesn't compare to the ability damage that comes out of Twin Blast. Piercing Arrow becomes a little bit of a bigger threat as the game goes on a little bit later here. So I think a lot is going to be on the shoulders of Solo Nazgul in order to provide peel. Zinx's kit, she has a little bit of peel with Ricochet, but for the most part, she is looking to dive and try to harass and get one of those two carries. But for the most part, I think a lot is right on the shoulders of Nazgul in order to make sure that NATO doesn't get dived on and get picked off, which is something Toronto always puts a lot of emphasis on. Less about split pushing, much more about finding a kill or two.
We see Sevarog closing in towards the Zinx on that outside lane.
Ooh. They're going to be able to get it.
Yep, so I'm sneaking up, grabbing that river buff, and sliding around the side right at that 3-minute timer. A good little rotation coming out from him, and really enabled by those early burn wards they put down in the river. It is very typical of these professional teams to pick up those wards, put them down right off the start, back, then pick those cards back, pick those card points back up.
As soon as we get to that 3-minute mark, that's when you kind of expect both of these teams to be making their move. And Blood Mortius, again, on that Sevarog, we watched some of his scrimmages leading up to the event, and I'm telling you guys at home, if he gets started and running on Sevarog, Blood Mortius is going to run away with this match.
Zinx very similar to Greystone, very easy to abuse in split 3 level 5. She needs that dirty healing, which is a mana shield, if you will, that she relies very early upon. And before that, she's quite squishy in converse to where she all of a sudden spikes up to become very, very tanky. Raid boss levels of tankiness, especially as she develops later on in the game. Zinx, we don't see much of her. As far as her build goes, it's interesting to see, it's going to be interesting to see how Reflect is going to build her, if he's going to go a little bit more emphasis on damage, or maybe just run supplemental damage with emphasis on tankiness and really double down on that. We'll just have to see as it develops a little bit here.
I'm really hoping he opts for kind of like an off-tank mix, but we see a gank coming in the mid lane, and not a whole lot Decker's going to be able to do with 3 members, Energy Lance into the snare, and Cameron just wailing away on him with those arrows.
And we called it, Toronto making those early plays, and this is what they do. They kind of pick you off one at a time very early on, and that sets them up to make these early objective pushes. Now, one thing I want to call out as we look at this scoreboard is you see Reflect over there getting farm. He has almost tied with Nadosic right now. So, you know, I think if he gets to 5 quickly, which we know he's going to do, I would expect him to start roaming a little bit more and trying to be a nuisance with the Ricochet stun. And this is one of the points I was going to make with Reborn is they're very heavy on crowd control. And if they get to late game with Decker's Containment Fence, Howitzer's ultimate, and then Zinx and Gruck's ability to stick on targets and keep them inside of a small area, it could be very scary around some of those objectives.
Yeah, there's going to be a very interesting kind of push and pull that comes between the CC you just talked about in Reborn and the disengaged potential of Toronto Esports. Being able to utilize the Revenant ultimate, the Phase Tether, the Colossal Blow, the Kwang Judgment of the Heavens, using all of those to keep Sparrow away, to keep those engages and CCs from actually occurring and being effective. It's all going to come down to execution in those team fights. And it's going to be very tough for teams to properly allocate the skills on the right targets.
Yesterday we saw Reborn run to a surprise duo mid, and it was a duo mid that just didn't seem, it almost had some counter synergy in Phase and Revenant. This time around, I feel like not only do they have the matchup right and have the advantage in the matchup, but also they're just playing it a little bit better. Surprised to see that Leo has not yet, Leo and the duo mid have not yet invaded Sevarog's jungle on that strong side where Blood Marty's current resides, because Grux is so good at abusing Sevarog's relatively weakness during the early game. He hasn't got his Soul Siphon stacks yet, and as well as he is very reliant on building Soul Siphon up as he levels, because that's a primary source of damage once he, in the mid game, is that ability.
And it looks like Blood Mortius is trying to set up for another play.
Yeah, trying to bait the river buffs. They've had control over those the entire time, and the early kill was actually helpful for Blood because he's able to pick up not only the quick Mad Sword, but he has the jungle drink as well as the healer token, going to kind of negate that little bit of early damage Sevarog really takes out of the jungle, and with the stealth river buff, hopefully he can make a play, however he is currently revealed.
All things considered in this duo matchup, I think iCameron's doing a considerably good job of just sitting back and farming. Phase is so good in this situation because your carry can just have a very forward positioning, and if she ever gets into trouble, Phase is just like, I got you, under the tier 1 tower, pulling her under it right there. Level 5, always a big timing to look for, around 8 to 9 minutes in. Right now the supports are looking okay. Colossal Blow actually does miss over on a Solo Nazgul. He's underneath this tower. Judgment of the Heaven lands, but due to that missed Colossal Blow, the opportunity has come and gone. Yeah, very reliant on that.
Very uncharacteristic of Blood Mortius to miss that ult like that. And Howitzer
on the other side, yeah, able to get out of it. Jay Leo able to see the Sevarog gank coming out on the other side. They was actually double invis on the map, so it looks like he was able to utilize it to move around to the other side and convert. And that's super important because Blood missing that Colossal Blow and then showing on the opposite side guarantees that Jay Leo's not going to get counter ganked, and that was one of our key points, him being able to get that early and mid-game pressure and getting his team on the board.
So Zinx off the heels of taking Mikey down with the assistance, or Jay Leo taking down Mikey with the assistance of Reflect on that Zinx, is now putting some pressure onto the tier 1 tower in the safe lane on the left side of the map there. The thing about Zinx is she has moderate wave clear. She's a lane bully, but similar to Morigesh, her ability to actually take down towers is incredibly reliant on there being a siege minion there. So it's not really consistent means of split push. We've actually seen that before where teams will pick Zinx and actually put her a little bit too much into a split push role. really what you want to see out of her is set the lanes, get that going, and then look for a tower here. FaZe going into her jungle, but J-Leo Grande on the other side of the fog wall, trying to chop her down, is now retreating into the strong side of the jungle. ICAM in the meanwhile is just farming into the tower. She should be okay, as J-Leo, you could tell to his positioning, was thinking about coming out of that other side of the fog wall, but 9 minutes into the game, that can be very, very dicey. Meanwhile, left side of that, Blood Mortius landed the Subjugate, Mikey landed the Obliterate, and they're able to pick off Reflect. So for that left lane, you can tell both teams, junglers, are putting a lot of emphasis on enabling their off laner and safe laner respectively.
And it's surprising that Zinx just went toe-to-toe with the Revenant there and then got blown up by that was a Reflect death. So I'm interested to see how that matchup unfolds. And one of the things I'm curious about, considering Reflect's typical playstyle, is whether or not you put a lot of off-lane pressure on the towers, or if he's going to do what he normally does and kind of zone out and keep the enemy team at bay, keep Toronto at bay during those big team fights, and not necessarily push his lane too much.
Well, luckily Zinx is capable of doing both. She can create that space if she needs to. She can walk back up. And you see here now, these teams are right back and forth with the creep score. If you look down at the total, 201 to 195 means their economy coming off of killing enemy creeps is very, very, very close to even. So despite actually being down those 2 kills, the extra 10 CS advantage going to Reborn with their map control is going to make this game relatively even. They have the tower in the offlane as well, and half the damage on their traditional safe side where you see the Howitzer and Kwang matched up. So overall, really even game through 11 minutes, and we keyed on that for Reborn. Not falling behind early is crucial for their team's success and confidence.
Blood Mortius looking to engage here on the mid lane. He's moving behind that fog wall. Subjugate. It looked like it did not land. Even if that did land, I think Reborn put themselves in a good position defensively behind the tier 1 tower. Recognizing that the gank opportunity has been missed, they're not spending too much time or overstaying their welcome, or are they, as he's actually been able to pick up the purple buff. So take 2 right here, round 2 in the mid lane. I don't know if Reborn is aware of the situation, especially because NATO's moving forward up on the high ground. There trips the root, and he goes, he's going to land. Oh, this Colossal Blow was actually missed. It was the stasis bomb used it, but it came back up right there. And they're going to knock NATO sick from underneath the tower, but he's going to be okay. And he's going to, a mid lane gank. Big swing and a miss right there. Again, Blood Mortius, those Colossal Blows just seem to be not connecting.
Uncharacteristic, yeah, of Blood Mortius to miss those big-time Colossal Blows on Sevarog. And it's costing them here and there. I mean, they're not converting on kills, and in cases of Twin Blast, you want to get him all out of there. Now, this is a replay on that fight in that lane.
A little bit earlier.
And Revenant.
Yeah, so this is right after she took down the tower.
Zinx, you can tell that damage coming out from those kitty claws, and all of a sudden, Sevarog said, "Hello, welcome." You're gonna get a little bit too greedy. You can see the Obliterate took all the mana away from her. Dirty Healing was no longer a factor. They get the kill. You isolated the Zinx. Even as tanky as a hero as Zinx is, getting isolated and getting the full damage from that Obliterate generally is going to spell your death.
And Obliterate is a perfect ability to use to really take out that mana on Zinx. And the combination of Sevarog plus Revenant is pretty scary in and of itself. Yeah. So there we saw a great Colossal Blow from Blood Mortius, but some of these ones where he wants to take out Nadosic and in some cases Howitzer, he did not connect on those.
And if you notice in that clip as well, he was holding on to the Red River buff, which increases the amount of ability damage. So that Colossal Blow into Subjugate, into Soul Siphon stack really chunked out the Zinx's health pool. And you've noticed he's had really solid control over those river buffs, gotten almost all of them, but Reborn trying to start the Raptors, looks like Tio's collapsing towards it. Will we see a fight?
You can tell they were able to pick up one of the Raptors, Nadosic, getting a decent boost of card experience right there. The moment they recognized Tio was responding, they immediately retreated and are going to be able to get away. So not being too stubborn in the shot calling, they're being light on their feet, they're moving around. They said, all right, well, we got one Raptor, let's not be too greedy, and let's move away and make sure we don't get caught.
So I got a question for you guys. So Mikey, really big presence with Wraith, and he's kind of been on an island as of right now. When do you expect him to start making plays with Revenant, or will he continue to isolate himself for the rest of this match?
You know, it's really interesting. I want to see if the Revenant and Zinx just kind of keep offsetting each other. They are both very strong 1v1 heroes. They have very similar power spikes, but Zinx doesn't necessarily have the capability to be killed by the Revenant, whereas once Zinx is going to start scaling up, she's going to start winning a lot of those sustained trades where they're happening. So I really think he does need to get out of the lane. I don't think Reflect is going to let him, though.
Mid lane, Twin Blast getting a little bit aggressive on eye camera, but FaZe is going to pull her right to her safety. Just that constant oppressiveness in the mid lane from the Twin Blast that will continue throughout the course of the game. When it comes to that situation, a stalemate on the left side of the map between the Revenant and the Zinx, I feel like that favors TO in a situation where Mikey is not dying constantly to rotates, because Revenant, all in all, he is still a carry. His auto attack damage, sure, it doesn't compare to that to a Sparrow or Twin Blast, but it's still something that you cannot underestimate, especially with that last auto attack. He has 4 rounds, gets that last auto attack with additional ability damage, as well as Scar and Obliterate. So I would be a little bit concerned if they continue to allow Mikey to just simply exchange with Zinx back and forth, as he's going to become a very larger threat as the game goes on. While Zinx, she starts to become a little bit stagnant once we hit the 30 to 45 minute period.
You see that Raptor steal from Cameron and was that Marty there to grab those Raptors. Now, one of the things that we saw throughout the tournament is FaZe Sparrow. We saw a little bit of FaZe Revenant, and we were all kind of scratching our heads.
Yeah.
But FaZe Sparrow is a very, very deadly combination, especially the later we get into this game. And I'm worried. I'm concerned that we may see Cameron run away with this again. So Reborn has to be prepared for that combination.
Yep, 100% win rate yesterday when FaZe and Sparrow were combined. When FaZe and Rev were combined, it was nowhere close. And we see now, actually, Reborn starting to pull away a little bit in that farm delta. Last time we checked, it was a 10 CS difference. Now it's up to a 20 CS difference. And we also know that TB was able to pick up one of those Raptors, whereas Cameron got the other 2. So still keeping it very close.
Another number to look at is Mikey's farm, which, as we expect, is going to be a little bit behind than that of the one position carries. The #1 priority of farm on both teams, with iCameron on Sparrow and Nadosic on Twin Blast. He's doing a decent job of keeping himself up there. He was at 20, just recently hit 21 card experience. So considering he's sort of a solo lane, safe lane farm at this point, he's staying within distance of Nadosic, and that's going to be very, very important, especially for a hero such as Revenant. Big grouping up here in the mid lane, 4 people, 4 Reborn, and as of this moment, it's just Blood, Mortius, and Marty defending with iCameron in the back line. Tower's going to fall down here, and are they going to continue to get aggressive? They will. Jaleo Grande goes for it. Smash Grab doesn't connect. There's a Colossal Blow under the Tier 2 tower. Oh, man, the stun, keeping Sevarog under there. Beautifully done by Nazgul right there. He knocked him back into the Make It Rain. That last barrage got the burst damage down, and Leo Grande and Blood Mortius both went down at the same time. Nazgul is a player who pioneered Howitzer, and you can tell right there, that is a difficult thing to do consistently. You use the Make It Rain, which is his ultimate. The way that works is the last barrage of it is a significant burst of damage. If you can use his landmine ability to knock someone in right at that moment, you see what happens. A tanky hero such as Sevarog will get cleaned up by it. Well done on both sides of the field. There was a 1-for-1 exchange, but ultimately Reborn was able to pick up a tower.
Yeah, in the mid-1 tower providing a lot of control. Your team picks up access to 4 additional very easy jungle entrances to the enemy, and it gets you even more river buff control, which Reborn has been struggling with. Blood has been all over there, showing up to mid lane to gank usually 10 to 20 seconds before those river buffs are about to spawn, pushing them back, and then just collecting them himself, getting more mana to stay on the map and stack up. So hopefully Reborn will be able to utilize this in order to create more pressure on the map.
First real fight, and Reborn, I gotta say, already just so far, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but they are playing much more like the team that we expect from yesterday.
I was just going to say this is looking much more like the Reborn that we are used to seeing now. You know, we saw some great play yesterday with these two teams, and it was really back and forth right up until the end with a little bit of a misplay. But other than that, I mean, it's been fantastic. Here's the replay from that engagement where they took Tier 1 and then traded.
I don't think they were expecting Jay Leo charging in after. Neither was I. The Smasher Grab didn't connect, but here's the Make It Rain. You see that there. Landmine knocks him back up, and boom, died midair right there. Didn't have a chance for Sevarog's lack of feet to hit the ground.
Yes, that was a great play by those guys. Now we're seeing a little bit of counter pressure from...
Oh my, the double smash and grab it, as well as the stasis bomb. That was huge right there. He connected it, beautifully done. Nazgul teleblinks forward, knocks iCameron up as well. Reborn are just grouped up down mid lane, and they are on a death charge right there. They pick up 3. Got a hat trick very, very cleanly. And without, are they going to be going for an Orb Prime? This is decisive, but they have a very narrow window in order to get this. There's about 15 to 20 seconds.
This is bold.
I highly disagree with this call. Trying to do this against Beacert's Kwong, he's going to have his level 2 ultimate available. The Fury of the Heavens is a super high burst combo. If he's able to drop the sword on top of it, this could be a very, very tense situation for Reborn.
Here comes Blood Mortius trying to do what he can. He already got a kill over Leo Grande. The Orb Prime being the third member of him right here. It's 2v4 at this situation. Blood Mortius is starting to take enough damage though. Right now just trying to zone away and trying to do what he can. Looking for potentially more kills. But in they go. In goes Beast Certified. He's going to get stunned up in full retreat mode, but FaZe is back from the grave. And ultimately they're going to pick up a kill, but more importantly, they're going to thwart off that Orb Prime attempt by Reborn. It was decisive, but unfortunately not the right call, all things considered.
I definitely don't agree with that call. You know, I feel like they could have pressured their lane. They could have got some more farm. Instead, they are not able to capitalize. And now look what we're seeing right now.
Oh my, we saw this yesterday between TO and Team Auction, where each team was trying to respond greed with greed, if you will, and in neither time
but here
it
comes
worked
the Howitzer.
out. The Howitzer is going to come in. They're going to have the ultimate. This is so very careful. It's going to be low if they can get the Orb Prime. Kyron is able to get it, but is he going to be able to get away alive here? He's in a very poor position. FaZe pulling him back by the containment fence.
No.
All 5 of them. They're getting devastated by Nazgul right here. He's bringing the pain from the sky. The explosion is simply too much. Landmine in the air. The landmines are there to snare. Just one more out attack. He gets another kill. Nazgul was playing out of his mind this game. Some people were saying Nazgul seems out of style in a day number 2 in this best of 3. He's proven those haters wrong right here. The greed for greed, man. It's just the Orb Prime is a death pit, as you see, living up to its name.
The benefit of going for the buff that early is if you get it, you are very, very, very strong. The negative and drawback, as we just saw in those team fights, is it hurts a lot very early on.
Yeah.
You're going to take a lot of your damage. You're going to sacrifice those tanky frontliners in order to eat up that damage, and that leaves you in a spot where Reborn now just shoving down this inhib.
Inhibitor sure to fall. Blood Mortius uses the Colossal Blow, but having to charge away. Leo's going to just immediately try to get this damage down. It's similar to yesterday. Toronto are going to find themselves... Oh, the sniper with the R2000 rocket. Paying homage right there to the Ender of Dreams, which Howitzer has with that long-range rocket. Blood Mortius was valiantly trying to defend that Inhibitor. Unfortunately, gave his life up in the process there.
And here we're going to flip back over to that Orb Prime fight. Tio, after just having forced Reborn out, able to secure it. However, coming in with a vengeance is Reborn, and this is gorgeous. Look at that
this containment
fence. What?
All 5 people. Blood Mortius was able to like jump over the very lip of it, but that play out of Master Splinter right there, that won them that fight. Without that containment fence, there was a good likelihood that Tio was going to be able to maybe give up a few kills, but make sure Mikey, Cameron, so on and so forth were able to get away with the prime card and maybe try to get something off of the heels of that. But similar to yesterday, Toronto, they find themselves down an Inhibitor very early on, but this time around, Cert is on Kwong instead of Countess, and the wave clear of Kwong just, I mean, it's okay at best, but they're going to have a hard time trying to push this wave out consistently and trying to regain a footing on the map.
You know, what I like about Reborn today versus yesterday is it looks like they're playing much more aggressive. Traditionally, when we see them play, they like to play this very methodical game, and they take it to the late game. Now they're really applying pressure where they need to. I mean, that was some aggressive, bold moves there to try to take Orb Prime, and then they capitalized and took that Tier 1 and inhib at about 20 minutes.
Another Tier 2 tower to fall here, and as they say over on Reddit, rip jump pads, Cam.
Rip those jump pads. They're going to go back down, but you know, considering the inhib down in the other lane, I think they were turned off a little while ago.
Doubling down on the lack of jump pads, just letting them know that you already got them taken away earlier. Taking a look at the farm here, see last hits are neck and neck with a slight lead over to Toronto Esports, but the big thing here for me is looking at the 2 respective carries for Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, even bigger, Master Splinter, 007, low-key, he has been performing...
Low-key James Bond.
Yeah, he's in, on top of that, being 007, he has been performing like 007. He has been very clean, high level of execution, even in their losses yesterday. I thought he was landing a lot of good CCs, he was peeling, he was in the right spots, and today he has been on fire. The stasis bombs have been there every time, multiple man containment fences, both for engage and disengage, but here they go on the Tier 2 turret.
Nazgul using the Make It Rain again. Can they survive the onslaught onslaught of the missile barrage coming out from the sky. Looks like they can't. Containment fence going down. NATO throwing those grenades. Blood Mortis has been able to pick up Leo Grande. Nazgul's in full retreat, not any sort of position to fight right here. And TO, despite the fact that the last couple of fights haven't gone their way, they hold their ground and are able to take a decent exchange. But looking at that left lane, Reflect all the meanwhile was pushing it down with the super minions. They have a small power window of power here with a 5v4 situation, but they can't get anything done.
I'm loving Nazgul's play right now on Howitzer. I mean, he's doing a good job zoning with Make It Rain. He's getting a lot of great hits with the landmine to knock him back, and he's also landing his rockets, his R2000 missiles, which has been phenomenal throughout some of these big plays.
The only complaint I would have right now coming out of Reborn, there seems to be a little bit of a desync in terms of the shot calling for combining that containment fence with the Make It Rain. He has caught at least a 3-man containment fence every time. Granted, on the one where he got the solo kill on Sevarog, it was more so used for disengage, and Naz had a brilliant landmine to not really need it. But in these aggressive dive situations, if your carry is going to just be hitting the turret and not coming up and joining the fight, to get the damage you need to be successful, the containment fence and the Make It Rain have to be combined. It is way too strong, especially when FaZe is only going to be able to save one of those members.
Yeah, and that's a good point because their team is so crowd control heavy. They have Ricochet stun, which is great for team fights, and they have the Gruffs with the smash and grab as well to bring those players in.
So trying to force the last tier 2 available to Toronto confirm map control. They were very close to doing it. Make It Rain used as a tool of zoning and forcing offer positioning. There's that containment fence you were talking about, but just because Nazgul was forced to use that Make It Rain a little bit earlier to try to find a pickoff, there just really wasn't any follow-up, and Toronto were able to bounce back.
And they had both the carries and FaZe with the pull down on that containment fence, but they're going to clean up from what we saw on that replay before. The tier 2 was down, left very low HP. No problem, swing back mid, pick that up, and furthering their map control.
Right now, when you're in this situation, playing from behind is a test of a team's discipline and fortitude to make sure that they don't break down on the shot calling, as well as just making sure they continue to stay synced up together in what they are doing. Big thing here is finding that balance of still remaining a presence on the map while at the same time, no doubt about it, they are at an economical deficit right now. They need to stay a little bit more conservative and make sure, almost play to the advantage, if you will, the silver lining more so, of the inhibitor falling. That means Mikey can get free farm, iCamera can get free farm. It's always going to be inside of their base. As of this moment right now, Reborn, I don't think that they can end it off the heels of just a big 5-man push. So try to play that into your advantage, and similar to what they did yesterday against Team Oxygen, just relegate someone to that lane, get them a big economical boost as quickly as they can.
Yep, and we already see the farm delta flipping back over to Toronto Esports' favor, and that's a kind of the duality of taking an inhib early. If you are able to shot call correctly and allocate somebody over to that lane, not only are they picking up farm, but Reborn can no longer farm economy from that lane, as it's going to be perpetually pushing.
Yes. I love the alliteration there, Cam.
Perpetually pushing.
Perpetually pushing.
Yes.
Powerful minions perpetually pushing.
I love that. Now here's a look at Jay Leo and Blood Mortius. Blood Mortius, again, playing well, but it just seems like from a team synergy standpoint, Reborn is just there and able to capitalize a lot more off of Jay Leo's engagements versus Blood Mortius' engagements in these team fights.
Or Prime, we've seen Reborn do this so many times. This is one of their biggest strengths that they really weren't able to display yesterday, is their ability to actually steal objectives out from underneath their opponent or punish greedy plays, which we've seen both teams do now against each other respectively. But in a situation like this, where Reborn says, okay, we have map control, we have an economical lead, we can apply pressure on to the Orb Prime, especially if Nadosic has lifesteal online, and they can sort of feign aggression at any moment and make a call. Are we going to commit to killing the Orb Prime and then take a fight, or fall back and then punish them? Because that terrain around Orb Prime is very difficult to maneuver and not put your team into a position that can get punished by Master Splinter containment fencing you, or Nazgul running down the pain from up high.
It looks like they're all heading back over to Orb, but Tio smells something funny.
They sure do. They smell a smelly smell that smells smelly, and Blood Mortius is the one leading the charge here. Reflect, gets the ricochet, huge ricochet right there. Teleblinks out. iCamera's okay for now, but he's so damaged, there's not much he can do. One carry down, and iCamera's sitting from the back line, using the inner fire, but Reflect, he's tanky. He's in there, and those are dirty claws right there, digging into the skin of Sparrow and able to take her down. Reborn, like I said, they bait and they switch and they go in immediately. The smash and grab is going to peel certified any hope they had right there of taking down Nadosic. Once again, Blood Morty is the only lone survivor of that engagement, and Reborn want to end this game.
They want to end it.
I like this call. They know that they are at a disadvantage late. It's up to Blood Mortis to try to do what he can here, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. It's a little bit, I mean, 28 minutes. These guys are not at max farm, but Blood Mortis is just trying to get the creep wave away. He's trying to keep himself. He's trying to buy time is the objective here. If he goes down, Marty is up in 2 seconds, Cam is up in 10 seconds, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They're on the core. Blood Mortis is off the field. Marty is just sitting there trying to do what he can, down to the 5%, and that is going to be Reborn. After a poor performance in day number 1, living up to their name, taking game number 1 in the best-of-3 series, putting themselves in prime position.
That was a commanding performance, almost from start to finish from Reborn. And this is the Reborn that I think everyone at home was expecting to see coming into yesterday's placement matches. So now they got the jitters out.
Yes.
It looks like they're ready to go. And I want to say that that one really came down to draft. I feel like they won that in the draft. Very clearly, they had more crowd control. So in those big team fights, you got what you wanted, Cam, right there at the end.
Last fight, finally.
Yes, you got the Decker containment fence into the howitzer ult, but that was all started from that ricochet stun from Zinx. And that's one of the most crucial things you can do when you have players grouped together like that. And Zinx's ability to utilize her ricochet stun can really set it up and really allow teams to run away with the game.
Yeah, and you saw on the backside of that fight, after the ricochet stun, it forced out the blink from iCameron, blinking back behind. He was able to get the inner fire off. But then Reflect, just head down, arms pumping. He's like, I see all of you there. I don't care. I'm running past because I'm Zinx. I'll use that dirty healing. I'll use my kitty claws. And he was able to pump out iCameron while he had the inner fire going, absolutely annihilating the damage that could have came out from Toronto Esports. So very well played in that fight.
And we have a couple replays from the match, some big time plays. This is the first Orr Prime grab or attempt.
Well, they did get it. They did get it, so they were able to confirm it going over.
This is when Master Splinter said, hey guys, what up? Double stasis bomb, they phase pulls, and then there's that 5-man containment fence that they didn't know what to do. You could tell, instead of them turning and fighting inside the containment fence, they were all like just running at the containment fence, desperately hoping and waiting for it to fall to see if they could get away right there.
It was just like, please get me farther away from this R2000 rocket that is going to eat our entire team. Oh, no, sorry. And just very, very, very well played by Reborn in these team fights, and just being able to rotate that CC. The ricochet stun, 1, 2, 3, off of the Orb Prime snare, and then layering in the CC on top of the slow field as well. How do you deal with that?
I mean, you know, again, it came down to the draft. They were ready and capable from start to finish. It seems like they had a game plan. They talked about it last night, what they were going to do, and we have the scoreboard up now. We can kind of take a look at how these teams performed. See Reflect doing
Mikey,
well.
And on the same side of the field, Mikey, I just didn't feel his presence that game. The Zinx was so good at dealing with Revenant. Revenant normally wins in this 1v1 situation, but Zinx was a hero that came out, and people were like, wow, she's just going to win her lane, and that's exactly what she did. Mikey just... I didn't feel his impact the entire course of that game.
Big players that we talked about at the beginning of the game, iCameron and Nadosic. iCameron did not show up this particular game. They did a nice job shutting him down, isolating him, and not allowing him to do a whole lot. Heck, Solo Nazgul with the landmine knocked Sparrow into a couple deaths there throughout the game. So they just did an awesome job from start to finish. And, you know, again, I have to point out Nas. Did not play well yesterday.
No.
Came back today. Look at that. Look at those stats. Just amazing play from him.
Absolutely.
Start to finish.
I think they really enabled him with that howitzer pick. They were using him on Gideon not necessarily as a traditional Gideon with dumping cosmic rifts, wait for the CC to come out, and then get the big ultimate. Instead, they're much more focusing on, hey, we're going to engage with this Gideon ultimate since they only have that one stun to interrupt it. And as soon as the stun is out, we'll utilize the pull from it to win the team fight. However, as soon as the one team fights and executions fell off, he really just kind of slowly fell out of the game. And now on Howitzer, he gets to sit back, he gets to pick and choose his points to go forward. They have CC to combine with it, so lining up those R2000 rockets was very easy. But one thing I do want to talk about, I really dislike the phase pick. And the reason I'm going to say that, I think a purity sensor would have done absolute
Wonders. Yeah.
against the Ricochet,
Oh,
and because
yeah.
they were laying all those down on top of each other continually, and having that cooldown, getting one of those group CCs off, whether it's the Subjugate or whether it was the Ricochet stun, would have made a world of difference. And the Kwang Tether as well. All three of those are very crucial spells that a support could have came in and cleansed with that group purity sensor, and instead you get one person with the pull.
So for those of you at home, if you guys like some of those plays, you guys have an MVP that you want to call out, tweet us, hashtag PEX MVP of that match 1, game 1 that we just witnessed. We're going to hop into match 2 here shortly, but before we do, we have a Paragon community video. Yes, talking about some of the players and their experiences in the Paragon community.
When I first started playing Paragon back in May of last year, I really didn't know very many people, just kind of played on my own, streamed on my own. And throughout the last year and a half, the community's grown, but I think they've also gotten a lot closer together.
I've been playing since the beginning with the small select players there were. We just came together and we wanted to play competitively and grow together, and it was like a family.
I've started streaming, and through that I've met a lot of different people coming to my chat saying hi.
The Paragon community is very accepting of new members coming into it all the time. That growth and those connections that people make, it's really something special.
It's the amount of talent and passion and just overall positivity that I've always found very inspiring.
The community has certainly increased by a lot compared to early access.
That's what has been changing in a very positive fashion.
Almost everybody knows each other in the matchmaking. It's a really cool thing.
You have people who first came into the community who were rather unknown people, myself included, and have now made a name for themselves.
The competitive community started off really small. There was a couple players that could actually play the game really well. And right now, I think the 4 teams especially participating right now, I think they're on a really good level, and I think they're really comparable to each other.
My hopes for the competitive Paragon esport future is that we get to play in tournaments seasonally.
Maybe some sort of league system, bigger prize money obviously.
For now, I would like to see more of these kind of tournaments. We've been playing community tournaments for a very long time, and I've been really hungry to finally go to LAN. And now that it's finally happening, I can't wait to see more of this.
Now, the Paragon community has been growing. Obviously, a lot of folks that we're trying to always involve. And for those that don't know, I'm also the community manager, and I have a phenomenal time interacting with people on a almost weekly basis. We do things like bring people out to the studio. We have events like this where we try to bring in new community members and see if they're interested. So for us, it's always a very meaningful experience to get to interact with people from the community, bring them out to Epic, let them meet the dev team, and just talk and get to know people on a much more personal level. You know, we try to index everyone that we possibly can, whether it be players in the competitive scene, players on the forums, players on Reddit, on Twitter, on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube. I mean, it goes on and on and on.
Do you guys have a Tumblr account?
If someone is on Tumblr and you want to send me your Tumblr account,
okay,
you can definitely do that. But no, we truly enjoy having community members so involved in our development of this game. It has been just an awesome experience for not only, I think, the people on the Paragon community team and the Paragon development team, but all of Epic Games. You know, this is our first time publishing a game and putting it out there for the world to see while it's in development, and it's an awesome experience. And again, I can't stress enough how much it means to the entire Epic staff. We have the president of the company, Paul Megan, who loves, you've talked to Paul. He absolutely loves, you know,
he's good people.
Interacting with the community and talking to you guys. So, you know, from the top down, everyone at Epic, we truly appreciate the support and we love you guys. Now, we have some treats coming in V42, especially for the veterans out there that have maybe 1 or 2 or, like me, 6, or, you know, Mooney on the other hand, you know, he has none. He's still struggling. But some of you guys, especially a lot of the players here, Be Certified has all the master skins for every hero?
At one point, he had every single one of them. I think he's fallen behind a little bit, but at one point he had every single one.
I think probably of the players here from the community, he has the most.
Yes.
completed.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So we have some new mastery rewards for players in the community, and some of those are crowns.
Ooh.
I can't wait for yes, they have
Some are
multiple
regal and some are
crowns.
vicious.
And they represent the 3 moons of Pagor. You have the Letha, you have the Zetchin, and you have the Omida crowns that represent the lore and where the heroes are from.
L-bomb lore.
Yeah. So, you know, for a lot of players out there that have been grinding on those heroes, that is something that you guys will get to see as part of your unlocks. In addition to that, there's a lot more from the Mastery Rework rewards. We'll have Matt Shimberry on a little bit later to talk about that, but those things include things like new taunts. You see Iggy taunting,
antlers,
showing off that Master crown, and there's a new banner involved where it shows concept art from a lot of the heroes. There's some concept art in there that I don't think people realize is like Paragon art. The favorite one for me is the Howitzer concept art.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking
I
about.
know exactly
It's
what you're
awesome.
talking about. It's really cool and unique.
So it shows off some really cool stuff. There are also new skins. So you can get the rival skin.
The rival.
Yeah.
Those are some of my favorite skins,
There's
honestly.
a whole bunch of new rewards coming. Again, we'll have Matt Shimberry on to talk about the rewards. You will be talking about the migrations. We've got so many questions on, hey, you guys are moving to a new system. What's going to happen to all my stuff? I don't know what's going to happen. And it's like, no. Matt's going to come on. We got you covered. Don't worry, guys. So that should be exciting. And we'll talk about how that will work. You'll see some new UI things as well. And maybe we can talk a little bit about the deck building system as well when Matt is on. That would be awesome. So I can't wait to get into that. Back over to the game.
Yes.
Let's talk about this matchup that we just saw, this first match, Game 1. How do you expect Reborn to continue dominating, and what do you think Toronto is going to try to do to stop that, gain momentum on their side before we hop into Game 2?
This game today was a complete converse to yesterday when these teams played, where Reborn seemed out of style and Toronto was just on point. This time, Toronto played a style that just didn't seem. It was a double front line, double carry support. There's no casters in their roster, and I feel like that they were missing a big wave clear, AOE, everything that a casters brings to the table. They were missing that. I think that was the biggest weakness in their draft. The double front line, double carry might have just been a little bit too all in on the late game.
Well, I think the big thing that comes with the aspect of why the double carry failed is it was a Revenant. And we've seen Mikey be successful when he's able to get into places, get into these team fights. Down a little bit more ranged DPS, show up with a backup. Granted, we've only seen him on Wraith so far, but if that had been a Gideon in that lane, he might have been able to portal over to some of those river skirmishes and make a difference. Him not being able to get out of that lane, and conversely, on the other side of that, reflects Zinx pressuring him that whole time and keeping the wave shoved up and not allowing Mikey to get onto the map is just a really interesting dichotomy on how that played out.
Now, what's interesting to me about that match is I feel like Toronto had, or at least needed to, get out there early and play a lot more aggressive. They started within the first 8 minutes or so. They were playing pretty aggressive and trying to set up plays. And then again, Blood Mortius missed a couple of those big colossal blows, and they couldn't capitalize on taking out Nadosic with Twin Blast. I think he had one on Twin Blast and he had one on Nas that he missed, right? So what we saw then later on, and maybe that affected Blood Mortius' confidence, was we saw Jay Leo and crew being very aggressive and saying, no, this is our house right now, and we're gonna take it to you guys. So do you kind of expect Toronto to say, all right, maybe we need to play a little bit more aggressive? In much of the same way we saw Think Twice turn around, and when they were like, no, we can't let Reborn outplay us here at the beginning, they played aggressive from start to finish of that game. Can you think Toronto is going to do something similar?
If they do run double carry again, I feel like Certified needs to be on a hero who has better wave clear and is able to pressure the map a little bit more. Kwong is very pick-centric. his wave clear is very minimal. His ability to win a lane is very, very minimal. He was put in a match where he was at an inherent disadvantage, but really Kwong, I can't really think of a lane where Kwong just wins it. So I think switching up B Certified's role is the best thing that Toronto could do coming into this draft.
Yep, and we see as we load in, already a change from last game. Still with the Wraith Band coming out for Reborn. We talked about how that was going to be critical, but TL looks like they had enough of that, had that Zinx. Not going to give that to Reflect again. He proved his point. Very solid on the hero, and Toronto Esports opting to take that away.
I'm hoping that B Certified can pick up Bellica here. Bellica hasn't been banned out. That's just going to be Mikey on Bellica. Interesting. They still have it on their team, so they have that caster presence on their team now already. Switching it up from game one, I like that Toronto are adapting, recognizing that really didn't work out for them and going back to what favored them in day number one.
They almost insta-locked that. They were like, we want Severog and Bellica right now. It was like, no, we're ready to go. And it looks like Reborn is kind of talking about what they want to do. They have a Reflect on Greystone, which is very standard for him. Jay Leo, think you'll go Grux again?
I wouldn't be surprised if he did, especially with Severog going over to Blood again, but it looks like they're going to opt to pull the Kwong away. So B-Cert playing that last time and knowing that Blood enjoys that hero as well. Not necessarily a bad pickup, but it looks like they're going for a little bit more of a ranged engage. You see that they opted to put Master Splinter on phase, despite having what I thought was an MVP-worthy game on Decker after that last time. So we'll see how he's able to perform on that and if he can get the individual performance and peel he needs.
So in this situation, you take a look at the front line on Reborn of Kwong and Greystone. Greystone really doesn't have any hard engage. It's going to be very reliant onto Kwong. We'll talk about that pick in a second. Let me finish my thought. I know what you, chat, I know what you're thinking. Nazgul, I think I would love to see him on either Gideon or Howitzer. It is going to be Howitzer, but I feel like even more is riding on the shoulders of Howitzer this game because they do not have as hard of engage as they did in the previous game. Kwong has great engage, but it's much harder to land, and it's not as reliable. Though, B-Cert, there he is, picked it up again.
Countess, and we see they're going immediately back. They're like, you know, we tried double fighter and didn't really work out for us. They're flipping back to what worked for them yesterday. They're going double mage. They picked up both Bellica, and then we saw Cert's Countess be absolutely terrifying. And I like Reborn rounding out with the Sparrow. They get the Sparrow phase combination, and
again, I have to say this: NATO 6 Sparrow is ridiculous.
Yes.
And so we saw Cameron not play too well in that second matchup, but you know, in this one, I'm expecting NATO 6 to kind of go off with Sparrow. If they get him going, man, he's going to be really, really into, I think, Toronto's business, kind of messing up their plans if they let him get started.
Yeah, and they have a lot of protection for him. Again, Howitzer landmine, phase tether, Kwong being able to use the Judgment of the Heavens to put down. Like, they have a lot that is going to make room for her. On the flip side of that, though, Subjugate, Feast,
Shadow
Stasis Bomb, Shadow Slip, like Seismic Assault, there's a lot. If Sparrow gets caught out, they have the ability to chain that CC and not even allow FaZe to pull her away.
I feel like this is a game where we might see a deck come out from NATO 6 that consists of Blink, which is standard, like Stasis Gem and Hunter's Guile. Just like, I need all the things to stay alive, but as long as NATO is able to stay alive through the burst, through the initiation, then she can turn fights right around, maybe even a Hemorrhage as well. Have to see as that goes on. But yeah, Sparrow is going to be subjected to a lot of backline penetration, a huge amount of burst damage. This time, though, as far as Toronto's draft go, I think this fits their style more, and I think we saw how successful B-Certified was in that Countess last game. Again, guys, what we saw and what expect to see here from Countess is actually a hybrid, almost pseudo-tank build coming out of her, taking advantage of that growth affinity, Snake Vine Mesh, giving both damage mitigation and power.
Once again, we see the 1-2-1. And I feel like Toronto runs this a little bit better in the early game, especially if Blood Mortius is able to get those subjugates and really isolate the Sparrow. However, she does have phase.
Yep, and largely, I think the reason Toronto Esports is able to capitalize on the 1-2-1 better is Blood Mortius' gank timings. If you notice, he'll show up to the mid lane at usually like 10, 20 seconds before those river buffs end up coming up. He doesn't even necessarily have to gank, but he'll just show up. He walks in, that forces the enemy duo back, and now all of a sudden you're able to dictate which side you go to and then what you're able to do with those river buffs. And on the other side of this, Reborn has definitely one winning lane with the Howitzer matching up against the Countess, but on the flip side of that, Bellic is going to be able to push in and punish that Greystone. So a little bit of a difference from the last game where they, I think, definitively had 2 winning lanes on the sides.
Going to be taking a look at Solo Nazgul quite frequently. Countess is a very mid to late game centric hero, while Howitzer is threatening throughout the course of the game. And Countess is just lacks wave clear, lacks sustain. And already you see B certified being bullied underneath his own tower, having to pull the wave back to him, and this is just allowing Nazgul to shoot down that tower very, very early. Keep your eyes, we're hitting 3 minutes. This is when we see the jungler start to rotate. Blood Mortius already making his way to the left side, River Buff with J-Leo Grande mirroring his actions. Look, we actually might see a solo kill over onto Sir. One more attack and he gets it. So there's Nazgul on first blood. You see the power and the pressure that can be applied to an early game Countess, especially in the capable hands of Solo Nazgul.
Yep, and utilizing that river buff, grabbing the haste, the extra speed, sprinting over there, and they're going to shove that wave under again. So not only did he miss the wave that was killed, but he's going to miss these next 2 that are crashing in there, and that's going to put him significantly behind both in card XP and hero XP, which is critical because the way he deals with the constant harass in that lane is going double healer token, triple jungle drink.
Yes.
And just eating as much health regen as he can and relying on the passive of Blade Siphon. Anytime you kill a unit, you get a percentage of that health back to you.
Marty Rivia, this time on the Decker. He has been a flagship Decker player for quite some time now. Last game on FaZe, I mean, FaZe might not necessarily be the flashiest hero in the game, but I expect to see a lot of big plays, similar to what we saw in Master Splinter. They're both incredibly capable Decker players.
Here's this first blood replay. Saw the shadow slip from Countess, and then, I mean, that was just great play by Nazgul, having the patience to just wait there. He knew where he was going to come back to on the shadow slip, and then he just used the landmine to knock him back out towards him, and then finished him up with that rocket and basic attack. So great awareness by Nazgul to utilize his landmine and make a great first blood play.
Yeah, and very crucial that he hit level 3 before firing that R2000, getting that burst when the Countess is still low leveled. It's going to make a very significant amount of difference. In fact, I'm pretty sure if he hadn't hit that extra level threshold, he wouldn't have had the damage to actually kill him. But finishing him up and then pushing another wave back into him is just going to put him in another spot where he can potentially carry this game.
Reflect, level 4, soon to be level 5, so the window of opportunity that is available to Toronto to try to punish Reflect is pretty much come and gone at this point, and there really hasn't been much rotations from any team to the side lanes. Instead, it's going to be an invasion into the strong side of the jungle. You see Blood Mortius going over into the jungle there. And I'm sorry, I'm so used to seeing Blood Mortius on Kwong. I saw Kwong and just assumed it was Blood Mortius. No, it's J-Leo Grande, who's invading Sevarog's jungle right now.
Definitely would like to take a look at this jungle skirmish. This is a little tense. He does not know that he's there.
Going to go for a kill, go for a steal. He's able to pick up the green buff.
Oh,
and
that's big.
I'm sure Bloody Mortius is just like, oh, there was a Kwong there.
The Light of the Heavens is definitely going to out-damage that Soul Siphon right at this point, and especially if you're sitting there with invisibility from that river buff, it's just free. And it's actually really, really, really critical. Getting your second green buff stolen as a jungler hurts. A lot of those camps are going to be 2 and 3 stacked. You don't necessarily have the tools or the health you need to really clear them out, and that's going to delay his farming pretty significantly.
We have the scoreboard hopping up. Let's take a look at J-Leo there with 28 versus Blood Mortius' 31 on the minions.
Nadosic just now hitting 10 card experience, where the Cameron and Mikey both themselves are at 10 card experience there. So somewhat behind, but nothing that's really insurmountable.
No, absolutely not. And we actually see the tier 1 going down inserts lane. I don't think he's really going to complain about that. He is very, very good wave management skills. He knows how to freeze it, when to push it back out, when it's going to bounce, and he's just going to be able to farm up and get a little bit of a chance to breathe. But that means that the Kwong is going to be moving around the map a little bit more, and Howitzer is going to get some room to go over there with them. They don't have to worry about shoving that turret down. They're not going to have a chance to really gank and pressure over there. So look for Reborn to be making plays within the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Yesterday rather, the last time we saw B certified on Countess, he was pretty much just on wave clear duty for almost 20 minutes straight, really didn't show up to the fights or anything like that. This is starting to feel the exact same way where, yes, Nazgul was able to get that pick up on him a few minutes ago, was able to push down that tier 1 tower, but maybe this is what TO wanted. They wanted to make sure that the power was pushed down, and they actually, that's why they didn't put much attention to that lane, because at this point, Certified can stay near his tier 2 tower in the phase of a game where the tier 2 towers are just still a little bit too strong, and teams really aren't at that power spike with their respective heroes in order to engage under or near that tier 2 tower area. So it's a comfort area for Toronto to catch up in any discrepancies that they've had.
Additionally, too, it's really difficult to go over there and help the matchup. Like, the Countess at this point in time is not going to help win any 2v2s. If the enemy jungler does show up while you're relieving pressure, you're showing, you know that you're counter gank free basically, so you can go over and you can contest that 2v2 knowing you can win, or you can go somewhere else knowing they're not necessarily going to be that threatened because she is behind from what happened with the first blood.
Taking a look at these lane matchups as a whole, I actually expect quite a bit of passive play for the foreseeable future. You have Greystone on one side, and you have Countess on the other, and both of those heroes are just unimpactful heroes in the early stages of the game, and both sides have really good tools at dealing with those heroes, with Greystone pretty much being able to CS or last hit freely up over against Bellica, and Countess just pretty much has to sit back and let Nazgul push the wave down. As you can tell, the wave is pushed all the way to the safe lane tower, and he's just going to have to sit there and deal with it.
And you notice how J-Leo actually went and warded the Sevarog screen buff, knowing he had the timer from when he stole it again, and that forces the duo, and actually 5 people are actually collapsing over towards J-Leo right now. This is a really tense moment. Seismic Assault hits, Stasis Bomb hits. That's a party. It's a party in the jungle. All 4 people in there. Lots of spells going down. He's dead, and that's greeting. He probably shouldn't have gone for the third one. Blood was going to guaranteed bring more resources over to collapse and protect that. He's like, hey guys, I lost my second one. I can't lose my third.
Yes.
That's going to put me too far behind. We need to make a play here, and that's going to be painful.
And there's that ward you see in the right at the entrance of the strong side jungle, and that was what revealed it. Nadosic rotating over onto Nazgul. Stasis Bomb connects landmine. He's waiting until he's on the other side of it, knock himself forward, but the blue buff over on Nadosic means that he can just pursue as free as he wants. Slow mines are going to be able to allow him to get pulled away by FaZe right there. So the attempt was valiant, but unfortunately, Howitzer, he's a slippery little guy. He's hard to lock down.
Yeah, he used those slow grenades at the perfect time to allow iCameron, or to allow him to make space from iCameron's blue buff and get towards FaZe, who saved him with the pull.
And that's one of the benefits of running that duo mid with the FaZe there. Any of the skirmishes that end up happening in the river or the side lanes that end up spilling over. Rotation. Real quick rotation, toss the tether out, bring them back over, and you're okay. You can control that. It gives them a little bit more room to work with, and that's something I really like about Reborn's team compositions today compared to yesterday. They were drafting with a lot of emphasis on execution, but you see here what we talked about with J-Leo getting a little over-aggressive.
They were waiting for it. You see that ward that J-Leo literally just walked on top of. Nadosic was already in position to punish it, and yeah, J-Leo Grande becoming just a little bit too predictable in his movements.
Yeah,
Tio had this one up on him.
His eyes got a little bit bigger than his stomach there. He wanted to get some more of that farm, and didn't come out on top there. Lost his life, paid for it.
Quenching scale, as you see now online, there's the Fury of the Heavens going in, as well as the root, but he is going to safely get underneath his tier 2 tower. The root coming out there was just a moment too late. If they were able to connect both the root from FaZe on top of the Fury of the Heavens, that more than likely would have been a pickup of a kill right there. But one missed opportunity, it just comes down to just a small misplay like that is the big difference maker between you securing a kill on the carry and iCameron casually walking underneath his tier 1 tower.
Yeah, but we see Reborn now actually on the other side ganking pre-11 minutes, able to force out, unfortunately, because it was a little bit of an overcommitment and mistiming. Blood's going to be able to pick up the river buff, but Reflect with the space was able to get the river buff on the other side, and also looks like he's currently stealing the gold away. So holding his own very well against the Belikai. Would have expected some amount of pressure or contention over there, but if they're just going to let him scale up, pick up his Radiant Mantle and the Tainted Magic, that's what the current most effective build on Greystone we've seen, at least from these teams. They opt more into tankiness and survivability and use the passive ability damage from the Radiant Mantle, from the Make Way, and the Tainted Magic Burn in order to just out-sustain your opponents. And Greystone phenomenal at doing that with his 2 lives.
Blood Mortis rotating around in the mid lane. I'm not sure if Reborn knows about it, but if he's able to connect with the Subjugate here, like he gets ensure them a high priority kill. Not going to be able to do so, is going to retreat. Looking at the scoreboard here, taking a look at the farm, the big metric we always like to look at is the carry versus carry. iCaram at 17, card experience, while Nadosic at 18. So a very small lead, but still, if you're a Sparrow, staying ahead of a Twin Blast, that's generally a good position to be in.
Yes, but Twin Blast, it does have the ability to spec into those Mad Stones, slightly more efficient for buying, so that the delta in power there is probably pretty much even. Expect the Sparrow to start picking up some utility cards soon-ish. I would love to see either a Satori Cloak for the Shred or a probably more preferred a Hunter's Gal. If you can negate the Shadow Slip slow and create the distance from Countess, much harder to assassinate you. If you can just cleanse off the Sevarog Subjugate as it comes in, makes it really difficult for somebody to follow up CC, and then basically it makes their hard initiate a Blink Seismic Assault or a long-range Stasis Bomb. And
iCameron does a good job of letting Marty really set him up with a lot of those plays on TO's side. So I would be interested to see how he specs. You mentioned his Madstone gems, but how those two work together on the flip side. Looks like they're going for Raptors right now.
This is really dangerous because Leo has that stealth buff. We'll see if Reborn can set up to punish this.
iCameron's able to pick up on the tethers there. Here comes the Fury as well as the Make It Rain. iCameron just got destroyed. You see the rocket, a little bit of overkill, but they just give Nadosic down, or iCameron down rather, right there. Looking for a trade over onto Nadosic. The Colossal Blow used as a means of defensive peel to knock them back away. So they're going to give up this ground. They're going to cut their losses and say that engagement from Reborn was simply just a little bit too strong. It was all about that Fury of the Heavens. Leo Grande landed it, and that forced him to stay inside of Make It Rain.
But Reborn now rotating 4 people over to this Tier 2 on right, and this is absolutely massive. TO has been forced back. This could mean jump pads. You see them just now taking them, but they have a wave here, and they have all 5 members. This Tier 2 is going down.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting this. I think they were expecting them to continue to take Raptors, but I love this from Reborn being unpredictable, which is something that they really haven't been, even since they've been around. So unpredictable movement. You can tell Tio was completely caught off guard, trying to find a counter change. Gate does not land. Colossal Blow over onto Greystone of all people. Actually, this might be Reborn that might look for a counter initiation. Judging by their positioning, though, Nazgul is right there, but they are going to be able to pick up a kill. Still, with Reflect going down, that is a great trade for Reborn any day of the week. A 14-minute Tier 2 tower falling.
I'm wondering if they're going to try to set back up for those Raptors. Now, here's the replay that we saw in here. Great.
Caught out, and there's nothing that iCameron can do. He was tethered to Make It Rain. R2000 rocket coming down, and game number 2 is already starting to look like another breakout game here for Solo Nazgul.
If Blood Mortis didn't land that Colossal Blow right there, somebody else would have died.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Toronto has been doing a very good job at trying to disengage these fights. However, Reborn is doing a better job at executing on them, picking up. It might only be 1 kill. Sometimes it's no kill. Sometimes it's just forcing somebody back, but they go and they get something else. They go and they pressure a tower. They still have all map control. They still have their Tier 1 in mid up, the Tier 1 on the outside safe lane, so they're able to do a lot more. But we see Blood Mortis setting up with that invis buff.
Land his Colossal Blow. He's able to land it. Subjugate is there as well. As maybe Nadosic picking up a good response coming out here from Toronto. They needed a confidence boost like this very, very dearly. If they can pick up phase as well, that'll be the icing on the cake. The Soul Siphon does miss. Is there any sort of follow-up damage coming up? You're going to see a little bit of zoning and body blocking by J. Leo Grande. Don't get the phase kill, but still high priority kill onto Nadosic. TO respond quickly after losing their Tier 2 tower.
And can they follow this up with objective? They're grouping up. They have the 4 in mid, but will they be able to push it down? Naz doing a great job of just clearing those waves and denying them any additional follow-up. It looks like they're going to try and go over. Yep, pick up the consolation prize of those last 2 Raptors that they got wiped trying to grab last time.
Yeah, and the Sun are actually be able to pick it up here. So despite the fact that iCameron has been getting killed in these fights and map control is starting to be a little bit restricted, they are at least still taking economical advantages. They weren't able to pick up the tower per se, but still infusing a great deal of prerequisite farm into iCameron so he can get that crit, he can get that lifesteal, and that really opens up their ability to take important later objectives like Orb Primes or pushing down further objectives further into the base map.
And we saw consistently yesterday how Toronto Esports was able to capitalize and punish on mid and late game team fights and decision making, and we're seeing that ring true. Looking at the scoreboard right now, Naz picking up both of the kills for his team, as well as having the CS lead on the map at 97, but absurdly close, 351 to 353, 3-2 in kills, about equal in towers now, and whew, it's a close one.
It is very close, going into just past the 15-minute mark now at 17 minutes. I'm expecting, you know, some more from Blood Mortis to try to set up either getting out NATO Sick there in mid, that NATO Sick phase combination, or just in general being a lot more disruptive. He's typically, as you said yesterday, the linchpin.
Flying in right now with the engagement onto the face, containment fence comes in.
The Colossal Blow was used to start this whole entire fight, and they are finally able to get the kill onto the phase. They had to put so many resources. It took so much longer to finally cut them down, and that allows Reborn to regain their stance and try to turn this fight around. But no, Tio's not going to allow them. They brought their shoulders back up, but another hit to the face, where Mike is able to secure the kill over onto J. Leo Grande. The jungler gets taken out. So Tio, the last past 2 engagements, they've been small advantages over to him, but still, they're starting to build it up and are putting themselves in decent position. The big thing there for me is Certified was not a part of that fight at all. They still won it. He's free farming on the opposite side of the field. This is starting to take shape of the game we saw yesterday.
Yeah, this is exactly what we saw yesterday. You know what's interesting about that engagement? I mentioned it right before it happened, is that all started with Blood Mortius. He comes in, and you guys are going to see the ultimate Colossal Blow that sets this up and puts him out of position. So a lot of pressure there.
There's the flank.
There
that
it
was
is.
so beautifully done. They saw the aggressive positioning from Natosic, and immediately, this is one of FaZe's biggest weaknesses, is you can really exploit that right there. The containment fence keeping them in place. Still very surprised by how long it took for Master Splinter to get taken out, but they still get the kill and they still get out cleanly.
We're picking back up over on Blood Mortius. Now, I'm wondering at what point we're going to start to see more tower takedowns from Toronto. When do you think, Cameron, we're going to start seeing them set up for those tower takedowns? Because they're still down when it comes to objectives. They lost that tier 2, but they do have mid tier 1 up, and they have that safe lane tier 1 up as well. But they need to get some tier 2s just for that jump pad advantage to go away.
So the largest issue has been their wave management hasn't necessarily been in their favor. So while they are taking positive skirmishes, it's requiring for them to rotate a lot of people over when the lanes aren't stacking up for them. That means if they do want to end up picking up an objective off the backside of it, it generally has to be the Raptors, or you have to shove that lane up. We saw them, yes, they were able to push down that mid one when they finally got the room, but it took a little while after securing that kill, and they really are going to need to do better in terms of their wave management if they want to capitalize on the map, because they're winning the skirmishes, they're finding good engages, but the difference being from yesterday they were chaining objectives together after this, and we haven't seen that largely because I think Reborn is the one who is dictating the pace of the game despite being behind in kills.
You could tell Reborn really wanted to commit to that tier 1 tower push there. Solo Nazgul actually popped the Make It Rain, and there's a small delay where you cast it, you send up into the sky, and then you can choose the target right close to where it goes. And he was just like, wait,
hey,
what are we doing? What are we doing right now?
Oh, we're running away. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, definitely noticed that. And it was just so funny how he did the kind of look left, look right. Oh,
I'm out.
Okay, you guys are behind me. All right.
He's like, "Are you sure?" Okay, we're not going. We got it. But that's the difficulty of relying on the solo howitzer. We've seen he has the capability of comboing those landmines in, but if you use it for zoning capability and no one else is there, everyone just kind of like looks around like the howitzer did a little bit, wondering what the purpose of that was. But they really want that mid one turret, as we talked about last game, and pretty much every game. Mid one opens up for other jungle entrances that basically come uncontested, and that is a lot of pressure that goes over. The Amber Link giving over a solid amount of CXP, access to the green buff and to those stack camps, especially for Sevarog. They really, really want to take that away. So TL holding on to this is making it harder for Reborn to continue pushing that pace of the game, and I think TL is starting to now dictate a little bit of that pace.
21 minutes in, Or Prime is going to start to become a potential objective to be taken by either one of these teams. Game number 1, both of these teams just went for a greedy attempt, and both times they got punished for it. Very, very hard here. But what I expect to see out of TO, a change up here as we approach this timing, is be certified to be a little less static in lanes and start to actually become a present in this fight. Solo Nazgul, we've talked about how there's so much riding on his shoulders here. Even more so, he's the only one who can keep Be Certified off of his team. Blood Mortis is so low, he's taking a lot of damage, and you see Be Certified is able to just get the solo pick off. Nazgul was actually in his ultimate, wasn't able to get a landmine. Certified went in and got a solo pick off on to Nadosic on the Sparrow. Beautifully done, but I feel like they're going to need a little bit more here. J. Leo Grande and the rest of his team of Reborn are in full retreat. Greystone has latched over onto the Countess here, but Be Certified is going to be forced to be back, and Solo Nazgul does get a exchange kill over onto the port. But still, the peel for Countess is so important. It was 2 seconds, and all of a sudden Nadosic was taken out.
Did you see what they did, though? That was a perfect bait and switch from Toronto. They had Blood Mortius act as a distraction while Be Certified came from behind, and Nadosic was on the back line. So he basically flanked him, and he got basically an uninhibited ult. The whole combination for Countess, the ult, feast, everything, and blew Nadosic up.
And Bellica was able to land a Seismic Assault on it right as it started, so there was absolutely no recourse. Even if Master Splinter had NATO Link, it wasn't going anywhere. Seismic Assault stun instantly into the Feast stun, and there was nothing. She was CC'd throughout the entirety of it. But again, like we just talked about, they pick up that 1 kill there, and we see the Sevarog kind of acting as the bait. He does have a window to jump out, though.
They baited out so much. The Solo Nazgul, and then look, Certified just like, all right, Blood Mortius, thanks for being the distraction. I'm going to come in here and get that big pick off right there. Mikey also using the Neural Disruptor. Not much damage there, but still the big one right home here is taking Nadosic off of the map, disabling his farm, but more importantly, enabling Ikerman's farm to really start to play this game away for him. 3-6, 23 minutes in, and this has been a back and forth game. Recently, early on, it was Reborn dictating the terms. But now they are, now we see Toronto, they just were able to clear up Reborn were able to clear up the Raptors, but still it's Toronto who are now been dictating the fights the past 5 or 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, but very indicative of what we were just talking about. They were able to pick up that Sparrow kill, CC her out, and then immediately they give over another kill and get forced off the map. Reborn purchases their CXP, heads right back out to Raptors and pick them up.
Oh man, Nadosic was in something quick on the pull trigger. It's Master Splinter. If there's a colossal blow, Blood Mortius could have separated Nadosic, created enough distance to actually break that tether, but instead held the trigger and just feigning a little bit of pressure.
And we see now that the burning mark has appeared over Sevarog when he got hit by the energy lance. That means FaZe has picked up her Tainted Magic and is incredibly strong. Tainted Magic does a % of your current HP over time as a dot. FaZe, with that super long-range energy lance, is able to just mow it across. So she doesn't necessarily have to aim for the root, but the more targets she hits, the more damage she's going to do. And it ends up deceptively adding up, especially in these situations. So let's see if Reborn is able to utilize that.
Or Prime, they're posturing around Or Prime while relegating Solo Nazgul over to the right lane as Be Certified is pushing that out as he should be. Anyways, they were looking around there, but you can tell if you look at the wards from Toronto, they have good vision around Or Prime, and I think Toronto was almost waiting for him. Yeah, Reborn, go ahead, try to take that, see what you can do. But taking a look at the farm, Ikerman, 34 card experience, Nadosic 35, so these carries are still neck and neck.
Meanwhile, though, Mikey 39, Cert 35, doing incredibly well, and Naz with the lead on his team at 38. So the 2 mages leading the charge right now, 39 and 38 CP. That's not typical. We see Cert going in right there on Naz. Can he finish it off?
He actually was able to dodge the Dark Tide by going up and using the ultimate of Make It Rain. If that connected, even then, I still don't think there was going to be much pick potential, but Be Certified, he's going to be able to get away from what could have been him being taken off the map. And they're going to be okay, just a little exchanging of blows.
Yeah, and we've noticed, especially yesterday as well when he was on this counted, he doesn't necessarily have the damage to one-rotate anybody but the enemy carry, but what he has is enough pseudo-tankiness, enough raw power, and enough regen coming from the Shadow Slip, and just he jukes out, and he has enough to hold that person in place and put down a solid burst so somebody else can come in and clean it up. He wasn't converting on a lot of kills, but he had something crazy like 17 assists, 14 assists. Yeah. It was a very, very high number, which is atypical of Countess, but he makes it work.
Nazgul doing what he's needed to do, at least to the best of his ability, but he can only be in one place at one time. They're just going to have to fall back to their lanes as of right now. And we're now in a situation here. Early on, Naz had the favored matchup, but Be Certified is going to start to slowly be hit his power curve, and his damage is going to continue to scale up and up and up. More importantly here, Be Certified is level 12, level 13 on the horizon. That's going to be the level 3 feast. That is a massive spike in damage just on the ultimate single target damage coming out from Be Certified. So if I'm Nazgul, I'm starting to think, all right, I'm going to have to be a little bit more respectful of Countess here, because you saw how close that recent engagement was.
Yeah.
Even with Nazgul dodging the Dark Tide in the ultimate, he still was almost able to get picked off.
Yeah, Countess has 100% of control over that interaction. If she shadow slips in, it forces Howitzer to either immediately ult up or landmine under his feet. If he landmines in the cast animation for as it's out, Countess can shadow slip back, and then she has the cooldown advantage going back in on him. So Howitzer basically has to remain out of shadow slip range, but as soon as Cert picks up that stab link and he's able to be jumping around, blinking around, it's going to require
Here it is.
point
Again,
mechanics.
the feast has been used. Oh man, is he able to knock him up? Nope, he's actually going to knock him away there. Be Certified might. Yeah, you can tell Nazgul's like, I got to run him out.
Yeah. and Cert's still trying to run him down. Probably just going to look to pick it up. But we swing over, and Leo stasis bomb into enough damage from the Bellica and the Sevarog getting cleaned up.
This might be a bad situation for Reborn, considering Nas is very hurt.
Oh, wow.
Leo's off the map.
Cert,
let's see what objectives they've taken.
Cert actually continued to chase Nazgul there, so that way he cannot rotate to what is now coming down the pipeline of a tier 2 tower mid lane push while they're doing a little bit of conquer and or divide and conquer. I don't know which one will come first. We'll see in a moment, but it's going to be Certified who's applying pressure to that tier 2 tower in mid lane as well. And you can see Reborn is being forced to be all over the map right now due to this split pressure that's coming out from TO. But the big thing here, I feel like, is this going to actually result in anything significant, anything meaningful? They're now falling back to the Raptors, which are going to be spawning in just a moment, which, as of this moment, 28 minutes into the game, I feel like they could have gotten a little bit more there if they decided to group up.
Now my question here, this is when J. Leo went down. He was being a little greedy.
Yep, for that gold bug, really wanted it. Oh, what a...
Subjugate actually didn't land, but it's the Colossal Blow that forced him to get zoned out, and it's the Stasis Bomb that really put the nail in the coffin for him and off that kill.
And then almost simultaneously, while that was happening, what we had eyes on was Howitzer Countess matchup, and Nas obviously very hurt in that fight. Do you feel like that was a missed opportunity to go for Orb?
I don't. I actually really like what TO did there. Mikey in the side lane picked up the stack that Reflected sent into him. It was probably close to about 15-20 CS. Cert picked up another wave and shoved into the tier 2 while mid got shoved in. And they moved up an aggressive ward into J. Leo's safe that has nothing else around it. So they're going to know anytime somebody walks over there, it's going to allow Cert to be a lot more cautious. I think going for Orb right there may have been an overstretch. They didn't necessarily have the resources to really burn it down. And similarly, if Naz is able to heal and get over there at any point in time, he's scary. He has more burst. He has the teleblink. He's going to be able to get there. But as we say that, he gets engaged on.
There's the feast. The Siphon falls back to him. He actually, I don't think the Dark Tide actually connected there. I think Solo Nazgul was able to sidestep a little bit, and that could have been the difference maker. But even then, he's not able to get the kill. He's just continually forcing Solo Nazgul to have to force back to the base. And how there's so much on the shoulders of Nazgul that if he continues to just be oppressed like that, then in this 4v4 situation or small skirmish situation, Toronto's going to be able to take an edge on that because they are not as reliant on Be Certified as Reborn is on the Howitzer.
Yeah, and we see the Greystone in the mid lane, Colossal Blow into Subjugate, into Stasis Bomb, and FaZe is like, nah, I got you, fam. You're coming back. And not that it was really worried anyway. His ultimate does seem like it is available. And we see now good Judgment of the Heavens coming out, Fury of the Heavens.
He's going to be able to dodge away from it now, but if there's any more forms of crowd control, they might be able to latch over onto iCamera. It's not going to happen, though. Martin's going to rotate over. Look for something. Greystone continue to push himself forward. Seismic Soul and Void Bomb go down. The containment fence used, and really not much anything going with that. But the Hyperflux plus the Inner Fire. It's going to be Blood Mortius who's the one tethered up, but he's going to get the Honor the Pure and going to be able to dash away. Both of these teams trying to find a knockout punch, and as of this moment, NATO might have actually overextended here. Here comes the Make It Rain. Certified Shadow Slipping. He's still alive somehow. Finally gets taken out, but he gets isolated and was looking for some sort of reprisal kill before he got taken to the ground, but unfortunately, not going to happen, and Reborn are going to come out of that exchange Certified off the map, and there's a lot more to it that you think. Be Certified's been the one who's been pushing in these waves, and now they have a little bit more breathing room than they've had.
And because he's been the one pushing in the waves, he is very, very high level compared to the rest of the cast. He is out now for 55 seconds when he was gone.
There's the count assault right there. You see they continue to dodge back and forth. And so this is a situation where right at this moment, we switch the action over to where Jay Leo Grande was able to pick up. And I was like, okay, well, Certified's just going to, let Solo Nazgul get away and maybe try to do something like that. But instead, he continued to pursue, forced Nazgul back, and continued to create space for the rest of his team. Here we go. First Orb Prime attempt of the game. It's a 5v4 power play situation. Reborn are successfully able to get it, and the response from TO is a conservative, passive one. They're going to decide to fall back and make their stand sometime a little bit here in the future. It's just waiting for Be Certified. I think that's just because they know they need cert in order to take a fight here.
Absolutely, and I really like that J-Leo was able to use the Fury of the Heavens, his ultimate, with the Sparrow's damage to guarantee they're going to get it. Granted, TO didn't have a lot of steel pressure, but better safe than sorry, right? Guarantee you're going to end up picking that up and over. And now they're going to Siege, but they have to be aware that that cooldown is down. However, with the Sparrow linked, NATO's going to be able to just plunk some arrows into that tower and just rely on FaZe to keep her safe.
Tier 2 tower, mid lane under siege. Be Certified is back on the field. A full 5v5 engagement. Right lane is set for Reborn, so they have 2 lanes pushing into their favor. The Tier 2 tower was default. Prime card is going to ensure that. The big question is, can Team Oxygen keep their inhibitor alive? We do see one Marty already forced back, which means for some period of time there's not going to be enough. Nazgul, very, guys, to be careful here. He's going to be okay. Reflect did get caught out. Reforge now on cooldown. That's very, very important. That's going to disable Reborn's ability to reliably dive underneath this inhibitor and isolate a target. Re-engagement into the inhibitor. Certified, flanking in, looking for a target, clearing the wave down. Not going in all in on NATO 6 because Reborn's doing a good job positioning and protecting NATO 6. The inhibitor is going to fall. One more attack, down it goes. The response from Toronto, where they feel like they need to do something here. The Stasis Gem for actually is SB Certified. He is going to get taken out right there as he just got stunned up and locked down.
Meanwhile, look at the right lane. Giant creep stack is dropping into that while TO is desperately trying to engage and fight. Good 2-man Colossal Blow.
Be Certified got the Colossal Blow, but the follow-up simply wasn't there. Mikey gets a kill over to Leo Grande, but NATO6 is still in the background. Piercing arrow, all the damage coming out from Sparrow. Meanwhile, right lane inhibitor, there's no response for it. They might be able to pick up another one. Containment fence finally going down here. It's only on to NATO6. I think that was more so to keep NATO6 away from that inhibitor to keep it from falling, but still inevitably it's going to go down. So Reborn, they aren't able to take the game and take the core, but they've put themselves in prime position to just control the map and continue to dominate throughout the course.
And Reflect doing an absolutely amazing job with Solo Nazgul. Their synergy there was ridiculous. While NATO was in the back, just plunking away at the inhibitor, trying to hit anybody who was close to him, Solo Nazgul was able to blink forward, use the landmine to create the space, and Reflect just charging forward. And here we see the backside of that fight.
That was a great Colossal Blow. It isolated Leo Grande. He was the target that went down, but they needed more than that off the heels of losing an inhibitor. The encounter engage after the inhibitor fell was just very slow and a little bit sluggish, almost lethargic coming out from Toronto. That seems to be the best word I can find for their play style this game, is they're giving up objectives, but they're not really finding anything in return. Reborn are getting very unpunished so far in the course of this game.
Yeah, and it's going to be very difficult now. We saw them come back yesterday with the 1 inhibitor down. They do still have that 20 CS lead, but it's not really going to matter at this point. The economy is going to be there for Reborn, but more importantly, the double lane pressure. Countess is effectively able to negate one of those super minion waves by shadow slipping onto that super creep. She gets all that health back, and she can just dark tide the rest of it out with the Blade Siphon. However, with 2 going in, they're going to have to dedicate someone else there, and Reborn has a very solid siege comp. Kwong is able to play in the middle of the team composition. They're able to use the howitzer with his blank landmine and make it rain to zone the front, and Reflect is doing his reflecting, putting his head down on the gravestone, make it rain, Radiant Mantle, Tainted Magic. Let's just kill some people.
You know what's interesting about this now? We're getting to the spot where Toronto cannot afford to make any mistakes. They lose this match, they're gone.
Oh man, aggressive blink forward from Blood Morty, stab blink, subjugate doesn't land. He actually splits the upgrade right there and doesn't hit it. And that could have been a decent moment for a pickoff here. But Reborn, they're reading the map very, very well, and their rotations are commensurate of that. Taking a look at Greystone, as you say it, just doing Reflect things, doing Greystone things. Fear of the Heaven, land on Blood Mortius. I don't think there's going to be a Fury of the Heavens, but there is going to be Solo Nazgul picking up a solo kill onto iCameron here. The Ender of Dreams continues to live up to its name right here, and with no carry, 5v4 left lane, the right lane already being pushed in. What's the response? I think it's going to be Certified, who is going to have to deal with the Greystone, but this is just a very, very awkward situation for Toronto Esports. They are on the cusp of losing this game. One more pickoff or one more mistake like that, Reborn can book themselves a ticket into tomorrow's finals.
And it looks like it's going to be that way because they have to have the Countess hold the Greystone. Nobody else can really afford to sit there and match. But at the same time, then that relegates Bellica to being their only wave clear. If Sevarog even remotely steps forward, he gets chunked out due to the Tainted Magic from FaZe's Energy Lance, and the fact that NATO has not missed an arrow at this point. He is hitting all his base attacks and the piercing shots, and they can just sit here and siege.
Bloodmorty blinks forward, Colossal Blow, but in mid-air, you see Master Splinter saying, I got you, and pulls him away. Colossus Blow offline for now, so that's one tool of engagement they don't have to worry about.
Still
the
on
Stasis
tire,
bomb landed on Nazgul, but actually you could tell Bloodmorty was leading his Subjugate, as if Nazgul was going to go backwards. Actually a little bit of counter synergy there between the Stasis bomb and the Subjugate. Still, they're holding strong, they are holding the ground. The inhibitor still is alive on that portion of the map, and B Certified's doing a good job of making sure his core is not taking damage, but I feel at this point,
it's about
Reborn,
60% HP with the creeps getting onto us, so this could be dangerous.
There's the first containment fence, and it actually is a big swing and a miss. Didn't connect on anyone right there. At best, it's going to be a delay tactic, but NATO Sick there with the inner fire. He's showing him apart right there. Mikey gets the kill over onto Nazgul. He is off the field, but the big one is going to be the Sparrow, just dishing out so much damage here, but actually did not get a kill here. Toronto are able to secure this kill. I thought NATO was about to just wipe the floor with them, but no. They keep themselves upright, and still the siege continues despite the fact that Reborn's down 5v4, and they're finally starting to retreat. Toronto, they hold, but look at middle of map. We have a little bit of chase going on. Mikey is desperately trying to do what he can to run away at this stage. At what point do you just cut your losses and retreat? They should be able to pick up this kill, but Reborn's having to give up so much map control, and Toronto off the heels of this can just finally get the lanes pushed back. Finally, they take him down, but man, so much time dedicated to just that one kill on Bellica.
They chased each other for like 20 seconds.
I was just about to say, cue the Benny Hill music.
Yeah, that was really funny.
Yeah, the speed boost river buff definitely enabling the Greystone there. Otherwise, that chase could have gone on for a lot longer. Decker has some slipping moves, has a lot of CC to make that annoying, but you know, when Reflect gets blood in his eyes, he gets blood in his eyes. So that Decker was going to see the Greyskin in a respawn timer eventually.
That the containment fences coming out from Marty have been lackluster. They've been used as decent zoning tools, but what you see in a containment fence is what you saw at a Master Splinter in game number 1, where you're catching people out and having follow-up on it, getting kills, or at least forcing a good trade of cooldown, so that way later on you can re-engage and take a team fight from there. Or Prime, 38 minutes into the game, and NATO Sick is just going to be able to chew this thing apart with the damage you can provide. Toronto has a very small window to contest this. They have tools to deal with the positioning here, but Master Splinter is going to find out Mikey. Mikey is going to get isolated and taken off the field, and some greedy movement here means that with no Bellica is an important tool they have for zone control, and zone control is the best tool at dealing with the Orb Prime. And off the heels of that, they're going to retreat from the Orb Prime and actually look for more kills and try to end the game. Reflect leading the charge into the roster of Toronto, but it's actually there to be certified. The other players there, they interrupted it actually and forced out the Stasis coming out. Be certified is completely isolated, and he gets taken out. Unfortunately, a little bit greedy coming out from the Countess player, and now it's 5v3 with Reborn putting Toronto up against the ropes here. Are they going to go for the end? Are they going to go for the Orb Prime? They just have so many options available to them, and I think all of them are going to result in a very, very good result, potentially trying to end this game 2-0. It's going to be up to Cameron, Marty, and Bloodmortius to defend their core and defend their hopes here in Paragon Exhibition 2017. There's the containment fence, but they blink forward right on past through it. They're trying to go for the core. NATO Sick is stuck, but as of right now, it's simply a zoning tool. Nazgul does get taken out. NATO Sick is low. Can Bloodmortius get it? There's the pull away. Tainted Magic is enough damage. The healing's coming out for FaZe. The Subjugate lands, and that's the one they needed right there. Bloodmortius gets the root and gets the kill, and Toronto are making a stand. They are keeping their core alive, and also if they continue to get more kills, they can push down mid and potentially get more objectives. But as of right now, they're going to be content with the fact that they kept their core alive and keep the hope and dreams of the EU in this match.
What a fantastic set of plays by both Marty and Bloodmortius. That was excellent. And Reborn, maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. You noticed, Cameron, that they weren't peeling?
They left NATO alone. There was no tether on him. Every single person on the team went to smash their face in the core, but he's standing in a containment fence. You just have to wait out the containment fence, and then you can effectively end the game, because if Sparrow's going to start hitting that, she's going to be fine. However, every other person on the team ran right up past her. Blood Mortius was like, don't mind if you do, tip my hat, subjugate, I will run you down and you will die. Finally, when she does get yanked away, it's not enough. So yeah, TO gets a little bit of respite here.
And the moment of respite soon to be taken, or be come and gone. They're at Orb Prime. Toronto are positioning themselves around Orb Prime, but maybe being a little bit indecisive instead of trying to chase for kills. They do have some breathing room now, something that has eluded them for quite some time with both the mid and right inhibitor being taken down. But I really wanted to see TO get more off of that. They had about a 60-second power window, a window of opportunity for a big power play, and they really didn't get much done other than just sort of pushing the lanes out, which is going to be very short-lived.
Yeah, and we see Mikey at that 60 card cap, Cameron coming close to it with 56, but the CS Delta, because of the 2 inhibs being down, is absolutely massive. What that means is TO economically is ahead in this game. They're going to have more. They have more resources available. However, Reborn has been moving around the map better. They've been capitalizing when they do get kills, when they do have a positional advantage, and they have been able to open it up and take down those inhibitors. But with it being 42 minutes, economy's starting to even out. It's going to come down to one fight, and if you have the waves in your favor. Right now, Reborn just trying to stack something big in the left and wait. I really don't think they can go near Orb Prime at this point. I don't think they're strong enough comparatively to just outright force it, because I think if TO comes in, they can win a fight. I think they just need to sit around it, word up, and wait. I don't think you commit to it. I don't think you give them an opportunity to steal or even an opportunity to fight, and you just wait and hope that you can get those pressure going and utilize how strong Reflex Greystone is right now to just get pressure somewhere else.
I'm kind of on the edge of my seat right now, because I know that this is going to come down to one big moment, and it's an opportunity for Toronto to come back and potentially perhaps storm through and win the game, or they're going to make a mistake and Reborn.
Rio Grande, rooted, knocked away. He's a tanky target, though, so we might be able to soak resources and give it Reborn an opportunity to bounce back. A lot of ultimates, containment fence, and the make it rain. But Be Certified uses the Stasis Gem. Follow up. Do they have enough to get the kill? And again, third time in a row that Be Certified has been shut down inside of these fights. All the meanwhile, though, the rest, Reflect is in there. There's the Reforged. He snared him up. Blink forward is Nazgul, gets the R2000 rocket, enough damage to take the wind out of the sails, or what little wind of a breeze that Toronto had to try to get a kill, but Mikey actually goes and punishes the aggressive movement of Nazgul and blows him up. That's what Bellica is able to do. Oh man, here comes Blood Mortius off the blow into the wall. There's no secondary life for Greystone here. They have to be careful. Reflect is still continuing to push himself forward, despite the fact that I feel like he at this is just trying to create some space for his team. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was going to do, and he is able to get the trade. It's a 2-for-2. Both of the carries are, both of these teams had a very, very narrow exchange. That the entire game was on the line right there, and it continues to be Toronto somehow keeping the game in this match.
Now here's the sneaky play. Right here, I think we're going to set up for an Orb Prime. I think Blood knows something is going on. All right, here's that team fight.
Going in, Blood Mortius. He was able to get Leo, but that's not the target. I mean, he's so tanky at this stage of the game. He actually certified committed the ultimate to Kwong. I think that was a pretty good, I mean, it was a good mistake for Reborn, if you will, but forces out the Stasis Gem. Reflect was zoning out the entirety of TO, forcing him back. Oh, Orb Prime, actually. All the meanwhile here, looks like it was being forced out off the issue. It's a 3-for-2 exchange as of this moment, favoring TO, and it is Marty, who is just now showing up to this, Reborn being forced back. And the game continues. We barely have time for replays here in this game. This game is so action-packed. But the big thing is neither one of these teams actually took the Orb Prime down. And that is, at this stage, could just define the winner and loser.
And it's very clear, like Reborn, it's their game to lose at this point. But I'm telling you guys, Toronto is fighting tooth and nail to stay in this, and we see it right now. They're putting in everything that they have to not let this game fall in favor of Reborn, so they can go to a game 3 and try to close it out.
I think Reborn almost feels like they're getting a little desperate.
Getting
I feel like they're getting a little anxious. You see Reflect, yes, he is making plays. He's making very, very, very good decisions. He's doing what Greystone is meant to do, but it's almost just like a little bit too much. If he hadn't traded out with iCameron in that situation, Tio could have potentially pushed the envelope and gotten a lot of things there with the carry still alive and access to lifesteal. But we see now, Cert lurking around, has
red buff.
Yeah, has that invisibility buff. He's going to be able to use this to deward. And but they're not going to look for a fight with blood still down. That has been the biggest issue in a lot of these fights and skirmishes. There's always one or two key members down, and it looks like Reborn's trying to start that orb back up.
They're doing it again, and they're going to go in. Toronto have to respond so quickly. Blood Mortis is coming back for base here, so I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. They are able to figure it down. The Orb Prime is online for Reborn. Certified, he dodges it, gets the ultimate over onto NATO, but the follow-up isn't there, and NATO just takes him out immediately. Toronto were just one step behind Certified. He was able to almost get a solo pick on to the carry player, but unfortunately not able to do so with Reflect also now getting an exchange onto iCameron. We've seen a three-man defense, but this time they have the Prime card, they have all their card points spent, and they are charging down this left lane. Toronto continue to make successful defense after defense. Are they going to be able to do it once again? They're up against the ropes.
I think Orb Prime here might be the tipping point over. Reborn is finally able to get their hands on this, and I just think they're going to close this out. They don't have anything to deal with Reflect's consistent amount of damage. The Energy Lance in and of itself chunking out there, and they're just committing for this.
Subjugate used, but there's just not enough follow-up there. The Containment Fence also going down. This is strictly
NATO from
desperation attempts to keep it down. Look at NATO just dodging Blood Mortis by blinking to the side here. And now Blood Mortis is taking down damage. He was able to take out Grande, but he's going to sacrifice his own life for it. Inhibitor is going to stand, but yet for just a couple of moments. And once again into the breach. Dear Brother is Reborn as they are charging forward here onto the core. This is Toronto is going to have to make something happen, but I don't think Marty, he's good, but he's not going to be good enough here. This is going to be Reborn focusing down the core, doing what they can, coming back from day number 1 with a lackluster performance into day number 2, and GG, they take the series 2-0 over what was considered the favorites and the number 1 seed coming in.
Yes, very, very big plays from Reborn. They looked dominant. This is the Reborn that we've come to know, that we saw with this performance. Start to finish, game 2 a little bit slower. Toronto fought back quite a bit, but from start to finish, we really saw Reborn take control and command the pace of both games.
They banned Wraith. Just pointed it out.
They did ban Wraith. That was that was a big play right at the beginning. Those mind games and those tactical plays from the onset and draft. So important whether you're playing in a competitive setting or you're playing online in a normal solo queue. The draft selection is so important, and both times, both games, Reborn had excellent draft selections. What do you guys, or at least who do you feel like was the MVP of this game?
Of this game?
It's hard to pick out an individual.
That's really tough. For this game, I would say I still think it's Solo Nazgul. I think Naz, with his howitzer ability, is creating so much space. He's putting out a ton of damage. The aggressive teleblinks with the landmine, both for peeling, disengaging, and aggressively putting people out of position, was very, very, very on point.
Yeah.
But on the same side of that Reflect, he just kind of did his own thing. He got to a point, and then it was just like, I'm running at you, deal with it. And that made a lot of difference.
There was that fight where Toronto were in a great position to sweep it, and iCameron was still alive, and then Reflect with his last dying breath say, if you go down, or if I go down, so shall you.
Yeah.
And he was actually able to narrowly get the kill over to iCameron. And the moment you take that carry off the map in that situation, their ability to push an objective is just completely swept out from underneath.
Yeah, they had Mivwade with them.
Huge.
Orb was up. They would have had the ability to regen back up using the lifesteal at that point in time in the game. Like, that was it right there. That was a very, very, very clutch heads-up play, because it looked like he was just trying to run away and create the distance, and then boom, jump back over, just able to get the burning out with the Tainted Magic proc. So very heads-up and intelligent play there.
Now, for those of you at home, make sure to tweet hashtag PEX MVP for who you felt like was MVP of Game 2. I'm going to give it to, I think, Jay Leo. I want to give it to Jay Leo. You want to know why? Jay Leo was putting himself into the fray for a lot of those fights in both games, and it really set up play for Naz in the first game and set up some plays for their team in the second game. You saw there were times where he was getting picked off by Blood Mortius, and Blood Mortius had a couple indecisive, I think, subjugates to Colossal Blows where he hit Reflect a couple times, he hit Jay Leo a couple times, and those were not the targets that I think we were expecting, especially as we got later into the game. So Jay Leo really serving his purpose, being the meat shield that he needs to be in those fights and allowing his teammates to make a lot of plays elsewhere.
Jay Leo, we joke about it all the time, and yes, we say it as a joke, but we mean it in a serious way that he sacrifices himself for the greater good. Look at the number, the complete converse of numbers for the junglers here with Blood Mortius and Jay Leo. Sure, Jay Leo's numbers might not look as good as Blood Mortius, but who's the victor right here? He was always setting up kills for his team. He was always putting himself in position to protect or engage hard into the backline. And sometimes the numbers don't speak enough to how well someone played. In this situation, Jay Leo really deserves a lot of credit.
Yeah, completely agree. Can't be understated. And he played Kwang really effectively. He was super disrupting, and it was almost that same style we saw from Blood yesterday when he was successful in the Kwang. It's, hey, I'm throwing myself in here, I'm going to eat cooldowns, they're going to have to deal with me. Please, for the love of God, follow up. Yeah. Please come in. Please be here with me, team. I am even or ahead now. We can do this. We can play around me. We can dictate this playstyle. And they were able to do it, and it looked incredibly well. And this looks like the Reborn we saw all through Agora's Rising, through the Paragon Masters, through the PCL. This looks like a Reborn that is here to play, and I think a lot of that stems from Reflect and Solo Nazgul getting that space, being able to stay at least even, and transitioning that into a mid and late game where they can capitalize on any mistakes their opponents make.
Now, we have there was so many great plays during the match. We're going to take a look at one of them right now in this replay, and this is towards the end of the game.
Yep, this is that colossal blow that Jay Leo Grande got knocked up on, but he soaked in ultimate. He soaked a lot of damage coming out from his opponent's team, enabling Reflect to go in there and be a nuisance. The moment he got low, he just pulled away, containment fence used. This is the moment where that right inhibitor we see now is under in siege, and that containment fence was used strictly as a means to try to keep it alive, but it was null and void. The inhibitor fell nonetheless, and that was just set up by really good wave management prior to going into that fight.
Oh, and this was the fight under the Tier 2 that really, really made a difference, and you'll see Naz and Reflect here, they just decide to go, and there it is. And that is a real masterful moment on Howitzer, being able to actually go forward with that, be confident under the Tier 2 turret with your team, blink forward, use the landmine. And while they're not necessarily, he's not getting anything, they're not just outright killing anybody here. In fact, Reflect gets his ultimate pop, but they pushed all of them back. They didn't have to use a lot of their resources. It's a mage going forward, and then all of a sudden, all of Toronto Esports is like, all right, we get it. Like, we got to back up. We got to give you that. And that creates some space, and they were able to convert that into the inhib and then into the right one immediately after.
So Cameron, and both you and Shane have called out Nazgul as being one of the big players for this matchup. We actually have Pookie standing by with Nazgul right now. Pookie, take it away. Let's talk to Naz.
Thank you so much, KL. I am here with Solo Nazgul from Team Reborn. I just have to say, congratulations. Exciting match. Very, very exciting to watch. How are you feeling?
Thank you so much. I'm feeling really good right now. Obviously, really satisfied with my performance. Could have done better, but I was looking to just do a lot better than yesterday, and I did.
Yeah, just speaking to that, now yesterday, I have seen all the matches, I have watched everything. You guys did struggle a little bit. What was different going into today's matches?
Today's matches, we were just a little bit more focused. We wanted to focus on me having the solo lane and doing duo mid and playing aggressive early game 1. And then game 2, depending on whether or not Zinx was available, we would just do the same thing.
Definitely. Now, you played Gideon yesterday, played Howitzer today. Do you feel more comfortable on Howitzer? Because that was certainly how it was coming through in your gameplay.
Yeah, Howitzer is definitely one of my best 1v1 characters. I'm okay on Gideon, and he's good for team fights. That's why we picked him. But I definitely was not comfortable on Gideon, like entering team fights and stuff. So today, I'm happy we picked Howitzer both games.
Perfect. Now, any predictions going into the finals? We have the next match coming up, Oxygen versus Think Twice. Do you know who you think you'll be facing tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I think we'll be going against Think Twice based on how much games I've watched by them. I don't really watch. I've watched a little bit of Oxygen, but I've played and seen more of Think Twice, so that sounds a little biased, but I do think their players are better. So.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, I am here with Matt Shimberry, our UI lead for Paragon. And Matt, you've been on with me to talk about the Mastery rework a number of times. We did it on Community Corner not too long ago. And we wanted to talk about it for those of you at home. We have just, what, 4 days? 3 days.
Yeah, it's real soon.
3 days. August 8th, the V42 New Dawn update is coming, and the Mastery system is being completely redone. Can you kind of talk about why we are changing the system?
Well, we just wanted to be able to give players more rewards, more opportunities to kind of engage in the system. We had a whole bunch of cool stuff that we've been building over the past couple months that we wanted to be able to add into the system, like these new banners that are the hero-based banners with cool concept art and the different screenshots. And then we've got new emotes, we've got a new skin, we've got all sorts of cool stuff. So we want to be able to people to be able to keep getting cool new content and be able to, importantly, keep playing their favorite heroes essentially forever.
Right. And when you say that, the level cap has been essentially removed for our intent purposes for a lot of those folks that love to play or have mastered a hero and they're like, well, maybe I'm just going to move on to the next hero.
Right, right. So the way the new system works is that you've got your 10 levels, right? And they're really quick now, right? 2 hours each about, without boosts or whatever. And then at the end of each rank, you essentially prestige. You rank up. And it resets the levels and you get a cool reward. That's where the emote, the banner, the skin, that kind of thing comes from. And you just keep looping that. And that can keep looping all the way till 99, which is about 2,000 hours of play for each hero. So that should be plenty of content for our players.
Now, one of the things we mentioned earlier in the show before you came on was players will have a migration that's going to basically happen as soon as they log in on Tuesday. Can you kind of talk about what rewards will transfer over and how that will work when they log in and go, where's my stuff at?
Right. So when we have the migration, if you have the mastery, what happens is we transfer all of your XP over exactly 1-to-1, right? So if you had 100,000 XP before, you still have that in the new system.
Right.
Now your number might change, right? Because we've changed kind of the curve of how this all works. So if you were level 7 before, you might be rank 3 now, but you haven't lost anything. And importantly, you're still just the same distance away from the master skin at the end, right? So nothing really changed in that except for kind of how the numbers work. But importantly, we're also giving you all the back rewards. So you're going to have a ton of stuff. So if you have the mastery right now, if you have a master skin, for example, you're going to get tons and tons of stuff. Chests, we're going to convert them to veteran chests so that, when you log in, you don't have 600 chests to open because it's kind of insane.
Yeah.
But we'll give you all the back rewards, back banners, anything like that you've already earned. Now, that's if you have the mastery right now, right? So if you don't have the mastery right now, when we convert you, you're going to end up at rank 0 because that's how the new system works, that you have to unlock each rank to keep progressing, right? So it's really, really important that if you have heroes out there right now, anyone in the audience who is watching this, buy the mastery today. The 75,000 rep is not very hard to get today. So, if you don't want to lose any of that progression, buy the mastery today.
Very, very important. One last thing I want to mention before we cut and go to the next team and break is the deck builder is completely new, and I wanted to talk a little bit about how players, when they go in and log in for the first time, they open up all those veteran chests. How will they build decks for their heroes now?
Right. So the new card system, there's lots of information online about how it works. But what happens is when you log in, part of that migration with the masteries is we're going to convert all of your old cards and card packs and components and things like that into chests. And you're going to open up a ton of these veteran chests. And most players who are engaged and have been playing for a while, they're going to basically get every single card and gem in the new system. Then we're going to ask you to please play one solo or co-op game, right? Play that one game.
Just one.
The tutorial will then run and teaches you how to play the game with the new card system, right? You play that one game, then you can go into Deck Builder and you can play PvP. You make your own decks and everything from there. So yes, we're asking you to play that one game just so you can kind of understand the system before you dive completely in.
Okay. Thank you so much, Matt, for talking about the system. Now, for those of you watching, you guys can support the Paragon exhibition event with cool in-game banners. We have 3 new banners where you can represent the Paragon exhibition tournament, one representing US, one representing Europe, and one representing our pals in Russia. The Brotherhood is the name of that banner. You can check in-game in the store right now to support the players, teams, and everyone here at the event with those banners. Now, before we go, I just want to give a big shout out to everyone watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. When we come back, we will have the matchup Think Twice versus Oxygen. We're expecting a great, great game, and we will see you shortly.
Hello and welcome back everyone to day number 2 of the Paragon exhibition tournament. How's everybody doing?
Amazing.
Feeling great, man.
I am Edgar Diaz, also known as In Us We Trust, and I am joined here by Mr. James Karen, competitive analyst over at Epic Games, and my man, Mr. Salmon Shirt today, huh, Mooney?
What's up, guys? This shirt is salmon.
So it's true. It's true.
Thank you for the introduction. Hope you all are doing great out there at home. Thank you for stopping by and joining us today. Congratulations to Team Reborn.
Yeah.
Gutsy performance.
First team to qualify here in the finals. We're going to be seeing them tomorrow. Yeah. Championship Sunday, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
For anybody tracking how I've been on the calls, I called Toronto to actually win that series. So I'm undefeated with my incorrect calls. So continuing.
Now, with that being said, we are jumping into the second set of matches here. We have 2 different teams, Think Twice and Team Oxygen. Saw a little bit of them yesterday. Both teams 1-1, seeded number 2 and number 3 coming into this day number 2 here. Very, very big matches here. Both teams have actually already faced off against each other on day 1 there. Team Oxygen getting the better of that exchange there. Gonna be a heated match here.
Yeah, absolutely. Think Twice. Definitely out here looking for revenge. Shadow was feeling pretty confident, wasn't he, Mooney?
Yeah, no, I spoke to Shadon again, my boy. I spoke to him before the match. I was like, hey, Shadon, how you guys feeling? I need maybe give me a little snip. And he was like, I think we're feeling confident. We want revenge. So very in line with that that day 1 feeling.
Absolutely. And the story up to this point, I want to talk a little bit about Team Oxygen first. We'll get into Think Twice in just a second here, but I want to talk a little bit about Team Oxygen. Some roster changes.
Yeah, so the big story with Team Oxygen is their normal offlaner, Ram Riddles, actually could not make the trip out here, so they were forced to pick up a sub, Involve, and Involve is actually playing very well, and not only that, he's been a real big boost to this team emotionally. One of the biggest differences between a live competition.
There he is right there on your stream.
Yep, that's him. One of the biggest differences between a live competition and playing at home is just that momentum, that energy. It's very tangible, and having that sort of dynamo on your team is a huge boost.
Right, and I think when you have changes like that coming onto the team, you got to look at those key areas of the team composition that become important. Like, how's the synergy between the AD and the support? Phasma coming in, you know, you have to grow that synergy over time. But they've been seemingly able to rectify that in a short amount of time and be able to execute as a team.
Mooney, who stood out to you a little bit outside of Involve? We've talked about Involve coming in, but also on the side of that, we also had Phasma coming in the support role, fresh from a different team coming in. A lot of roster changes. Going to be really interesting to see if they can adjust, if they've adjusted, if they're now comfortable and built up that important team synergy.
That's true.
And now, moving on, Mooney, saw a little bit of action in the jungle yesterday.
Yes, a little bit of a rumble in the jungle, some might say. And I think that a lot of that can be attributed to Meds. Meds is doing a great job in the jungle, and we've kind of had a little bit of that aggression we had seen in that last game, actually, speaking of J-Leo's Grux, but Meds really known playing that Grux, we saw that Sevarog yesterday as well, just looking really, really solid all around. And we're going to see if this shot calling can help carry Team Oxygen through this game.
And there he is right there on your screen. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a little video here as we got a chance to sit down with Team Oxygen, see how they're feeling coming into this semifinal.
My name is Thomas Finley. I'm from a small town called East Nassau, all the way up in New York. I live on a horse farm that breeds thoroughbreds. Meeting my teammates in real life felt kind of natural and normal. I already know my brother, Arsenic. I already know Amsco because he streams. I already know Phasma because he streams. Winning this tournament for our team would mean we'd have an ego boost and we could look for further employment from other esports coming into the scene or expanding Oxygen even further. And the prize pool, that'd be the big thing. Our team feels comfortable the way we play, and I feel like that we can easily win this tournament.
Meds, huge standout player in that first day. Going to be really, really interesting to see how it plays out in day 2. We're going to take a little bit of a look at him a little bit later on. But I want to switch gears a little bit over to the other side now. I want to talk a little bit about Think Twice. Now, Think Twice went down to Team Oxygen on that first day. As we said, they're really looking to get revenge. You see them on your screen now. James, talk to me a little bit about what needs to change this time around, the second time that they're meeting up in the semifinals.
So I would say the biggest adjustment that Think Twice had to make, they already made. They were looking very reactive in that first game, very passive, kind of waiting for things to happen. Their second game against Reborn, they were just all-out aggression, really coordinated assault, usually Nerf and shit on, driving most of that action.
Right, and it was awesome to see them give Undead Pilot the space he needed to grow really into that carry role and just tear down people as Sparrow in the later parts of that game.
Absolutely. I believe it was that Think Twice versus Reborn matchup where we really saw Undead Pilot kind of have he didn't have too much pressure. Shadon on that phase was able to keep him alive. He was able to dish out that damage and secure those kills. We saw him pop off in that second game.
Give him a little breathing room. He'll take a big, deep swig of oxygen. God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody.
And there you see them on your screen there, but it's going to be really interesting to see how these adjustments look coming into this next day. Speaking of which, we actually did also get a chance to sit down with Think Twice and see how they're feeling coming into the semifinals.
My name is Sharon, my real name is Kenny Krause, and I play for Think Twice, and I play the support role. I'm from Holland. I'm a father. I've got a son at home, 1.5 years old. I was putting a lot of investment into the game and time to play Paragon while I had a son. It's pretty hard for me to play competitive. Like, I have to make sacrifices. In the end, I got kicked from Toronto, so everything was for nothing, and then gladly I found a team. I just wanted to compete, and there was like no other good team. There were a lot of roster swaps going on, and Dad, who previously played with me in Toronto, also was teamless at that time, so we basically formed a team with all the players who were left over. At a certain point, I got PM'd by Nerf. He asked me to play the support role, and I knew from the beginning that if I would join Think Twice, we actually would have a really good chance of winning, because I knew that those leftover players were actually like one of the better ones in their teams. Meeting my team was awesome. Like, I was looking forward to that. Especially also meeting the other teams, how they look like in real life and how they are. It's really cool. Our core strengths are the shot calling of Nerf. I think he's like a powerhouse, considered one of the best junglers, and he really is. A lot of people fear him in the game. We are really, really aggressive. Like, we don't play the farm game. We just go ham. We just straight out, do invades and like team fight, and I think we're just mechanically like really, really strong. I'm 100% confident that we're gonna win.
100% confident that we're gonna win.
Yeah.
Shadon, one of my favorite players to watch here on this during this Paragon exhibition tournament. Gotta love that extremely aggressive support play style. Mooney, you're actually a support main. You can speak a little bit about that.
No, I mean, and like he said, they're ready to go ham. And I don't know if many of you caught, we posted, Pookie did an interview with Nerf, and we posted that interview on the subreddit. And definitely check that out. He talks a little bit about how the EU style is a little bit more aggressive, or even far more aggressive than the NA playstyle, and that they're really looking to push that in. And being that young team, they have a lot of room to grow. And I think that looking at both these teams, Oxygen and Think Twice, they kind of have this ragtag team they've kind of put together in these last couple of months, and it's very impressive they've been able to show up in such a large competitive sense.
Definitely, definitely. Speaking of which, before we jump into the game, I actually want to talk about our key matchup, or our matchup to watch heading into this first game of match number 2. We got to take a look at the jungle. We've already spoken a little bit about it here. On the side of Team Oxygen NA, Meds going to be such an imperative role to their success here. Mooney, talk to me a little bit about Meds and how he looked on day 1.
Right. Meds on day 1 looking very dominant, decisive, and just making a lot of those calls for his team. In that first game, we kind of saw Nerf on the back foot more, whereas Meds was just very confidently engaging for his team with those blink into smash and grabs, and just very impressive all around, rotating over to Prime, knowing when they had enough time to do it, and really making sure to stagger those team deaths so they could push their advantages following.
Absolutely, absolutely. Going to be really interesting to see. He's such an entertaining player to watch, though, with those Grucks, the blink smash and grabs you talked about a little bit.
The consistent high-level Grucks play is very awesome to see, because I know that junglers tend to prioritize Grucks maybe a little bit lower on the list than the Sevarog and the Rampage and Kwong after the last match we just watched. But I think he definitely has the tools with Grucks to make it work.
Absolutely. Now, on the other end of things, Think Twice. Nerf. Huge, going absolutely huge yesterday.
Rocks.
A little bit quieter in that first game. A little bit more quiet in that loss that they held against Team Oxygen. However, that game number 2 against Reborn, my personal #PEX MVP for that game, for that series, played out of his mind.
Looking like a geologist, so many rocks.
James, talk to me a little bit about Nerf and how he looked on that first day.
So Nerf looked absolutely amazing in the second game of yesterday. It was interesting how he sort of adapted his playstyle after playing against Meds. Very similar playstyle, I would say, between the two teams. It's generally not Nerf going alone. He usually has Shad on with him as well, making a play. Yesterday it was the energy lance from FaZe, setting up those rocks, looking for that to continue to be a thing.
And we've almost seen two different Nerfs from like that first game to that second game.
Which one is going to show? Which one is going to show up today? It's going to be really important to see that. That matchup is going to be something that I'm looking at here. Speaking of matchups, though, we also have the duo lanes.
Yes, that's true.
Mooney, talk to me a little bit about these duo lanes coming in.
I think that the side of Undead Pilot and Shadon, we've kind of talked about how Shadon's more of an aggressive support, definitely is willing to leave Undead Pilot a little bit more to his devices. And on the side of Phasma, Phasma is very cognizant of where Imsco is in these fights, but definitely trying to enable him a little bit more to do that job of maybe cleaning up what Arsenic and Meds aren't able to accomplish in the beginning of fights.
I find that very interesting too, because there's such a juxtaposition between the support play between both teams, but both carries have a very similar play style. Imsco and Undead Pilot, generally more of the incremental get ahead, rather than just go huge carries.
Absolutely. Going to be really interesting as we get ready to enter draft select here. I'm going to be looking at Imsco to kind of have a bigger impact today as well. A little bit quieter yesterday.
Yeah, I was wondering where he was at.
It seemingly was he was looking for more of those opportunities, but it wasn't enabled as much for his team.
Right out of the gate here, we have a Wraith ban coming up from Think Twice. Right. Zinx banned by Oxygen.
Yes. So, I mean, interesting on Oxygen. Oxygen did play that Zinx earlier yesterday with Involve on that Zinx, and then they proceeded to ban it in that next game that they had. So, valuing that pick very highly on the side of Team Oxygen.
Yeah, I find that odd because, as the casters were saying yesterday, that is a good middle ground for Involve. Involve, generally not an actual offlane player, prefers to play carry and mage. And Zinx kind of like a middle ground between all three classes.
Yep, for sure. And we see the Sevarog lock in for Nerf. It appears on that side. So that's gonna be interesting. So given the option of Rampage does take Sevarog.
Really, really surprising here. Now Mooney, I believe if I recall correctly, Nerf did say that he actually did prefer Sevarog.
So objectively, Nerf did state in that interview that he thought Sevarog was superior with his ability to scale as well as having the subjugate for CC, which is crowd control, but maybe looking for more something in line with those comps that we'd seen yesterday with trying to isolate targets out, because that Wraith is taken away. Maybe they do go for a similar combo with that FaZe, but pair it with the Sevarog?
Yeah, that displacement coming out of Colossal Blow, incredibly powerful.
Absolutely. Wow, Meds on Grux. Who would have, oh my. What a surprise pick for Meds. No, but I'm happy to see Meds on Grux. Always glad to see him.
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course, another topic of discussion here, Involve locking in that Gideon in the off lane, James.
Yeah, so Involve had a great Gideon game yesterday. There was a huge fight at Prime, and he did not manage to swing the fight, but did a colossal amount of damage to the entire enemy team. And because of that, his team was able to defend the core in a moment that looked like the game was just going to end. So, and we do see a Belica pick coming out as well.
Highly contested pick this weekend. Absolutely.
Yeah, very much so. Surprising to see her getting through. It seems that teams are now wanting to ban Zinx and Wraith over the Belica that was pretty much banned almost every game yesterday.
The Revenant's interesting to me as well, because Oxygen had not really picked up on that yesterday while Reborn had been running that Revenant.
Correct.
But I'm curious. I know Imsco definitely prefers Twin Blast and Revenant and has played Revenant in the past, but interested to see what they do with him here. You know, going for that Revenant FaZe combo maybe there. And
yeah, Revenant, a very popular hero yesterday. We haven't seen him very much today, possibly with good reason. Popular pick yesterday, not a very high win rate.
Right, yeah, and that's the other thing to take into account. Like, Toronto Esports picking Revenant in that first game today, and that did not work out so well for them. So we'll have to see if Oxygen has some sort of strategy they've formulated day 1 to day 2 to try and get themselves into that semifinals.
And who does Arsenic pick here? What really rounds out this team? What do you think, fellas?
Hard to say, since they are running the double mage composition in the off lane and the mid lane, assuming that is the route that they go here. It's going to be really interesting to see where this goes, but I do want to point out that Think Twice is really looking to fight here with this team fight composition. Belica, Howitzer, all locked up in the Decker cage. Meanwhile, Undead Pilot being very self-sufficient in Twin Blast, and Sevarog there for some crowd control, and there's the Morgesh pick coming in there for Arsenic. He really tends to like that pick.
Yeah, I would go so far as to say Morigesh is Arsenic's signature hero.
Yeah, he did such a fantastic job yesterday, especially speaking of that defense they had with the blind hive and the blind stasis bomb catching out Mikey while he's trying to exit their base. So just some great play from Arsenic, and we'll hopefully be able to see more of that jungle mid support synergy from Arsenic, Meds, and like the rest of the team. Phasma, yeah, of course.
Absolutely. And we are going to go ahead and jump
jumping right in
to Monolith here. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 2, game number 1.
Squadding up from the start over here.
And here, right from the get-go, looking like Think Twice wants to do something aggressive. Running up their offlane have yet to be detected. They have 4 heroes here. I have to wonder what their plan is, but very powerful invade coming out here from the Decker, the Howitzer, and the Sevarog. So one hero caught out, very likely that hero is going to be destroyed immediately.
Absolutely, and it does look like we're going to have to go to a pause due to some technical difficulties, but we will be right back shortly. In the meantime, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about this draft, Mooney.
Yeah, and touching back to the point of what will really decide this early to mid game, I think it is that jungler carry support combination. Whether it's Meds, Phasma, Imsco fighting these fights, or whether they let Imsco and Undead Pilot kind of doing their own thing, and it's Arsenic, Meds, and Phasma versus that side of Shinx roaming around with Nerf, also joined by Shadon's aggressive support.
And that's very important. Very important that the heroes in those roles are working together to make sure that the carry has room to farm, not constantly under pressure.
Right.
Your late game really suffers if you don't get farm onto that shooter.
Right.
Correct. And it's really interesting to see the importance of Revenant, though, coming into these tournaments. I know Imsco, traditionally known as a Twin Blast Revenant player. However, I just don't know that I like that pick coming in here. Haven't seen too much success on it throughout the weekend, throughout the group stages. And on top of that, on the side of Shadon, while Shadon is an extremely aggressive support player, the synergy there between Revenant and FaZe, not so great, or not as great as opposed to her and, let's say, a Sparrow.
Right. That Hyperflex coming out from FaZe doesn't really do much for Revenant. His attack speed is set at 0.5 seconds in between attacks. Attack speed only affects his reload, so not nearly as significant as somebody like a Sparrow, who not only can shoot consistently, but is building damage with every consecutive shot.
And can utilize cards on top of that in order to push that hypercarry status to almost 1v5 potential.
Right.
So I think it'll be very vital to see what Shadon can do on the side of this Decker, because we'd seen him on FaZe with these energy lances, but now that he's on the side of Decker against Phasma's Phasma, if you will, Shadon will really be looking to land those containment fences in the team fight and sort of just corral the side of Oxygen and A and sort of pick the team fight that they want, using that howitzer to pick people off, similar to Nazgul in that last game.
Now, on the other side of things, we did see Talkflit lock in the double mage as well. There, he's actually playing the Bellica here in the off lane. Going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. James, talk to me a little bit about the Gideon v. Lieutenant Bellica matchup. If I recall correctly, you are a bit of a mid laner yourself.
Bit of a Gideon. Heavy mage player. Gideon versus Bellica. So Bellica really is a hero that very much relies on her combo, most especially in the patch that's coming out here soon. If she lands that Q, she is going to be very strong in that fight. Essentially, you'll have to back up from the trade at that point. But if she misses the Q, I expect Gideon to run all over that matchup. No mobility on the Bellica. If she is caught out a bit too far from her tower, she is likely going to die.
And I would hope to see more mobilization in these team fights of the Bellica rotating around to try and get these kills and making space for the team as well. On the side of Oxygen and A, they do a great job of making space for their team, for Imsco, and we spoke to that about Meds actually creating a ton of space by staying alive in these team fights. I'm hoping on the side of Think Twice they can create space for Undead Pilot by using the double casters to create multiple threats instead of just one threat.
Now, I was a bit worried that Think Twice had shown a little bit too much of their hand coming out of the group stages into semifinals day with that Rampage pick, with the FaZe pick. We saw it picked both games on their end. Now, does Sevarog essentially accomplish that same thing? Why the switch now with so much success coming out, or so much momentum, especially coming out of that game against Reborn on day number 1?
So that is a good question. To speak to that, so it's not the same energy lance into rock that we saw yesterday, but if the stasis bomb from Decker is landed, you'll see the follow-up subjugate from Sevarog. So not a huge difference there, and that's very much their gameplay. That's what they're going to be looking for. But I believe the advantage of the ROG over the Rampage, you lose a little bit of survivability, but it is possible for ROG to make that up via stacks, and the displacement is just invaluable.
Right, and I think the Sevarog will honestly provide more of a reliable form of CC rather than the Rock. Like Rampage Rock, we know Nerf's super accurate on those rocks, but Subjugate allowing you to maybe wait for the phase route and then be able to go in for the Subjugate, and also the reliance of Sevarog scaling into that late game. You know, he does get those stacks when he, last hits with an ability, he does get those stacks that help him grow in power and health over the course of the game.
And one key point that you brought up that I really liked was Subjugate is interesting because it is a ground-targeted ability. That means the effect comes from the sky, lands on the ground, cannot be blocked by anything in between that and the target, so that is an advantage over the Rock.
Body blocking may be a thing of the past if I'm on the side of Team Oxygen.
Absolutely, absolutely. I want to go ahead and bring up the bracket here, though. I want to take a look at where we stand currently.
This bracket's filled out.
So, as I pointed out earlier, Team Reborn securing their spot in the finals after an 0-2 performance.
If you'd shown me this
stage.
bracket yesterday, I honestly, I don't know if I would have believed. I thought, like, seeing Reborn yesterday and today it's honestly, I mean, I'm avoiding the obvious pun here, but it is, it's very interesting to see because they may have been holding those strats out, like you spoke about Think Twice, like maybe they may be more apprehensive about trying new strats, and that's why they go for the reliance of Sevarog. Maybe they did show their cards too early going for the aggressive Rampage strategy.
Yes, yes.
And Think Twice here, really looking to exact that revenge, as I pointed out from the group stages from day number 1.
It
What are you
stings.
guys, at least as far as this game number 1 goes, heading into this match number 2, what are your guys' predictions based off of the team compositions that we saw, that more team fight oriented composition coming out on the side of Think Twice there, scaling with the Sevarog as opposed to the Rampage? What do you guys think as we jump right back into game here?
Just quickly, I have to give the edge to Think Twice just because Revenant not on their team.
Yes, I'm honestly, you're in a different day, and I know I've been great at my calls, but I think on this one I'm going to go with Oxygen because of how confident I am of Meds on that Grux and Involve on that Gideon. And I think that combination in some of these team fights might provide enough disruption.
And a little bit of a change here, having to remake the lobby. It looks like Think Twice not going for that aggro play that they originally had planned, had 4 heroes walking up the offlane in the last game. Right now kind of just being a little bit more passive, making sure no monkey business is going on the side of Team Oxygen.
Good thing Wukong's on in this game.
That's a shame. I was hoping we'd see Wukong. Hopefully somebody has a pocket strat. Looking like Rog just going to get the ward down, quickly go back to base, sell the ward, start the game normally.
And we are looking for that duo mid setup right here, and they're looking to populate in the lanes here. Morigesh coming in on that that left side, and Bellico going to join her. I really want to see how these solo lanes pan out, because I think it'll be very indicative of how these mid lane team fights.
Oh man, this Bellica versus Morigesh matchup, that's going to be a matchup to watch. Explosive. Yeah, no pun intended, but Morigesh really has the edge in a moment-to-moment basis. But once again, if Bellica is consistent with landing that Q, knocking up Morigesh, she is allowed to hit her with an R&B bomb as well as several auto attacks.
Oh wow, now look at this. We see the 2v2 matchup in the mid lane here.
Interesting, interesting. And Revenant has to have an edge here in the early game just because of the strength of Scar and Obliterate, but we'll be keeping an eye on this one.
Right, and that's one of the things I think maybe on the side of Oxygen, they're taking a page out of the book of Shadon, maybe going for more of that aggressive early game strategy, using that Revenant with the phase, getting those roots early on, Scar obliterating. We'll have to see if they can execute on it.
Yeah, one good thing about having this duo mid is it's much easier for Shadon to group up with Nerf, walk into the enemy jungle, not so far away from his carry that his carry is just in huge danger if something pops off.
Looks like we are having another technical difficulty, so we're going to have to jump out of game momentarily here. But as you said, really interesting to see the 2v2 coming out in the mid lane there. James, kind of talk to me a little bit about why do teams do this? Why do teams put their duo lane in the mid lane?
So I think a big part of this is the mid lane is the shortest lane, traditionally the safest lane in most MOBAs for that very reason. It can be really dangerous for a mage though, despite that, if the mage does not have mobility. So generally it can be safer to just have them in the solo lanes, and it does allow them to get 2 solo lanes. So 2 safe solo lanes, that is to say. So farming, getting XP, really getting the things they need without sacrificing anything for their carry.
And we even spoke earlier about how very similar these carries were, but on a larger sense, can we talk about how similar these teams are?
Yeah.
In where they came from, you know, these kind of growing together as a team over a small amount of time, Involve coming in as a sub. Hopefully they're able to allocate more of the resources to what they generally prefer, which are these solo laners, and let those carries grow. But we'll have to see who can come out on top with that strategy. If we're butting heads on that, you know, so running both duo mids, which duo will come on top? I'm expecting Revenant to kind of have that early game advantage, but can Twin Blast convert?
Now, even outside of the 2v2 matchup, though, in the way of pressure in that mid lane, it's going to be really interesting as our key matchup to watch here are the junglers. Going to be really interesting to see just how much pressure is exerted in that mid lane into, and how much of it extends into those jungles, who takes the better of those fights in a 3v3 scenario where we see the junglers plus the duo lane jumping in and into those early skirmishes and jumping back into game here, picking up right where we left off in the middle lane.
Yep, both duos kind of just trading back and forth. Nothing really noteworthy happening yet, just kind of spell slinging back and forth. And we've seen the offlane Morigesh has Belica pushed all the way under her tower. And another really classic matchup in the other lane, it's Howitzer versus Gideon. So really just the battle of the gods all around.
I would look to see how Meds plays this early game, because if he does start ganking this offlane a little bit more and, you know, sticking, like just peeking his head into some of these 1v1s, I think it'll be very important for Nerf to either capitalize on that and collapse, or go into the enemy jungle and steal some of Med's camps, because I think Nerf did a good job of that when he was playing those Rampage games yesterday. He was very cognizant of the enemy jungler and knew when to go into their jungle, grab that green buff, and be able to safely get out.
Yeah, and that is a big swing, especially early. If you can grab that green buff from the enemy jungler, represents a giant swing in experience, and you just have more options with 2 green buffs than you do with 1. Right now, Med's really thinking about making a play, picks up that black buff, very significant boost in damage. Looking to make something happen.
Looks like he's wrapping around here, James.
Yeah, he's in the enemy jungle, and he's just going to settle with some Harvester hit. Macro play right here, not the flashiest thing, but taking CXP away from the entire Think Twice team. Let's see if they get a collapse. Does not look like anybody is aware that he is doing this yet.
Just cheeky. I mean, Med's just listening to my advice to Nerf and then taking that advice and applying it himself.
I'm
I see you,
so glad that we saw that this early on in the game.
Yeah.
Really, as that is, again, the key matchup for us to watch. Seeing Meds get really aggressive early and going, and see a little bit of trading back and forth here in the middle lane.
Yeah, lots of damage coming out on that Decker. Did not look like she was really in danger of dying outside of a horrible misplay. Neither jungler really there to capitalize. But if something like that happens again, expect both junglers to be there and expect a 3v3 to break out. And just as I say that, 3v3 happening in mid, looks like they caught on to Meds inside of the enemy jungle. Meds yanked out by FaZe, able to escape, if just barely. And I have to say that is a win for Team Oxygen, because he managed to empty that Harvester, and that is a fairly significant economic swing this early in the game.
James, you prophet. Stop. The Meds, you know, very aware that he did need to get out at that time. I think that's also important, because 1 second later, 1 second earlier, it may have been a little bit different. He may have been able to collapse.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Got to be really careful there on the side of Meds while he did get aggressive and deny a ton of early CP. Very, very important. Going to kind of delay that level 5 from Severog there, from the team in general, taking away some of that CP. Going to need to be careful, though, doing that, as we saw there, almost caught out by the crowd control on the other end.
And look for them to look for an early fight to kind of capitalize on that small economic lead they built. It is not unlikely that Oxygen ends up 1 card point ahead across the board, at least here in the early game. So
I kind of touched on this yesterday, but with the duo mid, keeping control of those river buffs can become a little bit more important, because you can allocate a little bit more of the resources. But now we do have the scoreboard up. We can take a look here and kind of see creep score across the board kind of even. CP not really seeing too many discrepancies yet.
Shink's currently the leader. Actually, I'm sorry, Arsenic managed to pull ahead, sitting at 9 card points.
A lot of that pressure in the offlane you were speaking about earlier.
Yeah, you see her on the minimap with Belica pushed in all the way.
Interesting, I did see a micro nuke come out on the end of Undead Pilot, though, as opposed to the Madstone gem there. It looks like he picked it up and then sold it and immediately picked up that micro nuke there. Interesting to pick up the critical strike chance this early and damage.
Wonder if he's going to go for an early Blade of Agora. If that is the case, I would expect them to be scrapping early and often.
Scrappy, yes. And that goes to my point from earlier about the river buff control. I think it'll be very vital to a lot of these early to mid game team fights. And Think Twice really controlling it at this point, sending Nerf over to get that right side buff, and Undead Pilot just scooping one for himself as well.
Yeah, that's another strength of duo mid, as you touched upon. Great point there.
Very, very interesting to see that come out of Pilot. I know we just spoke a little bit about it, but typically not out of the norm for us to see the standard 2-3 Madstone gem start coming out of Twin Blast. Really synergizes well with his kit, kind of give him a little bit of that early damage to kind of do well in early skirmishes. Looks like some aggression coming down here in the middle lane.
And I wonder if this is due to the Nitro ability that Twin Blast has, actually able to crit. Spells being traded back and forth yet again, but nothing super important happening. In the mid lane at
Med's
least, but
looking
over
to get
here,
gank on
looking
this
like
lane.
something important is about to happen. Med's creeping on. Who is that? Is that Talkflit?
Yeah.
Talkflit in danger, does not even realize it. That is the Bellica, and she is pushed out very far. Does not have her teleblink yet. Remember, Bellica really struggling.
It looks like Med's going to go in on that.
Yeah, without mobility, but it looks like something's happening in the mid lane as well.
Ooh.
Back over to Meds. Meds chasing down the Bellica. They do
First
convert
blood.
as first blood.
Yes, nice.
And
Nice.
they managed to get that in Arsenic, which is probably the hero they really want to get going here early. Immediately, though, a trade kill happening in the other lane. Both teams losing their offlaner.
And I mean, as we spoke about the jungle matchup, Meds and Nerf almost mirroring each other with the gank strategies on opposite sides of the map, knowing that they have to get those offlaners ahead to be able to allow them to play that mid-game skirmish they really want to play and have their carries clean up.
Yeah, both teams got the read there that the offlaner was being a little bit too aggressive, and they both had the same thought, both junglers going the offlane, picking up a kill.
I mean, great minds think alike, right?
Indeed. Indeed they do, and we see Meds kind of creeping in the back left side of his jungle. Is he going to try to make a play here mid? Might not be anything here because Twin Blast and Decker being much more passive than their counterparts, but there is a black buff.
Meanwhile, in the other lane, Arsenic basically underneath Talkflit's tower. Definitely showing a lot of aggression, so we'll have to see if maybe we see more of a roaming squad with the Moragesh and Meds as we roll into this mid game. Maybe once they get that tower down, they might be more tempted to use the early kill on Arsenic and that early pressure he has on that lane.
And here is the replay of that first blood that we did in fact miss. Looks like Bellica was going for that gold buff, James.
Yeah, she got a little bit greedy as offlaners want to do, and just great positioning from Meds, able to stun her immediately and punish that greed,
What patience by Meds, too, to wait there
Absolutely.
for a while, yeah.
Wanted to put some emphasis on that as well while he was staying around, lurking right behind that shadow wall. Seems like he was actually waiting for Bellica to go make a move, gesture towards that gold buff.
It's almost like he expected it, and both teams right now setting up for the 9-minute river buff. Meds takes one look at the river, decides he wants nothing to do with that on the weak side of the map.
I mean, unfortunate also for Talkflit, he did not get that gold buff, so Arsenic being able to pick that up with a sliver of health left.
Yeah, the insult being added to the injury there. You hate to see it happen. It's really interesting right now. It looks like Bellica has Mortgage pushed all the way under her tower, which has been different from what we have seen, and the time we have seen that, she has died. So eager to see if anything pops off here, but looking like both teams just fine going back to a farming, a little bit of a lull in the action for a moment.
Oxygen and A starting to get a lot of wards on that Raptor side of the map. Definitely wanting to get vision over there. Think Twice beginning to gesture vision towards that side as well, but definitely Team Oxygen feeling a little bit more comfortable.
And Med's picking up that green buff. Expect him to try to make a play with that green buff in the exact thing happening for Nerf right now. Has a green buff of his own. Apologies. He appears to be 5 or 10 seconds ahead of Meds. Is he going to try to make a play here on Involve? Involve appears to smell the gank being really passive all of a sudden. It has that sixth sense. But it's actually the ward.
Standing next to the ward. Nerf is in invis buff turn, so he must have known and just been like, there's definitely a ward to my right. I should probably just leave.
Yeah, eventually just gets the read that he must know something's happening if he immediately
playing
changed
the
what he was
tango
doing.
with Involve, playing the gank tango with Involve, and he's just like, yep, there's a ward here. I'm going to leave. But Meds and Nerf actually playing very similarly in this game. It's almost like I laugh. I mean, I'm honestly smiling every time I see it, but I'm happy to see that because it does show that they're taking pages from each other's books.
Absolutely, both of them involved in those early kills.
Yep. Really respecting that day one knowledge.
More or less mirrored in their position on the map consistently, and this is just a fascinating matchup to me, both of these teams. Think Twice, kind of a last minute, let's get together and make a team. And though that's not the case necessarily for Oxygen, they are playing with two more or less subs.
Right.
So
and playing with that large of a percentage of your team being different is maybe just as jarring as joining a new team together.
Oh, make no mistake, that is a very different team than the team that they were playing with before. One player enough to make that difference. Two is essentially a different team. So Med's really looking like he's baiting his duo here. The duo playing along, usually been aggressive throughout this game, deciding to back up and farm a little bit. Med's waiting to see if they're going to try to make a play, waiting in the wings there behind the fog wall. Does not happen, but there is an invisible Nerf coming over here to gank for his Talkflit. Talkflit under the effect of Hive by Moragesh right now, in a lot of danger. Moragesh completely unaware that this is coming. He may end up getting his teammate killed though with that.
Do they have the damage? There it is.
Wow, I am shocked right there. I thought that Moragesh was going to instantly kill Talkflit. Talkflit would have died to one spell, but there's action popping off in the middle of the map as well. Med's getting a return kill, taking out Decker. and now they're just going to back up. So really, both teams failing to get an edge, but this might be it. Howitzer going up in the air, trying to use the ult as an escape, gets lanced out of the air. Gideon ult committed for this Howitzer kill. He is taken down as well. Great rotation right there. And I know what you're thinking at home. Why did he burn the Gideon ult for just one hero? Well, it is very important sometimes that you get the good ults and not the great ones, especially when they net you 3 free Raptors.
Absolutely.
Yep, and that's the thing. Oxygen is going to look to convert off of these kills into objectives, into these Raptors, as consistently as they can, because they do not want to let Think Twice get comfortable in this early to mid part of the game, because they are looking to be that scrappy team composition. We pointed out Undead Pilot's unorthodox crit pickup on that first card.
Speaking of which, we're actually going to take a bit of a replay here as we take a look. Ooh, beautiful Colossal Blow into the crowd control. Comboed out there.
Great combo. That is the classic Sevarog combo. Colossal Blow into Subjugate, not Subjugate into Colossal Blow. Really putting them where you want them to be and keeping them there for a few seconds as well.
The old Babe Ruth.
Yeah,
pointing at the spot. Pointing at the spot. I like it. But yeah, Nerf and Meds really mirroring each other, and while it is the matchup to watch, I think I'm going to be a little bit more focused on how this duo mid actually ends up panning out.
Yeah.
Because we are seeing very similar engages,
Absolutely.
3v3s, but when those carries start coming online, that's when these fights are going to start getting a little more hairy.
Yeah, it hasn't really looked like either side has managed to gain a big foothold here in the mid, still coming down to this jungle play to really
With that being said, though, trading back and forth, blow for blow, we could not have chosen a better matchup to watch in Meds and Nerf. Both of these guys taking a lot of action. Actually, we see...
Oh, about to have another go. Arsenic caught out just a little bit, manages to dodge the Subjugate, does not dodge.
Oh, he gets hit out of the Stasis Bomb, though.
Oh, well, the Stasis Bomb, a significant amount of damage, but the positioning probably more significant. But just like that, Meds coming in, able to extend this fight just a little bit. Does not look like Oxygen is going to be able to get a return kill here. Unfortunately, loses their offlaner. And Meds now surrounded by, all of a sudden, all of Think Twice is here. Containment fence committed, but immediately FaZe yanks out Meds. Meds walking away safely. That's actually a really significant cooldown to blow. So if you're using an AoE spell like that and you're killing one hero for something important, that's one thing. But if you're blowing a large cooldown, 2.5, 3 minute cooldown on the Decker ult at level 1 to get nothing for it, that really takes the wind out of your sails, even if you had just got a kill.
Med's trying a little bit of a different strategy here, being more patient and waiting for Nerf to make the first move and then trying to collapse on him. But
counter gank is really strong.
Understanding that both of these teams between each other are very good at communicating. Very, very good.
Yep.
And they are quick to rotate to help their team out. And that's something we didn't see a lot of day one, but day two we're definitely seeing that team synergy really kick into overdrive.
Yeah, all the teams seem to have a better idea of what they're up against. So just great timing right there on the rotation from Think Twice and also Oxygen.
So it's the first tower going down, I believe, on that right lane for Involve. So Involve picking up that first tower there.
I'm taking a look at the scoreboard. Anything really stand out to you guys?
Nerf picking up the early 3-0.
3-0.
Yeah, and that's very good because he's keeping up in farm as well with Meds. Meds getting the kills a little bit more spread across the team of Oxygen and A, but we're gonna have to see if Nerf does turn into that mid-game terrifying Sevarog that's just like, how could I kill this man?
Yeah, and yesterday when we saw Nerf get a good start, it really was a fantastic thing for Think Twice. So let's see if he can continue to ride this momentum out and get a sizable lead, because though he's having a very strong game, there is not a clear edge to either team at the moment.
Both junglers playing great. With that being said, James, I actually want to point out the fact that it seemingly Nerf has picked his target in. Oh, hold on, we got some action here.
Nerf going right at Meds, saying, "I'm the jungler here. You are not." Meds immediately yanked out. Kind of an aggro play right there, going for the unsafe river buff. Did not look like he managed to get it, but not in much danger either.
He does have the FaZe to back him up there in the mid lane.
Right. I feel like Meds had a talk with Phasma before this game, and he's like, look, I'm going to go into their jungle. I'm going to do some crazy stuff. I'm going to need you to pull me out. I'm going to need you to pull me out of there.
We're
I'm gonna
sticking you guys in mid lane.
I'm going to say, get me out. Get me out. Get me out now. And you're going to have to get me out of there. But Med's like definitely using that aggressive play style and knowing his limits, which I think is the most important thing.
Absolutely. Now back to my point, though, in top split, playing that Lieutenant Bellica, looks like we have a replay here of that action in the mid lane.
Yeah, Colossal Blow committed immediately, trying to get the stun lock on the wall, but immediately the lifeline thrown out by FaZe, able to save Meds before anything else happens.
Correct. So just trying to put some emphasis on how impactful that duo mid is, especially with the FaZe, there to back up and pull out your jungler if he does overextend.
And I like that strategy more than relying on them as a combo.
Correct.
Utilizing FaZe for her utility and allowing Revenant to kind of just do Revenant things in this early part
Correct.
of the game.
Yeah, that's really working out for them too. Generally, the river a very dangerous place for a solo mid, but a duo mid and a jungler has much more room to move around.
You did make the point about Talklet. Oh, here it is.
Another gank going down on Arsenic. This time they are successful.
Another gank going down onto Arsenic. James, Nerf has really chosen his target here. You made a point earlier about Talklet on that Belica. Belica kind of lacking in the form of mobility, not able to keep herself safe in that safe lane. But we see Nerf putting a ton of emphasis there and really punishing Arsenic there on the Morgesh.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Arsenic, you were frustrated that the Sevarog has a tent put up in your lane. But I wonder if this is really the strategy from Think Twice. That matchup generally favors Morgesh, I would say, and a sort of false sense of security being instilled in Arsenic, consistently caught outside of his turret, obviously feeling himself.
I do like this by Nerf, though. Morgesh typically known as that lane bully with all of those spells poking you down, poking you down, poking you down. And Nerf said, I'm going to have none of that, and he's showing it here.
Yeah, really important that that is happening as well because of that early kill that Arsenic picked up, really making sure that they mitigate the snowball potential from a very strong Morgesh player.
And through that, Talklet able to equalize that tower deficit that they just had. And, you know, for your newer players, taking towers in the early parts of the game can be very important as it opens up the map and allows you positionally to get an advantage on your opponent or a foothold. So up until that point, Think Twice was kind of at a back foot because Team Oxygen had maybe a little bit more room to breathe, but Think Twice evening that that gap very quickly.
Yeah, it's very similar to the Lion King. Anywhere the sun touches is Simba's kingdom. In Paragon, anywhere the towers are represents your kingdom. And as those towers start going down, your kingdom begins to shrink.
Don't you take my kingdom over, James.
And looking like trying to establish some more river control. Nerf, he's done such a fantastic job of that. Trying to get a wrap off. Yeah, they saw him coming, but it does not appear to matter. Oh, fantastic lifeline right there.
And that was the call there where he said, am I going to go for the route on phase, or am I going to go for the Revenant route and try and break that tether? So definitely trying to commit there and get that kill, but very low on mana. I think he was already planning to go back, so he was kind of just like, why not? I think I can get this gank in.
Yeah, he didn't lose much for that, but you do almost always want to go for the phase in that situation if it is possible, for the very reason that we just saw.
Correct.
I wonder if Oxygen is trying to set something up in this mid lane, looking like they're passing a little bit of this farm over to Grux. And something else that I noticed earlier was they gave, I believe, a Raptor, possibly two, over to Meds. It's a little surprising to me.
Right. I think that they do very much value that early game pressure that Grux applies, and they may be choosing a different game plan for Imsco. Maybe having him more as somebody to mitigate Undead Pilot's impact.
Containment fence committed. Are we going to have a fight over here on Raptors? Looking like FaZe, very weak. She is looking like she is probably going down, but we're following Meds. Meds getting tossed around, has to dash out, chasing down a kill. Gideon Elk goes down. Oh, wonder how this one's going to resolve. Sevarog leading a hasty retreat. So far, a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Oxygen. Meds still under fire.
4 people, I think, four or three people caught in that Gideon ultimate, and Meds did receive that phase.
Look at this, they're chasing down Zink. It's really looking like he's going to die too. Got that hive. Yeah, absolutely. That hive hitting him on his way out. That is a significant amount of damage. You are not walking away from that.
That is 4 members of the team of Think Twice falling to Team Oxygen in that fight. Well,
4 for 1 there,
extremely well fought by Team Oxygen.
They picked up some Raptors as well. So really, everything there going Oxygen's way. They wanted the Raptors. They got some of the Raptors, and they also cleaned up a very clean fight.
Talk about a swing in the other direction. Like, Think Twice gesturing to try and get some more control in this game, and Team Oxygen saying no way, no how.
And now they're trying to make a jump pad play, take out this tier 2 tower. That was very funny looking. The Colossal Blue committed, and then the lifeline. Yanking Meds one way and then the other. It looks like they're going to go ahead and back up here. Not confident they can take this tier 2 tower, even though it is 4v3.
And we do have a replay here of the action that just happened in the Raptor pit. We see Meds secure one of the Raptors there, and then they turn, and I believe the containment fence comes down. There it is. James, walk me through what's going on here.
So the containment fence right there, it really looked like they wanted to dive this phase and make sure she died immediately, but they Oxygen did a great job of cycling cooldowns to not only keep their team safe, but to deal damage. That was really Think Twice trying to kill that phase and then clean up the rest of the fight. Failed to do so, and because of that, it went the opposite way.
And I really like the whole dog on a leash strategy with Meds that they're playing right now, because they're sending him in almost as if he is a rampage boss. They're just sending him in, throwing him into the fight, and then they're saying, you know what, we'll follow up afterwards, and Invol will come in and be your savior with that ultimate. They're going to spend all these cooldowns trying to stop Meds, this terror that we've given Raptors to, we've allocated economy to, and Invol's just going to come in, and if you don't stop him, he's still doing damage. Invol's doing fine in that lane.
I would like to point out that the pool from Phasma there coming out on point. onto Meds there. The subjugate was just about to come down. They would have then followed up with another crowd control coming in at the perfect time. Beautifully played by Phasma there.
Incredibly important cooldown. Very easy as a phase player to just instantly yank someone out the moment you sense danger, but really using it to mitigate big cooldowns, big CC spells from the enemy, that's how you turn a fight.
Oh no, I got Ed killed the other day. We were playing a game, and I definitely got him killed. I was like, oh no, I'm going to say, oh nope, just that got him killed. But yeah, it's patience and knowledge that really allow you to be the optimal phase. And you got to know who you're going to link to, when you're going to pull them, and knowing that Meds is going to do more work in that fight than Imsco, and empowering him was the right call.
That is a great point, because once Lifeline is used to yank someone out, you cannot apply that tether to anybody else, so you're essentially committed to being linked to that hero for the remainder of the cooldown.
And commitment's scary.
It is.
I get it, guys.
And the placement of the containment fence right there I found interesting. They could have got Grux and Phase inside of it and opted to get just the Phase. To me, that says they really wanted to take that Phase out. Unfortunate, it did not go their way.
Now, James, we see an interesting pickup here on the side of Grux. Somewhat of a staple in Grux builds nowadays, the Blood-Soaked Armor. Talk to me a little bit about what that card does and why it's valued, especially on a hero like Grux.
So strong defensive stats on Blood-Soaked Armor. You do lose the maxing bonus that you would get from a Toon Barrier or a Tempered Plate, but what you gain is the active. Now, the active for Blood-Soaked Armor, when you press that for the next, I believe, 6 seconds, any attacks that are landed on you will apply a dot debuff to the enemy.
Correct.
And the dot scales with how much health they have, so this is a very effective tool for taking Prime as well.
So Meds really getting gestured by his team to set up in the best position possible so he can really orchestrate that late game.
Yeah, look for them to if another fight goes their way, the way the last one did, I expect them to attempt to make a Prime play. We will see. But looking like Think Twice right now, trying to set up a play for this mid-tier 1. The mid-tier 1 tower, the most important tier 1 tower on the map because of the area it covers. When that goes down, a larger portion of the map, a larger and more important portion of the map becomes unsafe as opposed to either of the wing tier 1 towers.
And that is going to be that lane, that shortest lane you can run down when making that push finally. So you do want to make sure that you have those towers down, or at least those lanes pushed constantly, and be cognizant of where you're at during this phase.
Oh, Meds bulldogging over at Nerf's green buff. Nerf does manage to walk away with it. Oxygen trying to make a play here, has Think Twice pinned under their tier 2 tower, backing up without any sort of resolution. That's very unsatisfying for Team Oxygen.
So I'm very curious as to when Meds may pick up the stab link, or if he does it all. Maybe he does feel confident in his team's ability to engage outside of that, but I would look to see him pick that up next so he can follow up on these energy lances.
Yeah, you know, that's interesting. I wonder if it's because of the energy lance that he's not putting as much emphasis on it. Much easier to follow up on an energy lance that is consistent, that is readable, than it is something like a Decker Bomber when you have to engage by yourself. And right now, a retreat from Oxygen, looking like they were attempting to create some sort of pressure on the Think Twice side of the map, but got the read that was no longer the play, backing up. Not at 100%, but Think Twice is, and they are moving into the Oxygen jungle. Phase immediately. Pull. Yes, he was looking like he was in danger for just a moment. Imsco kind of there in the front with Sevarog bearing down on him.
Something very interesting is Arsenic has actually managed to become the leader in CP at this point in the game, despite being repeatedly ganked and attempts to shut him down, because Meds did manage to allocate all of those kills to Arsenic. Arsenic is 4-3-0 right now, while Meds is 1-0-5.
And that's a really big swing because all that pressure was put on Arsenic, and though he did die, he got kills and he got his farm, so really failed to keep him down, and yet he drew a lot of pressure. A fight happening right now under the Oxygen Tier 1 mid tower. They just will not let this go, Think Twice. And Oxygen having to back up does not lose any heroes, but it looks like they might lose this tower now as they are forced to retreat.
Absolutely. Phasma really reluctant to let any of his teammates die here, but it is going to translate into a T1, it looks like, James, for Think Twice.
Yep, and that is a big Tier 1 there now, evened up there on the mid towers. I believe the Tier 2 is still down. I'm sorry, Tier 2 is still up.
Another interesting note to make is I've been following along with Undead Pilot's build here. And we have 2 micro nukes, and impact hammer.
Oh, don't mean to cut you off, Mooney. Looked like we had a moment of aggression. Arsenic trying to run down Talkflit. Don't know how that resolved, but it looks like a fight is going to break out here in the off lane. Belka Drone going down. Belka Drone, a very effective tool at backing people up, if nothing else. Arsenic is cleaned up by Nerf.
Once again.
Isolating him out. And Arsenic has got to be a little bit more aware of his position, because these kills are going to start causing staggered death timers. 48 seconds till he's back up. That is quite a bit of time in MOBA time.
Yeah, essentially right now, Think Twice has more or less free reign of the map. If they're going to get together with 5 heroes, they can go just about anywhere they like because there is only 4 for Team Oxygen. It's looking like they're going to try setting something up here in the mid lane. Stasis Bomb from Decker barely missing, but it looks like they might have the phase caught out.
Yeah,
Phasma in a very bad position, getting bared down on by Nerf. Nerf blinks forward. Is he going to land the subjugate? Does.
There it is.
This is a very dead phase, my friends. Howitzer walking up to assist as well, gets the kill. Shinx on the board. And just like that, that one dead player on your team turns into another dead player, and all of a sudden 3 Raptors in the bank account of Think Twice.
Yeah, and I know if Phasma, if I'm Phasma, I'm asking my team, hey, can you guys follow up with me, maybe to help out at these Raptors? I need to get some wards up because they do not have any wards in that area. And Think Twice able to take advantage of that, pick up those Raptors, and get right out and take advantage of Phasma trying to be the best support he could be for his team. But you got to call your teammates in on that. You got to communicate.
And it breaks my heart to see Phasma without any help after he's done such a fantastic job of helping his team out throughout the game.
Such is the life of a support, Mooney. You know about that.
It's a struggle. It's a struggle. We out here. We out here. I see you guys.
You do the most with the least, and you're the first person on the chopping block.
Looks like we have a replay here of what happened in this off lane. Arsenic doing a good job of moving out of the way of the subjugate, but ends up getting picked off there. Ran up on by 4 members of Think Twice, James.
Maybe one more second and he gets the kill there, though.
Yeah, he saw blood. He really thought he was going to kill Talksplit, and it looked pretty close, but unfortunately all of Think Twice did.
Arsenic getting repeatedly baited in that 1v1 situation as well. So he seems to be continuously getting the better end of the exchange between the Bellica. But there's just always someone there, Mooney.
Taking a look at our carry buddies who've been left to their own devices.
Don't mean to cut you off, Mooney, but it looks like a fight is taking place here in the mid lane. Decker caught out, eats the Grux stun, but it manages to jump up to the high ground. Will she escape?
Nice.
No.
Yes.
Involved, saying you are not escaping. And though that is a support, that is the containment fence down, so I wonder if Oxygen now is about to do what we just saw Think Twice do, turn this into more.
If I'm Oxygen, I try to fight as soon as possible because they do not have that containment fence to keep me in that Howitzer ultimate. I can mitigate a lot of that damage, and I can get the kills where I want to, and looks like they're gesturing for Prime.
Play? Is this the Prime play that we've been expecting?
Now they do have Phasma on that phase, James, and we do tend to see teams do. Hold on here.
And if you saw there, Imsco was shooting at the wall, trying to bait up
faking Prime.
Yeah. So TT, if they got the read there, they were doing Prime, would instantly run up. It does not look like they were able to convert, but they were very close to getting that Bellica.
Hard baiting Prime here, trying to get Think Twice to commit to this fight, but it looks like they may have to commit to Prime itself in order to get Think Twice. Think Twice very apprehensive.
Oh, they're
but
on
Shidon is coming up. Shidon is going to be able to get into this fight before the Prime fight is resolved. Even if Oxygen gets it, there's a chance that this fight is just turned and they lose all members of their team. Gideon all going down. Meds in the front line. What else is new? Being supported by the Gideon all. Meds picking up a kill on the enemy Twin Blast. Huge kill there. If a fight starts with your carry dying, you are unlikely to win that fight, but a return kill coming down from Lieutenant Bellica. Shidon a little late to the fight. Containment fence not really impacting the fight, but saving him and his
back over to Prime, James.
Oh yeah, they're just going to go ahead and grab this. This is looking
that
really good.
Getting on that Undead Pilot, dropping that early in the fight. Great job by Oxygen to really bait that until the last second and get Think Twice in the most suboptimal position that they could possibly be in and force their hand on them.
Yeah, and right there they were absolutely, they made it look like they were committing to Prime, but they were 100% looking for that team fight. Gideon all going down right in the cut, right on the stairs, making it very difficult for anything to happen. So much room for Meds to walk around and do whatever he liked.
It was an immediate 180 for Meds, honestly. I'm surprised he didn't get a combo bonus on that.
I saw the points pop up. But anyway, we're going to see if Oxygen converts this Prime into more objectives. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick look back at the Prime fight. As you can see here, Oxygen really not using any spells on the Prime, just auto attacks, waiting to see how Think Twice responds, and they get exactly what they were expecting and wanting.
Yeah, Meds immediately jumping into that fight, Involve landing that black hole, if anything to zone off the other members of Think Twice from trying to get to that fight. So great job of splitting up the team and picking off the members.
Managed to catch TB in that ult as well.
Yeah, and that's golden. You catch the carry in that Gideon black hole, chances are they are going to die shortly after that because of that pull and the constant ticks of damage coming down. And no form of CC to stop that because Shidon was not at the beginning of that fight.
Yeah, really surprised here that Oxygen grabs the Prime and opts to just kind of fall back and start farming again. Was really expecting some sort of aggression to come out from them. Generally, we see the Prime grabbed and a siege begins immediately.
We are going to get another pause here. Seems that there is an audio issue on the side of Team Oxygen, so we're going to go ahead and jump out for just a second. But we will be jumping back in momentarily, folks. So I want to talk a little bit about these junglers. Meds playing really aggressive, doing great things on the side of Oxygen. However, Nerf really, I cannot speak to it enough, Nerf really putting the hurt onto Arsenic in that side lane on the Morgesh.
Absolutely. And I think the difference here is Med's getting a little bit more assistance from his teammates. Several of the times he's been converting these kills, he's had the Gideon ult to fight inside of.
but taking almost it's almost funny. They're reading each other's books. They've both written autobiographies on how to jungle, both Meds and Nerf, and they've just swapped books because Meds must have been reading that article today about NA not being aggressive because he was like, oh, I'll show you aggressive. And just rolled into this game really showing us how to be dominant as a jungler and push your strengths. Knowing that Grux may fall back on some of that, some of his own tools to be able to dish out that damage, but also allowing FaZe to give him that hyperflex in the early parts of the game and allocate those resources to him, allowing Imsco to farm into the later part of the game.
Correct. A hyperflex Grux, a very scary hero to deal with, especially.
Grux. I like that. I like that. I like that. Now, something that folks at home may not know are that Meds and Arsenic are actually brothers.
Yeah.
They are actually
team
brothers.
Chemistry.
Really, now, Med's kind of leaving his brother to hang out there in that off lane, though. He's trying to make some moves, trying to posture back towards that lane, trying to help him out a little bit, but he's just not there when he needs to be.
You can't help out with all the bullies.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we are back in the game here. We're taking a look at the scoreboard. What speaks to you guys
This is actually what I was going to touch on before we hopped out there. Undead Pilot and Imsco were neck and neck on CP there for a while, but Imsco pulling out ahead because of these conversions on these team fights, but they had been kind of silently farming, and when I spoke earlier about that, it's very impressive to see that, where they're able to consistently get farm and use the space created for them by their team.
And staying alive. Meds and Imsco still yet to die in this game, while being very aggressive, and that has to be due to Phasma's FaZe. Really an unsung hero this game. Sometimes Lifeline used to save a life, sometimes Lifeline used to mitigate damage. Just an incredibly effective spell when used in the hands of the Master.
This is true. We're going to have to see if Oxygen can mount that siege here. We did speak as to how they went back, and they did have to push out the waves. Think Twice has done a very good job of keeping the waves pushed.
Yeah, here is the siege that we've been expecting coming down, looking like Oxygen really wants to make a play on this tier 2 tower. T2 says, fine, or I'm sorry, Think Twice says, fine, you can have it. We're going to defend this inhib. Remains to be seen whether or not they're going to try to make an aggressive play here. Energy Lance coming out, really kind of just testing the waters. Expect if they get a high priority target rooted too far up for them to go. Not the case, however. Still setting up here in the off lane, but also the mid lane, and this is very important for creating pressure. It's difficult to take an inhibitor against 5 heroes, but when you can have 2 inhibitors pressured at the same time and split the enemy team, that's when the magic happens.
Yeah, and for some of you, it's your first time watching Paragon or MOBAs in general. Getting that inhibitor down does give you super minions, which help push that wave towards the core. Once you defeat the core, that is victory. So very important to try and get one of these inhibitors down as we get into the later parts of the game.
Yeah, and the map really shrinking right now for Think Twice. Only their inhibitors on the map. Basically the Shadowlands for them. Remains to be seen if we can make a play.
Now I do like this, James. It seems as though they're sticking with sending Involve into that middle lane there and applying some pressure onto that middle turret. I really like this only because on the opposite end of things, Shadon is on that Decker. And you want to kind of avoid all grouping together for that containment fence into the Howitzer ultimate, which could be pretty detrimental. So I like the way that they're playing this. I like them spreading the map. I would like to see Involve probably stay in that middle lane, as they do have big minion wave pushing in that off already.
Yeah, that was one thing there that they had the off lane push as well. Basically, all lanes pressured. It was looking really unlikely that Oxygen was, or I'm sorry, Think Twice is going to be able to get away with all their inhibs up, but they do. So they have to be feeling good about that.
Now, with that being said, they don't have that great a siege without.
There it is. Blink from Grux. All goes down on 2. Sevarog and Bellica both stunned. Are they going to be able to convert here? It looks like they are managed to get away.
Colossal blow, disengage there, James.
Yeah, yeah, what a job.
Was that it?
A lot of
running under this?
Think Twice really weak. Involve going for the aggressive meteor, barely misses. Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
The torn space into the blink covered so much area. I wanted so badly for him to hit
And you know something? He had the black buff as well. If he had even managed to get a few autos on her, she was dead.
Right, and I love seeing the commitment from Meds. Once again, seeing Bellica seeing red.
Oh yeah.
And it was almost like as soon as he saw Involve portal the other way, he's like, all right, you're going that way, I'm going this way. Perfect.
There was zero hesitation there. Saw the engage, immediately went for it. That's really what you need out of your jungler.
Picking up those Raptors again, using that pressure they just created. And remember, I had kind of spoken about this yesterday. Taking somebody off the map by killing them or taking somebody off the map by forcing them to go back are equally powerful tools. One maybe does last longer and maybe more impactful later parts of the game, but at this stage where both teams are kind of juggling with this lead, it's very important to remove people from the map.
Yep, in one scenario, the enemy is not farming and you got ahead. In the other scenario, the enemy is not farming. So either way, the enemy is not farming, giving you the chance to pull ahead.
Yep. small economical gains that will allow you to convert into that late game victory.
Yeah, perhaps you've heard us use the term snowball. Snowball referring to the act of a hero getting a little ahead, a little ahead, a little ahead, until they get to a point where they are just so large, such a large snowball that nobody on the enemy team can stop them.
While Meds is playing fantastic up to this point, we are at the 35-minute mark during this game number 1 here. And we are going to start to... Oh, here's the blink forward, though.
Really aggressive play from Nerf as well. Kind of mirrors what Meds just did a little while ago. Are they going to be able to convert the kill here on, I believe,
Beautiful.
Phasma. That is such a huge kill, too. Phasma, really low-key my MVP this game. Is so much of the action being dictated by both the energy lance and the lifeline. But he is dead, and this is a significant portion of Team Oxygen's team.
Taking him out was very vital. Gotta wonder why Phasma was maybe a little bit farther up than some of his teammates, but I do think he may have been caught in that warding. Where do we have vision on the teammates? Where do I want to be in this fight? Who am I going to tether to? Confusion, but Oxygen's really going to have to clean that up, because any small mistakes like that this late in the game, or as we get to the later parts of the game, are going to be devastating.
Catastrophic. That is a potentially game-losing play right there. Luckily for Oxygen, no towers go down. That speaks to the lead they had before that happened. But yeah, I believe she got caught rotating after warding. Really, really difficult to resist the urge to get those late-game wards down, but you have to do so safely. Arsenic trying to have another go at Shinx. Shinx wisely knocking him away and backing up. Blinks away. Man, lots of blinks in this game.
I like the immediate blinks and not lack of hesitation, because Involve
trying to go on the howitzer. Arsenic had the mark still on the howitzer, drops it. Him and Involve able to get the kill. It looks like they're going to be able to clean up Nerf as well. Getting it all committed just for Nerf, but man, is it worth it.
Commitment is the word of the match right now. Involve saying, I'm going to keep chasing this kill because I know he has nothing left, and when we get there, you'll be able to kill him. Arsenic saying, hey, just get a little bit more damage on him, and I'll ult him.
Yeah, that was fantastic teamwork to just communicate that the mark was still there. Let's go and let's get this. And the Severog, a fantastic bonus. Going to have a tough time keeping this inhib up, Ed.
And that Morigesh ultimate is going to allow you to kill an enemy from anywhere on the map as long as you have them marked.
Right. Containment fence committed almost immediately. This feels a little bit like a desperation containment fence. Imsco walking past the tower, uses his ult reckoning on the enemy carry, Undead Pilot. Undead Pilot dying during that. Wow.
And that's just... If Imsco can walk up like that and kill your carry, you are having some trouble with keeping the enemy off, especially with these staggered backs. Nerf not up to be able to mitigate that and be that tanky frontliner.
Aggressive lifeline there from Phasma, trying to bring Imsco up to try to pick up some more kills. They have these deaths staggered. What is the timer on Prime? If Prime is up, expect them to heal and go back for it.
Looks like he's backing now, James.
Yeah.
And Imsco now at 60 card points, the first to reach that point, sitting at 5, 0, and 6 right now.
And you know something? I love that play right there. Imsco has been more timid than we expected the first 2 games yesterday. Right there, really decisively running past the enemy team to take out the enemy carry.
Really just showing up where he needs to, because we're seeing that earlier on, maybe not getting a lot of these kills, but able to slowly get back into this game. Arsenic still staying relevant through these kills despite dying, and that's what I really like. He is not trading without at least going 1 for 1.
Yeah, and the stats really tell an interesting story to me this game. A majority of the deaths on Team Oxygen are on Arsenic. Still yet to go down are Imsco and Med. So much focus on that Morigesh allowed all these other heroes to really kind of have a very strong game.
But now you have a 5-0, 60 CP Revenant to deal with, James.
Yeah, and that is just something nobody wants to deal with.
If I'm Imsco and I see an Undead Pilot and there's no Decker ultimate up, I'm immediately sending him to the Shadow Plane to fight me, using that Reckoning, and just trying to take him out.
Yeah, especially if he's just a little weak, he'll win that most times.
And we see that strategy again where Imsco is sort of feigning beginning the Prime. I believe they were trying to get the team to commit a little bit more, but quickly realizing they don't have their entire team there. Think Twice may have the wraparound on them, and walking out, kind of a dangerous path for Imsco to take, but is a little bit safe.
Obviously feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, with the green buff, him being Revenant, the ability to ult somebody and force that 1v1 situation, he'll be all right.
I do want to see him play a little bit more safe so he can use that Reckoning a little bit more offensively, because we had seen in the other games where Revenant had lost, being forced to use Reckoning defensively was crippling.
Yeah, it's very easy to overcompensate on that confidence. We like what we saw him running under the inhib with the Reckoning, but if he is...
hold on, James.
Oh, there's an... Oh, Invis Meds blinking at the enemy Twin Blast. Undead Pilot caught out here, gets Energy Lance as well, looking like he is going to die. Not much recourse available to him. Containment Fence also committed. That is not good. Committing such a large cooldown to not save a life, to not take a life. But hold that thought, is it looks like Decker is going to go down as well. Gets rooted up by the Energy Lance, but Nerf coming in and saving.
Oh, she's taking down though. She's taking down though.
Oh yeah.
There it is.
There
it is.
Morigesh, a fire and forget ability on her Hive. Big dot damage.
But a return kill coming in.
Yeah, Involve looking a little low on the mana. Bellica saying, I see you over there, buddy.
Yeah, Involve maybe just a little bit too confident there. Easy cleanup right there for Bellica. Bellica ult doing a massive amount of damage to a mage whose mana pool is depleted.
Involve doing a great job of catching Decker with that ultimate and keeping her well inside the range of the containment fence, and they were able to follow up on the kill.
Oh, hold on, guys. Looks like they're trying to prevent this Prime here.
Yeah, Think Twice really contesting this Prime with less heroes. Not sure if they're going to be able to do this, and yet miraculously backs up Team Oxygen with, I believe, just Nerf and Shinx.
I like that. I like that Team Oxygen backed up because they saw how disastrous fighting for that Prime back and forth was in match 1 for Toronto.
Great point.
It's a good job on Team Oxygen to play this safe, play it slow.
They
hey,
already
have
the lead.
Yeah, we're ahead. It's 40 minutes. Involve is not back up yet. We want that black hole for any team fights that might happen. Yes, Shadon is not there, but Shinx could still definitely deal out some damage, and Nerf could potentially perform that miracle steal.
Yeah, heads up play right there from Oxygen, really realizing that they're in complete control of the game, and there's not worth it to take a chance in the greedy play. You like to see that happen.
Definitely not. So Oxygen going to look to try and wrap up this game because they do not want to get into that team fight scenario where Think Twice is able to really set up that combo.
Oh, look at this. Think Twice not setting up for a Prime of their own, rather aggressively heading towards the enemy jungle. Expect this fight to really decide the game here. Looking like both teams want this. The ward's being cleared inside of the Prime pit by Think Twice.
Smart.
Think Twice forced back to their base to clear that right side, though, because that inhibitor is still down.
But Oxy now maneuvering to do the same exact thing, I would think.
This is not good for Oxygen. It's looking like Oxygen is going to be able to have all 5 of the heroes in the Prime pit, and Talksplit actually had to go back to deal with this large super wave that is going down, bearing down on their base, and we have a Prime fight. Undead Pilot able to pull out a kill on Arsenic. That is a fantastic start to the fight if you Think Twice. And they're continuing to do this Prime. Huge ult coming out from Involve. Is this going to turn the fight? Manages to take out Undead Pilot. Is Imsco still alive? This is the key to the fight. If Imsco can stay alive, then maybe something can happen here.
Over there.
Oh, Meds just in the thick of it. Imsco and Meds, the last 2 remaining people from Oxygen. Are they going to be able to take down more with them? Imsco goes down. Meds, are you going to be able to pull a miracle here? Meds versus Decker and a weak Nerf. Nerf running for his life. Meds giving chase. Does not look like he's going to be able to get that.
Maybe get the pull on the side of Oxy, though.
Oh, the aggressive blink.
There it is,
All of Meds' friends are dead, and yet they are still running from him. This is kind of indicative of the play we've seen from Meds throughout the weekend.
Absolutely. Shout out to Lil Uzi Vert. All his friends are dead. He's the only one coming in now. Going back to farm, just a lonely minion there. He's got a friend now, though, guys. It's all right.
It's all right. We're all good. But questionable Prime skirmish by Oxy, just claiming they made such a great decision to back off, and then that was a little bit questionable.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there, because that looked like everything was going good for Oxygen. Involve stopping to hit the mid-wave might have been a factor, but Talksplit was not involved with that fight in the beginning. And yet Arsenic going down right away to Undead Pilot.
Huge ult coming in from Involve there on the Gideon, flanking the torn space into right above the air, right on top of Twin Blast, getting all of that damage down and taking down Undead Pilot during that fight. Very, very key.
Yeah, it's I apologize, Moody, but it's very likely that if Undead Pilot had remained alive, that there was a play there to take Prime for Think Twice.
And you don't want to leave a chance or anything on the table, because you give him an inch, they take a mile. I've been repeating this all weekend, but Involve, we kind of hear him. He's that man. He's going to get in there. Meds may make the calls to go in, but Involve really pumping up his team. We can hear him over here at the desk, all that passion.
Yeah. Now, hold on, guys. Hold on. Something I need to point out here with this scoreboard while it's up. 40 assists on the side of Oxygen as opposed to just 20 or so on the other end of things. Shows just how much these guys are working together, grouping up. We have 60 CP on Involve, 60 CP on Imsco.
Oh,
these guys
Nerf
are
caught out,
scary.
hit by the Energy Lance. Meds committing the Grux ult on to Nerf, but Shinx in the back takes out Involved. That is a big team fight ult down for Oxygen. Are they going to continue to go here? Opt not to. Probably the right decision there. There was a weak, high priority enemy hero in Nerf, but still just letting it go.
Team Oxygen looking a little impatient. My hands are honestly getting a little clammy when I'm watching Meds go into these fights, because I'm like, I don't know if you should go into this yet. I don't know if you should do this. Like that doesn't look that great, because they are committing onto these kills, but Think Twice is getting a lot better at immediately backing off of fights and knowing that Meds is going to fully commit and trying to bait out some of those bigger ultimates.
So I think the play right there for Meds was good, getting on the Rock, who was by himself, but you have to wonder what happened to Involve there, that he was taken out by Shinx.
Yeah, and that's why I want to question, like, maybe as a team call, the communication while it is there, the participation.
Oh, another prime temp going down for Think Twice. Oxygen is privy to this. They are making their way over here. Big zoning howitzer on the containment fence coming down as well.
TT's
really
got
clean prime take from TT. Is there going to be a follow-up fight? The drone instantly taken down by Meds, prioritizing the drone over any enemy hero, getting jumped on immediately by Severog. And we did have Shinx taking out Arsenic there. Looks like he was traded immediately as well. Meds going down. This is catastrophic for Oxygen. Oh, man.
The blink forward, James.
Oh, the blink immediately onto Imsco. Those are the two scariest
that's the game.
That's the game. Being taken down.
I think that's an ace. I think that may be the game as well, because Think Twice, while they don't have the minion waves pushed up, they do have that prime buff, they have their carry up.
Yeah, that was
Undead
such a
Pilot
clean
pushing
take.
up this middle lane. What a smart move by Think Twice to immediately know that they do not have Involve, and seeing the linchpin in that team composition of the threat of the Gideon Black Hole. Maybe not the Black Hole itself, and pushing it on this middle inhibitor. Will Involve be able to perform this miracle
He's going to have to make
defense?
a huge play. Yeah. This inhib is going down.
And Involve, we have known him to make these big plays, so very much potential here.
Yeah, it has a lot of momentum just because. Managed to dodge something. A big Gideon ult. It looks like he's going to be able to kill the creeps if none of the heroes.
He's zeroed out Chocolate.
Is he going to be able to get him?
Undead Pilot
getting around the
finally
corner.
ending Involve's rampage.
Keep an eye on that side lane. You see a big minion wave.
That's right. Are they going to go for the end?
Phasma going to be up in 10. Phasma and Arsenic both up in 10.
Man, this is going to be
is
really close.
They have minions. This is going to be really close.
They do have minions. They are not incredibly healthy. I don't know if they have the damage here.
Howitzer has to go back. He's going to be able to clear those minions, but there's going to be some damage on the core.
Really clutch that Phantom Dash coming out of Nerf was just enough to get him out of the range of the energy lance.
Probably an absolute best case scenario there coming out for Team Oxygen. Involve stepping up huge with the beautiful torn space into the ultimate, clearing out those minions, able to even take somebody with him in Talkflit.
And the core damage almost equalized from that minion wave pushing on the other side. Only 10% difference on the side. So a very, very close game here. With 2 inhibitors down and 1 inhibitor down on the other side for Team Oxygen, this is just going to be maybe a battle of the creeps.
What a way to kick off this series, though. We are, game time-wise, 47 minutes. 47 minutes.
There are so many barns that have been burned over the course of this game.
Oh, yeah. At different points in the game, it looked like each respective team's barn was burning separately, and now it's just too hard to tell. But I want to highlight that play right there from Involve. Does not manage to keep the inhibitor up, but quite possibly saving the game by killing Talkflit and putting as much damage down as he did on the remaining Think Twice heroes.
Absolutely. So we're going ahead and taking a look at the scoreboard here. Honestly, this lead, this Imsco and Involve being at 60 prior to everybody else, that's not the case anymore, guys.
It wasn't serving them that much, and I do want to call out the fact that Revenant is more of that early to mid-game hero. Maybe had it been a Sparrow at that 60 card points, definitely a lot more threatening in these late-game team fights. So Oxygen really having to forced to go for these objectives now at this point, when they might have wanted to do that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that's a great point right there. At 60 card points in a one-on-one, like Twin Blast is just pumping out far more damage than Revenant can. Revenant has the dual
long-range
potential.
engage here.
And that's an invisible Meds. This is going to go. He does.
Oh, he's in.
Oh, and he equalizes the jump from Decker by using the Grux ult, but instantly knocked away by Nerf. Great heads-up play right there, but the Gideon ult going down. Are they going to be able to catch somebody? Misplay right there does not appear to catch anybody.
I believe he may have Gideon ulted, and Talkflit may have blinked immediately out. I think they were trying. He was trying to catch him on the edge of it. He was trying to catch him on the edge of it to immediately. And at this point in the game, James spoke about earlier, using the ultimate to confirm a kill when death timers are this long.
Absolutely.
Totally worth it.
Especially on key heroes.
Yep, totally worth it. And I'm honestly I'm honestly very nervous for the side of Team Oxygen. If I'm Team Oxygen at this point, I definitely want to go back to that more conservative, understanding playstyle where they aren't going for that prime, where they did back off. And Meds is very decisive, keeping that decisive playstyle, but knowing that Involve has to stay alive.
I am not looking for Team Oxygen to team fight here, Mooney. If you take a look at their heroes this far into the game, 50 minutes at this point, you now have a Severog who scaled into the late game, far outscaled the Grux, while Meds is playing out of his mind, trying to look for these
He can only
picks.
do so much.
Absolutely. And it's very, very key, however, that he does not stop looking for these blink smash and grabs that he's been going for, because they're going to need that pick. In a straight-up 5v5 scenario, unless they get a pick, it's going to go over to Think Twice every single time played optimally.
And honestly, a major key of this game so far. I think that Involve has been very vital in these team fights for creating the displacement and, more importantly, the threat of the black hole.
Yeah, I think this is really going to come down to how well those big cooldowns are used, because really no team, I would say, with an edge right here. Oxygen had quite a lead, but were caught on the back foot on that prime sneak by Think Twice. But both teams kind of just like backing up right here, looking like they're trying to set something up, not in the prime pit, but in the off lane. Nerf,
Let's go.
You can kind of just hear the Jaws theme as we're watching Nerf. Really just looking for who he wants to
back
colossal
and forth,
blow.
yes.
Yeah, looking every bit the scary Wraith that Sevarog is.
Gotta be intimidated by all the spikes, man. This late in the
Oh,
game,
yeah, yeah. Take a moment to
Sevarog
look at that, folks. That is a late game stacked Sevarog with that incredible.
He's ready and raring to go. He's got the thermo bond now. You CC him. You're gonna give him that health regeneration. Very scary hero in the late game, and now he's picking up this green buff here.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen that armor in a long time. That's pretty menacing. I feel like I might get impaled on one of these. Leaving that green buff, I can hear Undead Pilot say, "Nerf, can I get that?"
Now,
hey, that's mine.
Looney, talk to me a little bit. Why did he leave that green? Why did he start and essentially just walk away?
So at this point in the game, if I'm Sevarog, I'm very tanky. I'm able to be that front line. I'm gonna want to give that green buff, which is a shield, and that does scale with level 8 later into that game. To my carry, to allow him to survive longer in these team fights. Because in addition to body blocking and being that damage soak, if I can additionally put a damage soak onto my carry directly, I'm going to want to do that.
And you know what? He still gets himself
Yes,
one here.
He still gets a green buff. He passes his off graciously. Just go ahead and grab meds.
Yeah. Karma. That's karma, Moon.
Oh, that's got it. That's karma.
Man, this Sevarog is giant. 3,500 HP. How do you kill that?
If I'm the side of Team Oxygen, I really need to find a pick to the point where I can ignore Sevarog and try and go for these objectives.
Yeah.
They really need to go for a pick at this point. I do not want to fight. I agree with that on that point. It is very terrifying to fight the side of Team Think Twice right now with all of those members closing in on that 60, if not already.
You got to think at 51 minutes, though, guys. It's really going to come down to what I would think is this next Prime fight. That's where we've seen the action up to this point. I think this next Prime fight is really going to guide us into who the victor is in this game one.
It's going to be a
game
battle
deciding
for sure.
And it's really a race against the clock right now for Oxygen, as Mooney and Ed touched on earlier. Sevarog, a very strong scaling hero at this point in the game. A huge edge damage-wise against Grux. Similar story for Revenant versus Twin Blast, Imsco versus Undead Pilot. Undead Pilot on the Twin Blast scaling very well in the late game. But more of Revenant's damage coming from abilities than normal carries. And Phasma looking for the easy pick with an Energy Lance. Very unlikely anybody from Think Twice gets caught in that, but still just having to back him up. And gentlemen, I think you are absolutely right. This is going to come down to the pick. There's either going to be some sort of big Energy Lance or some sort of sneaky Subjugate, and then that is going to probably decide the game, if not just an outright Prime fight.
Absolutely, absolutely. Really looking for Involve to go huge here as well. He's continuously, time and time again, kept his team in the game in this later half of the game at least. We've seen multiple members of Oxygen go down and Involve come in with a big ultimate, big play to kind of hold that off. He's trying to stay in here, James.
We'd heard stories about Involved with a morale boost, you know, helping his teammates stay in the game.
Absolutely.
And we can hear him over here. That's what the team needs at this point, to know that, hey, we did not get that early game pressure, mid game pressure that we wanted on the objectives, but it's late game. Let's get a pick. We take one member off the map. And Med's looking pretty hungry at that low Undead Pilot.
Meds is creeping. If that Bellica walks over to that fog wall, expect him to blink up to try to go on her, wisely backing up members of Think Twice.
Honestly, I'm going to have to hope that Undead Pilot stays woke, because Med's creeping.
And want to talk more about the Involve play. Not really making gaudy plays, so to speak, but hold that thought. Looks like that Prime fight that we have predicted is about to happen. Is this a fake from Oxygen? Does not matter. Think Twice running in. Really odd that there was no fight or anything really resolved there, but Meds in the mid, trying to grab up Decker, unsuccessful. Containment fence goes down, managed to catch three members of Oxygen, and immediately the follow-up from the Shinx. That is a huge combo. It's the first to die. This is not good for Team Oxygen.
Pilot.
And Pilot, so far, a 3-0 in favor of Think Twice. Fantastic use of their combos, 4 for 1.
That's got to be game there.
Oh yeah, they know it too. Look at, they're walking right up the mid, have a giant creep wave. Yeah, it does not look like Oxygen is going to be able to hold this.
Such a decisive victory in that last team fight by Think Twice, and really, really showing the strength of that team fight composition that Ed had touched on earlier. Team Oxygen not able to finish this game early enough where they were able to use that team composition to their advantage, but Think Twice coming back in this game, sticking in there. A lot of props to those guys.
Really a classic combo there.
Man, look at the face.
That's the face of that 50-minute game. That's a 50-minute face.
That's the face of a man who just put down a huge containment fence. Relatively quiet that game, Shade on, but really showing up when it matters.
When he needs to. Yep, exactly.
And that was just an instant reaction from Shinx with the make it rain, making it rain all over all 3 members of Oxygen that were caught in there. Unfortunately, the person who did go down first was Sko, and that is just really demoralizing for Oxygen.
We're gonna have to hopefully see Oxygen try and bounce, because that is a very difficult lost hold, and those are the hardest ones where you're very close. It gets to the end point of the game. You're like, all right, guys, we have our carry at 60 points. Let's go. And you're saying let's go 5 minutes later, and everybody else is now at 60 points.
Yeah, that was their game to lose, and really the play right there was when they were caught slipping. The Prime went down very cleanly for Think Twice, and then they were able to clean up a fight afterwards as well.
Nerf over there,
Nerf looking
really
happy.
looking happy.
Nerf looking good, feeling good. You got to be after that Sevarog performance, man. Really putting the hurt onto Arsenic that game, doing his job. Both junglers playing absolutely phenomenal, guys.
Pretty much as predicted, and it was really funny, the reaction of Shadon versus the reaction of Nerf. Shadon really looking like he was just getting off a roller coaster.
And Nerf's just kind of like, all right, we did the thing. Game 2, we're ready for game 2 now.
Right.
But you know, Shadon really just coming in clutch in there in that last fight. Shinx, I believe, telling Shadon like, hey man, great ultimate. I was able to get off all the Towie ticks onto that Revenant and take him out of the fight. Imsco a non-factor in that last fight.
Absolutely. I want to go ahead and queue up a replay though of that second Prime attempt, which resulted in some crazy action. Gonna pop up here on your screen here.
All right, so let's see what happens here instantly on Dead Pilot.
Pushed out of that fight, and Grux, Med's trying to come back in, but there's involved with that blink ultimate. Very decisive, taking out 2 members on the side of Think Twice on his own. Talkflip coming around, seeing him and saying, hey, I'm going to take you out real quick and then jump out of this fight.
You know something to me? I am very surprised that fight went as bad as it did for Team Oxygen when Meds was zoning as many heroes as he was. Zoned off 3 heroes.
And Involve takes out 2 members completely.
Yeah.
So really good job on the side of Think Twice, not getting shaken. At the side
Arsenic. Yeah, what happened there, Arsenic immediately caught with the root. That's a huge hero to go down for Team Oxygen. Almost second only to Imsco in my mind as far as priority on the team.
Right. And I'd spoken to how the kill allocation had gone to Arsenic in those ganks for Meds. So some of those that economy allocation had been lost in that team fight.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Huge matchup there. What a way to kick things off, though, with a game 1.
Was that our longest game of the weekend?
Oh, yeah.
I think that was our longest game of the weekend.
Yeah. Absolutely. Those teams going back and forth, neck and neck. Absolutely crazy. So I got to know, who was the MVP for you guys there?
You should go first. I have to think about this.
Honestly, I think that this is such a hard one because Nerf was consistent throughout the match. Shadon had that clutch ultimate.
Okay, I'll tell you what. You guys seem indecisive. I want to hear from you guys at home. I want to hear from you guys at home who were watching that hour-long, that struggle of a game from both teams. Both teams going all out. I want to hear from you guys. Hashtag PEX MVP. I want to know who you guys thought was the MVP of that match. Let us know, and we will pop it up on the screen.
I'm going to go ahead and give it to Nerf on the judgment.
You can't just do that, though.
On the judgment that he is the major shot call on their team, and a lot of those late game plays that resulted in them achieving victory and coming back, making those footsteps back towards victory and achieving it at the end, were most likely due to his decisive calls and being able to know when to leave when Meds engaged. So basically fighting that shot call and winning the shot call battle in the end.
Hey, and we called it at the beginning of this show, ladies and gentlemen. We talked a little bit about the hero select and the draft and how that went. We did say that the longer the game went on, the bigger the advantage Think Twice was going to have with those scaling heroes, the Sevarog versus the Grux there playing out. Absolute craziness.
Pretty much as expected, and Nerf was really quiet for a big stretch there in the mid game and just showed up huge when it mattered there at the end.
Going to be really interesting to see how this plays out, but before we get into game number 2, we had a chance to sit down with these teams and talk a little bit about their strategy coming into the semifinals day. We're going to go ahead and take a look at what they had to say.
After being here, after seeing the teams, how they're playing, there's a few things that I've noticed that are strengths and weaknesses for all of the teams. For example, Reborn.
Team Reborn has been around the longest, originally named straight out of Agora. I casted their very first performance as a team, and they were a complete dark horse. No one knew the players, no one knew the names, and they put on a very good performance, and they ended up getting second place.
They have a lot of synergy since they've been together for so long, and they all focus the same target when it comes to team fights.
They have a good in-game leader. They have a really strong carry player, Nadosic, that you gotta watch out for.
So they've always had their main core with J. Leo Grande sort of being the shot caller and the captain.
J. Leo, he's phenomenal. His shot calls are very strong. He makes the right decisions at the right time and does lead his team to quite a few victories because of it.
There's been a couple low spots for him, but they always bounce back. I think one of the weaknesses with Reborn is that they have been around for so long, and they have always had a very similar drafting style and draft composition. They can be looked at, they can be figured out.
Their early game is a little slower than it could be.
I feel like they're pretty passive and they just wait till the game gets like mid-late, then they'll look for team fights, but really they don't play very aggressive early, which is, I don't know, I think it isn't the best.
They're well aware of that. They've told me themselves that their early game is for the birds, really. They know.
Team Oxygen, they are all incredibly individually talented.
They do tend to be seen as the class clowns of the Paragon scene. They do tend to joke around a lot, but I do think that is a strength for them. It does help them with their synergy as a team. It makes them much closer.
By far their biggest strength is their early game rotations, decision making, and their ability to just outplay whoever they are put in front of in their lane.
The strength of Oxy is the farming game.
They're considered the best farming team in the game. They really like their last hitting.
They don't do very much on the map.
If they are able to refine that a little bit, they'll definitely be a powerhouse, but teams I think will look to draft and try to outscale Oxygen before the game even starts.
They are really going to have to buckle down this weekend and really play well and play to the players and the individuals that I know they can play to, and they'll be perfectly fine if they can pull that together.
Biggest advantage, biggest strengths of Toronto from my perspective is they are the most strategically diverse team.
One of their main strengths would be their ability to really pull five-man rotations off exceptionally well. They do tend to group a lot during the game and go for main objectives that are very important.
They're very versatile. They're not afraid to pull out some pocket heroes as well.
Strengths lie in their jungler's ability to dictate the game.
They are very calm under pressure. Like even if they are playing from behind, they keep composure and keep going as if they can win the game, and they don't give up.
Their weaknesses most likely lie in their offlaner.
They don't rotate as much as we do.
He doesn't rotate out of his lane at any point in the game, so we can take advantage of that.
As far as their drafts go, have remained very predictable throughout the course of the North American and EU qualifiers. They stick to what they are comfortable with. Toronto are so comfortable with such a wider range of heroes that we may see some heroes played in positions that a lot of people won't expect, including the teams themselves. So that's their biggest advantage.
If Toronto can come together, they can get that out of the way, put any differences aside, and just play, they're really going to be a strong contender for taking the tournament. Think Twice, their story is very interesting. They did come together just before the qualifiers.
That sort of made this unknown team familiar names, but that roster itself, no one really had any expectations, and they ended up winning over Toronto Esports, who were the favorites. I think that element of surprise is always a big advantage going into any tournament of any competitive event.
I think that they're very good at adapting to situations. Their adaptation skills are some of the best.
They have a really strong jungler and a really strong shot caller. They'll do things that you don't expect them to do.
I feel like they're very good players mechanically.
Nerve is really the glue of the team. He really sets everything up from the jungle part. I think Tok is a really good offlaner as well.
Their team synergy may not be as strong as a team like Reborn, for example, who have been together for many, many, many months.
They're not really a team sometimes. When they fall behind, they tend to just fall apart.
They play well together as a team, so that might be a little bit of a weakness for them going into the tournament this weekend.
So I feel like the synergy might not be there as with other teams, but it must be there if they got here to the top four.
Fitting for us to come out of that with Involve. Really showing up in that game. Really showing up. Unfortunately, they were unable to take that W. I want to recap a little bit, guys. In the pregame analysis, we talked a little bit about what does Think Twice have to do coming into this next series. They did hold that L in the group stages and lose some of that footing. With that being said, they came out full force that game.
Yeah, we kind of said beforehand, Shadon and Nerf were the players to watch for Think Twice, and really there, Shadon with kind of a quiet game to start off, but hitting the huge containment fence when it mattered.
Yeah, and I think Think Twice bouncing back from that really shows their resiliency as a team, and I'm honestly a little bit terrified for the rest of the bracket at this point. If I am a Reborn, I'm starting to take notes on what Think Twice is doing. Not saying this set is over by any means,
Absolutely
but
not.
I'm starting to take notes because Think Twice really showing up, and in the future, if I'm ever facing this team that is making such strong, decisive decisions and able to come back from a deficit like that against such a strong early game composition in that Grux and Revenant.
And don't forget how little of a time this team has had to play together.
Yes.
It's very rare to
Oh,
see
yeah.
such veteran plays coming out from a relatively new squad.
And that's the thing, rallying around the team and really listening to Nerf shot calls. I believe I read in the interview that he just shouts and they listen. That's kind of their dynamic, but a very important dynamic and very successful.
Mooney, something that you said there that really stuck with me or struck a chord was that this series is very much not over by any means.
No,
this
by any
match is
means.
still very much going on. We're getting ready for game 2, ladies and gentlemen, but before we head into that, I wanted to talk about some other key things that we kind of covered in that pregame analysis. You guys already spoke a little bit to Shadon. Nerf playing very, very well. Now, on the side of Oxygen, however, I really hope that while they did lose out in the later parts of the game, with that pick composition, more of a pick composition, not a straight pick comp, but more of a pick composition, at least more so than the other side of things where they built around that team fight late game. I really thought that the execution was there for the early and middle parts of those games. I like the aggressive plays coming out from Meds. I hope they're not too discouraged. I hope that they can come in with a clean slate and really look to take them down in this game too.
Yeah, really inclined to agree. That was very much Oxygen's game to win,
Absolutely.
and they realized that. Very important that they just stay focused and continue right into game 2.
I do want Meds to continue that play style. I hope he does not become complacent and kind of just fall out of that, because I think it was very much working for them. Maybe a couple of tweaks here and there on the team composition end might allow them to net those objectives and convert into that late game in better fashion.
Yeah.
But I really, like you just spoke to, Ed, I hope this first game does not affect them, because I think they definitely had a lot of successful points and very good plays coming out of Arsenic and Phasma throughout the game, and I would like to see them carry that on into this next game.
Yeah, and that would just be such a tragedy if they busted out, because that was such a strong performance
Such a good
from them
match
for
to
about
watch.
80% of that game.
Absolutely.
Just the knockdown, drag-out team fights, all those scrappy fights in the mid-game, just very exciting to watch.
Yeah.
And
you can see the focus there on the players' faces, grouping around Arsenic. He's got his notebook out, somewhat to call out to Lemon Nation of other MOBAs, if anybody is familiar with him. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what they pick in this game too. Do they move away from more of this pick composition? Do they move to something else more? Honestly, it really seemed like everyone was more or less comfortable on their heroes, though Involve has pretty much, at this point, we've seen his hero pool is pretty limited to those mages transitioning from that mid lane. For those of you who are unaware, Involve primarily a mid laner who transitioned over to this off lane, so seeing that Gideon come out, not too surprising.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I want to give a quick shout out to Involve that game. We touched on some of the plays he was making, but most of those plays were not gaudy plays, weren't like killing 4 people and just going huge. They were really heads up, do what's absolutely best for the team plays, and that impresses me more than just about anything else.
I really hope that Involve understands that Think Twice was almost focused on him and getting him out of these fights. They were saying, all right, Involve is the linchpin of a lot of these fights. He's creating space for his team. He's zoning us out. So they immediately said, all right, let's pick him. And the last 2 picks on Involve was what allowed Think Twice to net this victory.
Yeah, and you actually called it during the game. I believe the prime call that Think Twice made that ultimately decided the game, I believe they saw Involve either back or too far away to be able to do something from the prime.
And when you got that big team fight ultimate, that team fight pressure out of the map, and Involve is favoring those heroes, if you solve that formula and you can take out Involve, it's very dangerous for Team Oxygen.
Absolutely. Another one of our players to watch, though, who I want to kind of point some attention to, Imsco. Really good to see him come out today and really be a force there. Little bit lacking on that day 1 group stages. Didn't have too much of an impact. We saw him on Revenant and Twin Blast, I believe. Not too much of an impact, but there, they got him ahead. He was sitting at 60. I believe he was the first player to 60 in that game.
Yes, he was.
They just unfortunately were not able to press that advantage. With that being said, do we see him again on the Revenant? Do we see him on the likes of something like a Twin Blast, another comfort pick for him?
So I do not expect them to take the Revenant out here again. I believe that the difficulty they had in that game came from the Grux and the Revenant and just not scaling as well into the late game as their counterparts. I believe they'll stick with the Grux. I believe they should, but if they had a better scaling carry, I think they had a great shot to win that game regardless.
If Team Oxygen's walking into the cafeteria, the carry of the day is Twin Blast, and I think they need to pick him up. Honestly, Imsco, very confident on that Twin Blast, very practiced, and understanding of where he needs to be in these team fights. If they can execute on that front, they keep the Grux in there, I think they've got a winning composition.
Twin Blast Sparrow,
maybe
coming out.
And the Sparrow, we kind of spoke to how late game, had he been at the 60 card points, but as Sparrow, maybe would have had such an easy time getting there, but if he was there as Sparrow, so much more threatening and terrifying with late game with that hyperflux.
Yeah. Something I do want to kind of touch on a little bit, though, we talked about the brothers there coming out on the side of Oxygen in Meds and Arsenic. Arsenic really getting the lower end of those exchanges. He was constantly, now he was winning the 1v1 though against Talkflit there. Talkflit on the Bellica against the Morgesh on the side for Arsenic there. He was winning out on those exchanges, but we saw constant pressure, babysitting, if you would, coming in on the side of Nerf, not allowing him to exert that pressure. He still got his he still got his creeps, he still got his card points up. He was still very much a force to be reckoned with in that game, so they weren't able to totally keep him down. I would like to see Meds pay a little bit more attention to that side of the map this time around, though, if they do opt to go for that 2v2 in the mid lane.
And actually, now that you say that, thinking about it, Nerf did something very interesting that game. Meds, the whole part of the early part of the game, was very aggressive, ganking those off lanes, but Nerf mirrored him, and we kind of spoke to how it's so funny that they were very similar, but what if that was Nerf's plan all along? He just said, I'm going to mirror Meds in this early game. He's going to be very aggressive. If I match his aggressive strats on the other side, I may not be able to get as much of an advantage through my hero, because I'm not an early game hero, but I can get my team where they need to be to stave this off for long enough to get to that late game where I become that hero.
Yeah, you have to wonder if that was intentional, their kind of mirrored routes, or if it was just something that happened by accident.
Like, I'm going to avoid this Grux because I know he's very volatile at this state in the game, and just do a passive jungler things for this part, and kind of splitting between that tale of two Nerfs, like taking a little bit of that first game, taking a little bit of that third game, and just saying, hey, I am going to play a little bit of defensive, passive early game, but then when we get to that late game, I'll be making those shot calls and those aggressive plays.
Achieving his final form by having a mix of passive and aggressive.
Absolutely, absolutely. Something that I want to keep an eye on, though, coming into this next game is that you guys mentioned involve a little bit of a hype man, very much an emotional player. We can hear him on the other side of the venue here. That's how loud he is sometimes when he gets a little bit hype. I want to see them carry this momentum that he has, at least from those big plays that he made, regardless of the loss. I want to see him carry that into this next game and kind of rally around him. I know as well, Meds, another emotional player. I've seen this guy pop off before. I've seen him go off in scrims and start screaming at the top of his lungs. I myself am a very emotional player, so I tend to relate with that. I really hope that kind of translates into this next game.
Yeah, and what we saw in the player cams in between the match was really encouraging to me. They didn't look down at all. They didn't look very upset. Like maybe a little bit like, yeah, but the wind was very much in their sails still.
So we like to see.
Yeah,
absolutely. And we are going to go ahead and hop into draft for this game number 2, ladies and gentlemen.
The phase ban.
Already a phase ban coming out.
That's some respect right there.
Absolutely. So already getting rid of the phase there for Oxy. They're not trying to deal with that, with Phasma's phase there. He was able to deny a lot of those kills. James, you pointed that out in the early game especially. So they're not trying to deal with that. And then not so surprising, the Wraith ban coming out on the side of Oxygen. Wraith, such a huge pick this weekend, throughout the weekend. Wraith, Lieutenant Bellica, but this game, phase.
Yeah, it was really, it feels a little dirty.
And there it is. There it is, James.
No surprise there.
Thank you. Perfect.
Shocking no one.
Yeah. Meds just keeping it classic on the Grux, really just showing up all weekend. And I think the challenge for Oxygen at this point is going to be to build the optimal composition.
Let them know.
Let them know.
Meds prepping for this match, and I think that that's going to be vital, is Oxygen building the composition around this team. And really using that aggression and power of Meds in the early game, that decisiveness, to get Imsco where he needs to be.
So I expect a Rampage pick from Nerf this game. No particular reason.
I would be excited.
Feels right to me.
You just feel it.
Yeah,
you just feel it.
I think that's a Rampage. Boys.
Oh, there's the Severog. There's the Severog.
Opting to go with
after a game like that first one there.
Yeah.
you can't really blame him too much.
Go back to all
for
reliable,
opting for,
yeah,
absolutely, for opting for that Severog. His Severog
and the howitzer.
Yeah, keeping the howitzer as well. Two heroes that worked really well for them last game.
Really happy. I think a lot of teams are starting to appreciate that displacement that howitzer has in the early to mid game, where he may not have that damage yet, and then when he does get that ultimate, that make it rain really online and start dealing that beefy damage. We're going to see who picks up Decker.
Phasma's got to pick up Decker.
Yeah, he needs to take that away.
He absolutely has to pick up that Decker here.
I don't give them that combo.
I'm 100% going to say that it's going to be a Decker.
Yeah, the only
supports
we've seen this weekend have been
Involve
Phase and Decker.
I forgot Zinx wasn't banned in this, so the Zinx getting picked up again by Involve. So
second performance on Zinx actually coming from
Think Twice. Yeah, I hope Think Twice was taking notes in that first game they had on day one about that Zinx, because Involve was honing in on Undead Pilot completely.
So I would say this draft right now really favoring Oxygen. The ban on Phase coming out for a TT, but the Decker picked up by Oxygen, and the only two supports we have seen all weekend have been Decker and Phase. So you have to wonder what the decision is here.
Mooney, your support guy here. Call it. You got 1 second.
Narbash?
Snarbash.
Bellica.
Okay.
All right.
I like it.
Interesting pickup there. Bellica, another one who we kind of mentioned, we've been talking about. Highly contested pick coming into this tournament, and Shadon is going to be playing it. His aggressive play style.
Bellica, I like this a lot.
And you know what? I really like,
yes.
to speak a little bit more on it, I really like the pickup from Undead Pilot here on the Revenant. Revenant, I'm not too big of a fan of him this tournament, but with that being said, he is able to self-sustain if Shadon does want to go for more of those aggressive plays, as opposed to leading off with his Q4 peel on the Revenant there. Revenant is a very good at self-sustaining himself. He's able to get himself out of hairy situations, not so reliant on his support to keep him alive there. On the other end of things, though, James, Arsenic picking up the Morgesh again. We did say that he did win out on that matchup early, and Imsco on the Twin Blast.
Yeah, and that Bellica Revenant combo, just about the most terrifying pair of heroes you're ever going to see in a duo.
And that's going to be a lot of damage coming out with that CC setting up for that Revenant. I think that maybe that might be the turning point here. And Undead Pilot has been showing up a little bit more positionally in these team fights, and if he's able to get the jump on Imsco, I think it will become successful. But the Revenant does make me nervous based on how his performance has been all weekend.
Yeah, the Talkflit Kwong though. Talkflit had a huge Kwong game yesterday. Managing to split push and grab that inhib was really a deciding factor in their game.
Huge play. Huge play. Something that I want to point out though on the side of for Team Oxygen, however, really lacking in that wave clear department on their end. They have the Zinx, they have Arsenic on the Morgesh again, Twin Blast, Grux, and Decker. Where is the wave clear there?
This feels like a comfort game. This feels like a comfort game from Oxygen.
And here we go. We're jumping on board, guys. But Mooney, talk to me.
Talking about that. If I'm Team Oxygen right now, I'm playing a comfort game. We had a long game. We just lost. We have a lot of heroes that we feel comfortable on. Meds, on that Grux. Arsenic was killing it on Morgesh in that early game against Talkflit. Imsco feeling really good on Twin Blast. We kind of spoke into that. Twin Blast carried the day for him. Involve on Zinx obviously performing, and Phasma taking away that Decker from the side of Think Twice. So really? I honestly think that's what it is. They're just picking more of their comfort picks and relying more on their ability to execute in that early part of the game.
Yeah, that was a really interesting wrinkle to that draft. I thought the draft had been won badly by Oxygen, but it was actually, I think Twice, who was pulling one over on us, grabbing the Bellica.
Honestly. That Bellica was a little bit out of left field, but I want to see if they're able to shut down that Revenant in the early to mid game, because when we get to those late game team fights, you will have that Shinx Talkflit nerf combo reigning on the entire enemy team.
Yeah, Kwong, just such a devastating frontline hero. Fantastic synergy with most of the heroes on his team, particularly Howitzer and Severog. Those are two ground targeted spells in the Heaven's Fury and the Subjugate that combo very well together. So we see Imsco back on his more or less signature Twin Blast, and it looks like there's a little bit of aggression out here in the mid. Is Imsco going to be able to pick up a kill? This is the lack of mobility from Bellica, having to back up, and just like that, Undead Pilot also back up. That is first blood.
2v2.
Oh, nice. That was close.
Oh, my God. Already some action here, James.
Fellas, that is shocking to me. I thought we were going to see the exact opposite of that, but backed up immediately. The Twin Blast and the Decker beating out the Revenant and the Bellica?
And the patience from Imsco to wait despite the Bellica getting very low and smopping immediately to the Revenant, knowing getting him off the map and denying him farm is way more important.
Absolutely. We talked about this team being very momentum-based. That's got to feel great, picking up that senior duo, pick up the straight 2v2 kill in the mid lane there.
Yeah,
that's got to feel awesome.
You really need that start after what happened last game. Really coming out swinging. That is everything you need in this game, too, if you're Team Oxygen.
But if I'm Oxygen, we did great early game last game.
That's true.
What do we do? At this point, I'm immediately thinking, how do we convert this to more victories? Yes, it's only First Blood, but First Blood gives you a little bit of a mental advantage, I think, off the bat, because it's that, all right, somebody on our team has already died. We have to make sure that we don't lose any more heroes in this early game where, you know, potentially Twin Blast could get a little bit out of control. We need to get Revenant to where he needs to be. While
Twin Blast, or Imsco, excuse me, did pick up that kill, I do want to go ahead and point out that Decker did. I'm actually unsure.
Yeah, the kill went to Decker.
Okay, it actually went to Decker. Okay, it actually went to Decker.
Yeah.
With that being said, I'm still going to go ahead and say it. That beautiful double stasis bomb coming out from Decker. That was huge, huge play by Phasma.
Phasma showing up again.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I find that especially interesting because they banned the phase as a respect ban to Phasma and just instantly coming out swinging with a hero that
just
we haven't really
disrespecting
seen
them.
On. Oh, Maz with a big play here in the middle. What?
Beautiful
knockup.
Beautiful knockup from Shadon coming out there, though, to stop that aggression.
Instant reaction, and that is really difficult because that tends to be one of the more exact spells as far as where you're placing it. Pretty easy to miss that, especially when there's a Space Rhino bearing down on you.
Definitely. Undead Pilot picked up that river buff. Think Twice really excelling at river buff control throughout the games, both yesterday and today. Something I really want to call out. Nerf doing a great job of telling Undead Pilot to go get that buff while he gets the other one. And honestly, it's been very telling of their success.
Yeah, a lot of the aggression in last game and also this game being driven by those river buffs, so control really important. And we're watching Arsenic more or less mirroring his performance last game.
Exactly. Glad you mentioned that, James. We do see Arsenic going back to that comfort Morigesh pick on the side lane here and doing what Morigesh does, which is just be a bully.
Yeah, at this point, at some point, Nerf is going to have to come over here, or Arsenic is just going to run wild in this lane, and that's what we saw last game, but you have to wonder if that worked in the favor of Team Oxygen, drawing so much pressure and still getting that farm.
True. I really like seeing this from Meds doing that wraparound again because he is falling back into that playstyle from last match, went into the enemy jungle, hit that Amber Lake a couple times, cleared a couple camps, and then roamed out. And now, if I'm Nerf walking into my jungle, I'm like, hey, one of these one stacks get because of course jungle camps do stack over time and increase in the number of camps up to 5. So because Meds is clearing those out, Nerf is getting effectively less stacks, and it is going to be slower to get to that late game Sevarog. But Nerf hung in there last time. You're going to see if he can do it again.
You touched on a great point, Mooney. Getting counter jungled, really unfortunate no matter who you are, but it really hurts if you're Sevarog.
Absolutely, absolutely. James, I want to hear a little bit from you, though, on this. Coming from the competitive design analyst team, what does this matchup look like in the side lane with Involve on the Zinx against Shinx on the
Zinx against
Howitzer?
Shinx? Yeah.
Zinx against
So
Shinx.
I expect there to be aggression on the Involve Jinx, or sorry, Zinx. Really, that hero is most vulnerable before she gets to level 5, becomes an absolute terror after level 5. And we did see Involve struggle a little bit in the early game, that is. The first time he played Zinx, I think that is going to be the play
on a mission here.
Oh, is he going to stop the back? He does. Phasma with
a
big stun on Shinx. Shinx able to just back up, though, was not in position to follow up Involve, that is. But yeah, so I expect this matchup should really go Involve Zinx's way once he's level 5. That mana regen that you get passively from your ult, and also the tankiness that comes with it makes you a really strong duelist. Howitzer going to have to probably all in if you want to do something there. But in the middle, a return of what we saw in the early game, and that is the strength of the Revenant and the Bellica.
That is the combo.
The instant knockup from Bellica into the instant obliterate.
Both of
Nerf
the
and Shadon showing up
here.
again.
Yeah, both of the supports here, though, guys. I mean, we got to speak to that synergy. Absolutely, Mooney. Good point. But hold on.
Hold on just a sec. Nerf finds Meds in the jungle.
Gets it.
Nerf has the green buff. Meds does not. Meds having to retreat. Bellica Q coming up, missing Meds narrowly. And no more mana left here on Nerf, so it looks like Meds is going to be able to walk away. But is he going to forfeit his green buff? Does look like it is.
Looks like it is.
And that is going to go respectfully passing it to Nerf, it looked like for a second.
Yeah,
but
he
no,
looked
it does
like he
in
was
fact
going to
go
try
to
to pass it to Nerf, but the enemy team had caught on to their shenanigans in their jungle and quickly pushed them out.
I think that was a battle of politeness right there. You get it. No, you get it.
No, you please. Yeah, holding the door open.
Now, guys, I really have to put emphasis, though. We are about 6.5 or so minutes into this game, and already so many key plays being made in that middle lane. More specifically, here we got the scoreboard up, more specifically by the supports. Shadon making that clutch knockup, chaining it with the CC, with Nerf. We spoke a little bit about that earlier. And then the double stun early coming out from Phasma. A lot of aggression and a lot of big plays being made by these supports.
Oh, and in the jungle, Meds looked like he got a hold of Nerf. The invis buff went down for Nerf. Nerf thought he was safe, did not realize there was a ward in the river. He is easily cleaned up. Lots of room right now to make a play for Oxygen.
Yeah, and I'm going to hope Meds does actually try to convert plays. Looks like he's maybe looking mid to try and pick up this duo lane.
And you look at that, Oxygen instantly flexing, backing the duo up completely from the mid lane. Look for them to get some tower damage here. More or less unsafe for both Belica and Revenant to be under this tower when the enemy Grux is around. It's looking like Med's coming from the side, perhaps?
Yeah, Med's been doing a lot of that edging into lanes to see if he can potentially gank them, but
oh,
really
look at this, look at this. He's going to go for Howitzer. So he showed himself in the mid. Oh, no, looking like he's just going to go ahead and farm some camps. Thought he was about to dive the Howitzer.
Maybe a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B here, with Grux debating going over to that lane or getting that farm from the enemy jungle and wanting to shut down Nerf, and Nerf running over to that camp saying, I guess Meds was just here.
Now, James, you see us following Shadon here in the middle lane on the Lieutenant Belica. Very interesting start, though. He's got the health potion, the healer token, and the Adamant Edge. I know you like this, Mooney. I know you like this.
Let's go.
Not a huge fan of some of the more supportish items, although you play support and should probably be building that quenching scales as opposed to a bunch of Adamant Edges. But
we're going to check out what happened to Nerf in the river. It does, in fact, pick up that purple buff, but sorry, the Invis river buff, but unfortunately the ward was down. Oxygen getting the kill, cleaning up.
Caught him out there, yeah, correct. But to finish off my point there, James, we see the Adamant Edge coming in from Belica. Are we seeing a more damage-oriented Belica as opposed to a supportish Belica then?
Oh, this is not a support Belica, make no mistake. This is a brawling Belica. Has the healer token, has the almost completed Adamant Edge. Remains to be seen whether or not she continues down that build path, but more or less doing what she can to be the strongest she can be her in the early game.
Speaking of builds, though, the very, very early Thick Blood coming out from Arsenic there on the side lane. Talk to me about Thick Blood, James. What is Thick Blood as a card?
So I like that a lot. Thick Blood as a card, when you deal damage, oh, we might have to hold that thought. Looking like Hawkwood on the run, Med's right there.
There's the smash and grab.
Yeah, he's dead.
yeah.
Hawkwood just a valiant effort there, throwing down the sword, but he's dead. So Thick Blood. Whenever you deal damage to a hero, when you're holding Thick Blood with your spells, their healing is cut. Their healing is reduced.
Okay.
So this is really strong against heroes like Rampage. It's really strong against heroes like Chimera. Anybody with built-in healing. Now, Kwong is such a hero. Really underrated in that regard. Passive lifesteal on his E, and I think that this is an attempt to mitigate that. Because one of the things offlane Kwong can do is if he's getting bullied in the lane, can just walk over to the white camp and sustain off of the offlane white camp.
So I'm gonna look to Arsenic to try and be more consistent with his positioning in that lane to make sure he is staying safe and propelling himself into that mid game without taking too many deaths.
Hold on just a second, Mooney. Looks like we do have a bit of a pause here. A couple of technical difficulties here, so we're going to work around that. But if you wanted to go ahead and finish your thought there, Mooney, let me go ahead and hear from you.
I think that Oxygen is doing a very good job of calling out Think Twice, especially at that river buff. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I hope that they were listening to me about Think Twice being consistently dominant with that river buff and punishing that on Nerf. Nerf feeling a little bit more confident than usual, going solo for that river buff, and not even letting Undead Pilot know, like, hey, I'm going to be going to this river buff. Undead Pilot at tower last hitting, I believe, when that happened. So Nerf going over to get the buff was warded out, taken out by the team of Team Oxygen. I would like to see them continue that.
Very good point.
Anytime you can do that, map control, a huge progenitor to victory in Paragon. Anytime you can make the enemies safe river buff, your safe river buff, you're looking really good. And we saw that right there.
I hope that aggression continues, especially from Meds. Looking at that last game, they did allow the game to go about 50 or so minutes. They entered that late game. The Severa got really, really scary, ended up outscaling the Grux. I really like the aggression coming out from Meds here, trying to dissuade that, prevent that from happening.
Yeah, early and often, making his presence known. Even when he's not doing a huge swing play like getting a kill or something, he's in the enemy jungle, taking creeps, hitting the Harvester, really just impacting the map.
Now things a little bit quiet on that side lane though, Mooney, with Involve on the Zinks and Shinx on the Howitzer there. Things a little bit quiet, not too much action going on there.
Maybe a little bit of a detente there. Zinks knowing that, hey, I might not be able to get the kill on that Howitzer, very mobile. Howitzer knowing that Zinks is very tanky. I'll have to invest a lot of resources to get the kill on her. I would like to pivot to talk about the Belica again, because I had thought of something. The reason I like to build a little bit more aggressive is
okay, let's hear this. Let's hear this. I've been waiting for this explanation for quite a while, so I'm glad we can do it now.
The reason I tend to build more aggressive is that I enjoy being able to exert pressure for my team and remove any pressure potentially onto my carry. I'm doing this for you, Ed. Help me help you, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
So peeling with an offense.
Peeling with an offense, right? The best defense is a good offense, right? That's the saying. That's the saying. Yeah. But in this case, I think Shadon is building the Bellic a little bit more aggressively in order to maybe mitigate that later part of the game where Revenant might fall off and provide a tertiary threat on the team of Team Oxygen.
It's actually a really good point. This is a common thing in Dota. You'll see a support kind of transitioning more to a core hero, and Bellic is certainly a hero that is capable of that.
Falls into that role as well.
Right. Yeah.
And a low mana hero, she can pop that neural disruptor and bring him down to very low health, if not kill them outright at that point in the game, if he is able to allocate more points into there. And it was almost a funny role reversal to Arsenic picking up that Thick Blood and Shadon picking up that Adamant Edge.
Now, we do see Oxygen pulling out a little bit ahead in this early game.
Right.
With that being said, we can lock down our finals after this game if Think Twice pulls out a victory here. That would mean a clean 2-0 by both Think Twice and Team Reborn going into the finals
clean 6-0 on my calls.
So there is a lot riding on this game here. There is a lot riding on this game here, though. Yeah, we have to put some emphasis on that.
I hope Oxygen could really rally together, but it feels like they're falling back
in. I can't see it go down 2 games here. I got to see a game 3.
Oxygen falling back into their place with Meds really picking up that Grux, so hopefully they convert to the late game. They're getting the early game again.
I believe in them. We're going to go ahead and jump back on board with them on to the map here, and here we are.
So just real quick, right before our pause, the offlane tower went down for Think Twice. First tower of the game claimed by Team Oxygen. Arsenic no longer has a tier 1 tower.
Extending that lead a little bit.
Mirroring last game so far. A lot of engagements, both involving Nerf and Meds. Tower going early to Team Oxygen, so far very similar to last game.
But we do see the hero switches this time around.
That's true. Different power spikes.
Absolutely. Speaking of power spikes, you see the Twin Blast as opposed to the Revenant.
Nerf creeping up here on Involve. Involve is now aware because he walked over the ward, but is it too little too late? This is going to come down to the ult and the Subjugate from Nerf if he lands both of those spells.
Being patient with the abilities.
Yeah, this is really just...
Involve, the bob and weave.
Yeah, that was great movement from both heroes, actually. I think Nerf hesitated a little bit, but he wanted to make sure that he hit that Subjugate. I think that was where that came from. But
Involve giving him all the awkward angles, just being like, oh, you want to hit me over here? No.
Yeah, and he also dodged the landmine from Howitzer as well.
Now,
so really
something that we called out in the post-game analysis, though, what we wanted to see a little bit more of, we want to see the brothers working together a little better. We want to see Meds kind of helping out Arsenic. Arsenic got the event.
Here we go. Gets the double stun, but instantly knocked up.
What is that reaction
Shit
time?
on. Oh, my Lord. I can't stress enough how quickly he had to do that. There was maybe like 5 frames in between when that stun was coming down and when the Bellica Q came out. Insane.
Shadon doing a great job of immediately knocking both of them up and putting a stop to that.
Those reaction
so impressive.
Times, those reaction times all weekend have been on
0 to 100 real quick.
Absolutely.
But looking like Nerf is going to try to do the exact opposite here. He has an Invis River buff of his own. He got a Colossal Blow. Oh, did he hit him?
Oh, yeah, he got him.
There's the knockup.
Oh, man. You hate to see that happen if you're IMSCO. You hate to see that happen. It's really ironic.
Dude, the setup. What a fantastic job to set that Sevarog play up and Nerf with the patience. And I think I do agree with Nerf waiting on that knockback on Arsenic and not even taking it, because taking a more reliable play where it is a little bit more guaranteed, I think is smarter.
And anytime you can kill the enemy carry, it's the highest priority kill on the map. And that was a heads-up play, not going for the Decker, but going for IMSCO on his Twin Blast, not just because of how much more important that kill is, but because of how difficult it is for Twin Blast to escape that versus Decker, who can just jump away, stun and jump. So great play.
Yeah. So looking to try and get this tower, and they are going to get that tower. So getting that middle lane tower much earlier. I want to call this out. Think Twice. Waited until 17 minutes, I believe, last game.
Stasis bomb hitting, though.
I believe that would knock up shit on. Discouraging any more aggression.
But yes, to finish my point, Think Twice. Last game, 1750-ish about on that tier 1 mid lane turret. This game, getting it at 12 minutes. So fantastic job there.
So we're gonna go ahead and watch this again. This is Nerf on the gank on IMSCO. Subjugate, or I'm sorry,
Beautiful
into Subjugate, into Bellica knock. That was pretty.
They just got the recipe and just put all the ingredients in and made a delicious death cake. That's not okay.
Just shook it up, put it in the oven.
That's okay.
That sounds delicious.
No, that's not. Oh, of course.
If you're Nerf, not so much.
If you're Nerf, that's what you want to be baking. You don't want to be.
And so
moving on, gesturing towards the Raptors here.
And this is Team Oxygen's comfort play. They were doing this all last game. Just getting a quick deposit from the Raptors. Right there, they only take 1 and then back off. Must have not been feeling very confident about that.
Another interesting thing to touch on here, James, is the difference in build paths from Game 1 to Game 2. Obviously, Game 1, we saw pilot on the Twin Blast, the early crit, investing in that, whereas now we look at IMSCO and we talk about the double Madstone gems with a ward follow-up there. So interesting to see the players kind of value different stats.
Yeah, very much so. And right there, Oxygen taking a quick run at the Raptors, gets one, backs up, and the remaining two cleaned up, I think, twice.
So I don't know if I'm Oxygen that I even go for, like Team Oxygen doing something I'd seen them do last game, get a lot of vision surrounding the Raptor pit, and then they will just go for a cheeky Raptors. They won't try to get a kill, won't try to do anything. They're just like, I'm going to do Raptors real quick. And they tried to do it, Think Twice very cognizant of that, but I think if I'm Team Oxygen, I maybe wait around to see if they do go back for that, because they do have the vision advantage on their side at least, except for that ward that Shadon did just put down after they finished the Raptors.
And that's a great point. We see that misdirection coming into play really early here as the gank went down from Meds, unsuccessful, but immediately afterwards, Nerf, knowing that the enemy jungler probably not there, he was invis, able to convert that. Walks over a ward. Are they going to try to make a play in mid? Very unlikely, as the enemy knows they're there. A bunch of Team Oxygen grouping around the mid lane.
Fun fact here, I actually think that's the first time that I've seen Meds above Nerf in CS past the point of maybe 10. And Meds has actually gotten a CS lead on Nerf, which is great because he's on the Sevarog, but somehow Nerf still gets the minions in the jungle despite Meds killing all of them. Nerf just manifesting minions somehow. But I think Meds is doing a great job this game of staying consistent, farming.
Looks like we're going to hop out of game for just a second. Going to hop into another pause as we're experiencing some technical difficulties. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for that, but we will get you back in game as soon as we can. Let's talk a little bit about Think Twice's hero select here.
Yes.
Last game, we saw the downfall of Oxygen as the game got later and later into the game with that Revenant. However, this time around, the Revenant is now on the other side of Think Twice. However, they still have some of that late game security with the Sevarog.
Right.
Do we expect enough damage to be there on their side to not see an immediate downfall if the game goes into that later part?
I think so. I think that is the Sevarog really rounds that out. I mean, he's not going to be doing the damage of a carry, but the damage that you do get from a Sevarog is significant enough to make me unconcerned about the Revenant pick.
Right. I think Think Twice has been doing a great job of actually executing on these kills and taking out the enemy carry, IMSCO. He's actually gotten 2 deaths at this point, and he's also honestly been more in the action than we've seen him all weekend, I think.
Absolutely.
And so maybe getting those kills isn't a bad thing. You know, get him in the action, get that blood pumping, and maybe we see that good old IMSCO on that Twin Blast later in the game.
Very impressive, very impressive. But on the other side of things, also impressive is Think Twice's ability to chain crowd control.
Yes.
Speaking of which, we have a replay pulled up here that we can take a look at. Beautiful example of the chain CCs here. We see the Grux coming in the mid lane. Look at that reaction.
There was no way. He came out of stun and just immediately.
No wards. No wards.
He's a robot. I don't believe it. That was
absolute
insane.
Machine.
Wow.
Shadon.
That's like Street Fighter reflexes. That is super impressive.
That's what you want to see out of your support. Those clutch plays when Meds make the call. Like when on the side of Oxygen, Meds making those calls and making those split decisions. Shadon doing it on the side of Think Twice is almost multiple levels of more importance when you get to these early game engagements where stuns, those crowd control abilities are so vital and end up resulting in kills if they're landed.
Absolutely. Something else that I kind of wanted to touch on a little bit in that game, transitioning over from back to game 1 for just a second. We talked a little bit about the coordination between the brothers, Arsenic and Meds. We said we saw Arsenic really get punished in that side lane from Nerf.
Right.
This time around, however, the early kill being picked up on the opposite end of things, we saw Meds head over to that side lane and kill Talkflip relatively early. And now
the brother synergy you talked about, you know, like they're finally working that angle where Meds is giving the support to Arsenic to help him propel the rest of the team and saying, IMSCO, I'm going to need you to go back to your old solo queue days, maybe think about that I don't exist for a little bit. I'm going to go help Arsenic, make sure that he can get those early game kills and really be that truly terrifying presence in the mid game.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that plays out because Arsenic already in a winning matchup. What happens when he's winning badly in a winning matchup?
Absolutely. What does Morgesh look like as she starts transitioning over into those later portions of the game, though, as opposed to... We already know she's a lane bully. We clearly see Talkflip kind of feeling that this game. How does she start transitioning into the middle and later portions of the game?
And if you think about last game with the strong performance he had under as much pressure as he was, what happens if that doesn't happen?
Right. And I think that while he did have a strong performance in laning phase, and I do feel maybe this is a little unfair, I feel he almost was a little non-existent in some of those later fights because of how early he died, and that they were allocating resources to him because he did not get ahead early. He struggled and was struggling to get back maybe the whole rest of the game. So Think Twice doing a great job of poking at that. They might have to use something a little bit sharper this time.
Absolutely, absolutely. And taking a look at that middle lane, we do have the 2v2 coming in there again as well. What are you guys seen thus far from these duo lanes? Both of them kind of playing pretty well. I mean, Shadon's got the, we already talked about those insane reflexes. On the other end, though, we do see Imsco playing very well for himself as well.
Yeah, I think in the 2v2 right now, Oxygen definitely has an edge. They're winning the exchanges 2v2, but when it comes down to a 3v3, Nerf is really making the difference in those fights. You saw the fantastic CC chain that came out the last time, and
that
really
first blood, that double stasis spawn. Speaking of which, I want to go ahead and pull that up on your screen now so we can take a look at it. Here we go. The double stasis bomb coming in, and then Ko there just to follow up
redirecting
perfectly
focus onto the Revenant, very intelligent, making sure to get the kill there, and Phasma confirming the kill as I've done for Ed before.
That grenade was so close.
Oh no, and that's the thing. I think that if maybe Imsco had gotten that kill, I don't know if it would have been much different. Think Twice really playing that tango in the middle lane, choosing engages that will only be favorable to them with maximum amounts of crowd control.
Crucial mistake there, though, from the
we're jumping right back into it. Revenant trying immediately to go for the red river buff pulled by Meds. Undead Pilot looks like he might be able to get out here, get support immediately from Shidon, but man, that was really scary. Generally, it's not a great move to go for the unsafe river buff, the enemy river buff, especially if you're a hero without mobility. That's one of the things that Oxygen is doing really well, is controlling the opposite side river buff, but Undead is really, really lucky he was not taken out there.
I feel like Nerf just yelled, Undead if you don't get that river buff. And I think Undead Pilot using that Reckoning to get out of that sticky situation, hopefully he does not have to use that defensively too many more times. Because it will lead to a more defensive Revenant, which we do not want to see when you're trying to get to the later part of the game. And Revenant really looking strong here. Undead Pilot choosing his fights.
Huge amount of aggression about to go down in the right lane. Shinx surrounded by 3 heroes. It looks like Oxygen is going to try to take down this turret. Shinx wisely backing up, but immediately has support. It looks like all of Team Oxygen is rotating over. I'm sorry, Think Twice rotating over to defend that tower. He might have a skirmish popping off. Take a quick look at the scoreboard.
We can kind of see here, CP pretty evenly distributed. Phasma falling a little bit behind through some of these roams, but I do believe we'll see more of a divergent path if they can get this Revenant a little bit more revved up.
Yeah, it does look like that fight didn't end up being a fight. Both teams just kind of bulldogging at one another and then backing up and playing the slow farm game.
And despite the early kill that was given up on the side of Think Twice on Talkflit there, he is even in creep score with his opposition here in Arsenic on the Morgesh.
That's shocking. You gotta wonder how many of those creeps are coming from the jungle camp that he kind of just gets for free. Jungle camp creeps not quite as valuable as lane creeps.
Good point. Good point. Oftentimes we see a lot of the creep score for the offlaner at least coming in from the jungle. James, why is that exactly?
Well, the offlaner has a jungle camp that is right next to them, very convenient. Yeah, we'll get back to that in a second though. Shinx going on involved, has a little bit of help involved, knocked into the howitzer wall and gets hit by the colossal blow. But look at this man, he still has 75% of his HP. Is he going to be able to walk away? Looks like he is.
And tanky.
Yeah. And that's what you got to look for, those early game ganks on Zinx. Getting in there after that 5 is going to be very difficult. And look at that mana regen popping her right back up.
Oh, Mooney, he's got so much farm. This is just a big Zinx.
Yeah, and if I'm going to look
to Pilot took a step too far out, but Shadon immediately doing what he's done all game, knocking up the Grux, who's about to kill his carry. And they turn that. They end up getting Phasma.
Wow.
You gotta be careful about that. That Revenant has a black buff. He's got his ultimate up. And unfortunately, Deckard taking one too many steps forward and getting ulted and taken down.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if that aggression from Meds really hurt them there. Phasma walking up to attempt to follow up on Meds and gets destroyed.
Nerf coming in there for mortal support, but even showing the rotation and the speed at which Think Twice was able to collapse on that fight. Just very intelligent, knowing that, hey, Shadon is going to be able to land these stuns, and we should be able to follow up on them if he's able to help out on Undead Pilot.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially when Nerf was just in the other lane attempting to go for Zinx, finding himself in the mid almost immediately. He has to feel like he's everywhere for Oxygen.
Involve really putting some hurt down here onto Shinx, though, in that Howitzer v Zinx matchup. This is exactly what you talked about, James.
Yeah, he's controlling that lane now. Really difficult for Howitzer to even lane against him. That's a few bad medicine ticks going down on him, and he is not looking good. Howitzer, that is. Very difficult to deal with. Looking like Imsco, going to go back, has a few unspent points. Not a whole lot happening at the moment. Med's going to try to grab his green. Remains to be seen whether he attempts to create an aggressive situation out of this.
Arsenic has not died yet, so I'm very, very proud of him. I think that last game, that was something he struggled with in the early game, was being forced into those one-for-one trades, which, while it may be beneficial to getting him ahead, is not super beneficial to his team because you are giving an economic advantage to the enemy team.
It's actually a complete mirror of the strat last game from Nerf. We've seen him go into his safe lane several times trying to get the kill on Involved Zinx. Unsuccessful thus far, but Arsenic's so much room.
And I mean, to touch on that a little bit more for some of our newer players to MOBAs, MOBAs at heart are an economy game. You are trading resources back and forth and trying to gain an advantage over your enemies through the hero levels and the card.
A lot going on right now. A lot going on. There's a fight over Raptors, but also there's a gank going down in the offlane. An Invis Grux attempting to go on this Kwong. Raptors look like they were picked up more or less for free by Think Twice. Howitzer all committed. And there's a skirmish over here. Kwong running for his life. Mez is able to sneak up, but you cannot escape.
Exactly what we talked about, guys. Exactly what we talked about. The duo brothers there. He's getting some help now. Arsenic's getting some help securing that kill onto Talkflit.
It's just
that's what I wanted to hear. Arsenic getting some help. That is exactly what I want to hear this game, and I think it'll be important for Meds to keep doing that. But Think Twice keeping themselves in this early game a lot better than they had last game, which does make me a little bit nervous for the later and later we get here.
And that's weird to say, right? Well, we'll come right back to that as it looks like Shadon caught out in the enemy jungle. At this point, Meds is so sick of getting knocked in the air by Bellica. Bellica surrounded, though. Is Meds going to be able to get out alive? The Revenant Reckoning going down on Grux right now. A 1v1 between Undead Pilot and Meds. Undead Pilot picking that up. Containment Fence committed by Phasma. It looks like they're going to try to clean this up. Shadon still behind enemy lines. They do.
Gonna fall.
Going over to Arsenic.
Yeah, so a better trade for the side of Oxygen, I believe, because the extended engage. But I do want to see what happens when Involve gets into some of these fights because
Involved.
Yeah, involved in some of these fights. Yes, exactly. Tried to like. Okay, fine. So Involve getting into some of these fights, I think, will be vital because of how slightly it is going in the favor of Team Oxygen. Maybe he can push it more in that direction, and Think Twice can. You know, we'll have to deal with that, honestly.
Yeah.
They'll have to deal with things. They have to acknowledge her at some point because she's dealing a lot of damage to Shinx in that that other lane. I don't know if he's letting his team know that she's starting to become more and more of a nuisance.
Yeah, I'm really concerned for that for Think Twice. There's been several rotations over there with 2+ heroes attempting to kill that that Zinx and Involve getting out every time. Last time he was even styling on Nerf, kind of just like running back and forth like hee.
The Serpentine.
We'll see how that plays out. Yeah, the Serpentine. Tried and true. But yeah, I want to touch on what you were saying before with this early game being a little bit less volatile for Think Twice, playing a little bit better in the early game, and I find that very odd. I agree very much with you, but last game Nerf was making plays on Arsenic consistently, and this game really not able to convert. So it's
now,
odd
James, we do see, we talked a little bit about Shadon's itemization going forward with building that power, investing in that adamant edge. But on the other side of things, we see Decker very much building the traditional support deck, pulling out those cards like the Quenching Scales, like the Honor the Pure.
Hold that thought. Are we going to get some aggression here? Nerf walking up. He gets the knockup from Shadon. Is he going to be able to chain with something?
There it is. On the edge.
Oh my Lord. He died so quickly. Hit by one spell and immediately killed.
It's like they've done that 100 times.
Yeah.
It's almost like we've seen it happen multiple times over the course of the weekend.
Oh, and immediately trying to transition this into an aggressive play on the enemy green. In the enemy jungle, the Oxygen forced to back up. Kwong Sword coming out from Talkflit does not land.
Gesturing so strongly at this point in the game, despite it being so very close between the teams.
Yeah.
And if I'm Oxygen, I don't feel comfortable with how aggressively they're playing. Especially Undead Pilot getting a little forward, playing as if he is almost that late game Sparrow while this early game Revenant, and I think that's smart. I think that's very intelligent this game. I think that Imsco should have been doing that last game.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure being put on Imsco as well. There's a lot of room for Undead Pilot to kind of maneuver around, getting fantastic peel out of Shadon, and also Nerf is there when he needs him.
Think Twice playing to their strengths, creating room and space for Undead Pilot to grow, while the rest of the team tries to prepare for his arrival.
Now we'll have to check in on them next time we pull up the scoreboard. Take a look at how Undead Pilot is doing in this early game. We all know that early game Revenant not too fun to deal with, and here we're taking a look at the mid matchup though, Arsenic versus Shinx.
So Shinx with a little bit of an edge in CS, but really, we'll come right back to that in a second. Colossal blow coming down on Meds from Nerf. Looked like Nerf wants nothing to do with this. Bellica drone committed as well. Huge detractor.
That was great. And Nerf with the drive by Tokyo Drift ultimate just to get his teammate out of dodge. Really like that. Nerf knowing when to use that ultimate and properly utilize it to save his teammates.
Yeah, also making his presence known. He's going to pick the green.
Nice, there he goes. Yeah, he wants that. He wanted that green because he wasn't happy about losing that. Trying to come into Nerf's jungle and just be like, "Hey Nerf, you can't take my green. I'll come take yours." But just being like, "All right, I'll
Green
go
envy.
back."
Green envy.
Green envy.
Green with envy.
Very exciting game thus far. Very much back and forth. We've seen 5 kills on both sides here. And here we've just seen Severog pick up some of his stacks. We all saw what he can do later on in the game as it progresses. Getting those stacks now.
Yeah, Nerf very happy to be able to settle into this living this agricultural lifestyle.
We're gonna check right back into the IMSCO kill. That was a max
nice.
range execute from Shadon. What a shot! And that was not an easy subjugate for
no,
Nerf
to follow
either.
up on through the fog wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, running through that and having to know exactly where he is positionally and dropping that, just great play all around execution.
Most impressive thing from them twice throughout the weekend has been their chaining of the crowd control abilities. Mooney, for those at home who don't know what crowd control is, what is crowd control and why is it important?
Yeah, crowd control, very important. It is, you see these stuns, you'll see these roots. These are forms of crowd control.
Movement impairment abilities.
And a lot of these abilities will help you lock down
Oxygen
kills.
baiting a fight over here. Raptors meds in the front lines as he normally is. Gets immediately Colossal Blowed. On the run from Nerf, it looks like a lot of Oxygen is weak, and just like that, containment fence committed. But in the back, Arsenic picking up a kill of his own on the enemy carry. This is looking like a good fight for Oxygen. Even if Meds goes down, I expect this to be cleaned up, and he does. Bellic acute landing.
Involve running low on mana. He's going to be able to mitigate that damage any longer. Rooted again by the subjugate.
How did this go so bad for Oxygen?
So one of the interesting things here is that Undead Pilot, Arsenic allocated the resource over to Undead Pilot to try and take him out. And as we wait for Involved to fall at this point,
any day
really
now.
Really
so
just showing
so
tanky.
He almost managed to walk away, and the lone survivor for Oxygen
honestly
is
a
Fast
very
Decker.
entertaining resolution to the end of that fight.
Yeah.
But one thing I want to note out there is Arsenic dedicating a lot of time and resource to search out Undead Pilot and kill him, but Undead Pilot doing that classic move where he wraps around the team fight to try and be a little bit more sneaky.
Yeah.
While Meds, on the other hand, is in the thick of it, and Think Twice is like, all right, well, let's just kill Meds first. Undead Pilot can fall, that's fine, but if we kill the teammates here, there are more people here, just numbers-wise, that we can take out and then move towards an objective.
4 kills for
kills.
Think Twice there, though, James.
Yeah, they're in a commanding lead now. Are they going to try to convert this into Prime? Ooh,
here we go.
You know something? I kind of like this.
It's spicy, but I like it.
Yeah, it's very spicy, but there is no containment fence for Oxygen. I think that is a big reason for this play.
Yes. Okay, but backing off here when they do see the side of Oxygen, maybe going for a pick here.
Oh, Meds knocked off by Shadon again and immediately knocked back by Howitzer. Fantastic displacement, and he is taken down very quickly. That is not good for Team Oxygen. Team Oxygen really running through Meds' Grux, and if Meds' Grux is having that happen to them, then there is just far less room for them to do anything.
Oxygen may not have done their research on Shadon's Bellica. It's seeming that way the more and more they take these engages where he's able to follow up with multiple stuns, that extra damage, and
he's not missing.
Just
he's
being
not
impacted.
missing.
He's not.
Yeah, that's not the easiest spell to hit without setup, but just consistently hitting it. And not only hitting it, but hitting it when it matters. And that kill is going to turn into 3 more Raptors in the bank account of Think Twice. They're passing these over to Undead Pilot. Undead Pilot, look for him to just start doing scary, scary damage here very soon.
Really scary. He's sitting at 42 CP.
I didn't even see that.
27 minutes.
He's getting paid,
I'm very uncomfortable right now. I'm not even in this game.
He's got the adamant edges.
Got the tainted magic.
Not so reliant on crit since he is playing that Revenant this game. He's got a little bit of life steal. He's got the tainted magic. And a black buff at the moment.
I actually look to see them take this Prime in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Honestly, try to go for that with this very powerful Revenant. If they get a pick, chaining that CC like we talked about earlier, which is a very real thing that could happen, I think they'll immediately position for that Prime.
Yeah, and crit less attractive on Revenant than other carries just because of how much spell damage he has. The flat power affecting not just his LMB, but all of his spells. Could be a reason that he's opting to go for that build with Tainted Magic instead.
And Nerf doing such a great job in this early game, matching Meds' aggression from the previous game, but also
Nerf's going to have another go at Involve here. Historically, this has not gone well. Let's see what happens. Make It Rain committed, completely misses Involve. Colossal Blow.
Involve getting his
Involve
turret.
doesn't care.
Involve getting his turret and leaving. Involve kind of living in his own world over there.
Ooh, Undead Pilot, though, looks like he might be caught out. Manages to walk away. That Tier 1 tower still being up for Think Twice is such a thorn in the side of Oxygen. Here's an aggressive engage coming out from Toklet. Manages to hit IMSCO with the Heaven's Fury.
Pulling out that Honor the Pure. Meds getting caught out here actually as well.
Oh, Meds, no. No Colossal Blow available to Sevarog, so they cannot use that. But Containment Fence committed. Somehow, Meds dodged the Containment Fence, and Deckard jumps out. Committed basically to save Meds, but there's still a kill going down.
Now.
Yeah,
I don't know about Arsenic following up in this fight a little bit late here. It seems like after Phasma had already helped out Meds getting out of that fight, Arsenic jumping in, quite questionable. Getting more damage in here. Revenant, Sevarog trying to get the kill onto Zinx here. Getting involved in this fight.
Involve is still alive, and his mana is regenerating very quickly. They're going to have to burst him if they want to kill him.
Yeah, almost getting the kill on Undead Pilot.
There it is.
Yeah.
Ask and you shall receive, James.
Yeah, really you can't afford to just plink away at Zinx. She will regen that mana. You have to commit spells, a CC chain that we've seen at, I think, twice to be able to take her out. But unfortunately, that was at the very back end of the fight. Perhaps if Involve was doing that earlier in the fight, it would have gone a little bit better for Team Oxygen. Team Oxygen is really coming up behind in all of these skirmishes.
And the farther and farther we get in this game, the more and more worried I am actually about Talkflit. He is doing a great job of dishing out this damage, as well as providing a form of CC through that tether. If you saw that last fight, he dropped the tether on top of Imsco prior to that fight and brought him down to half health with just the ultimate and that Fury of the Heavens.
It was nerf that ultimately killed Imsco, but most of the work was done by Talkflit's Kwang. Just a step too far out with Imsco, and he ate a Kwang sword and a Kwang ult.
And you know, amazing job by Shinx following up with that Howitzer Mine. Hey, you don't have Colossal Blow, but
a little bit of aggression. Another one of these little skirmishes popping off, and Team Oxygen's jungle involved there this time. Will it make a difference? No big cooldowns committed yet. Howitzer landmine going down. Putting him into his whole team. It looks like Think Twice has the read that Meds is a big part of their team. They're going right for Meds every time.
So smart on the side of Think Twice, just knowing that Meds is actually that early game crux of the team. And if you take him out, they really can't function, as they are putting a lot of resources into that early game aggressive playstyle that Meds so much favors.
And that teleblink coming out from Shinx, so powerful. That's a very strong engage when you can blink knock with landmine and teleblink as Howitzer.
Oh, that's 3 minutes. That wasn't that far off. Okay,
they
rolling
pulled
off this
up,
prime.
They pulled up. They're looking for this bait. Oxygen being really aggressive in this situation in a 3v5, a little bit surprising, but maybe not so much, as Think Twice scared enough to back up themselves.
I like the ebb and flow of Think Twice, I think, in this match overall. Very aggressive in the first game with a lot of their prime engagements, and very passive in the second game, taking note from Oxygen moving off the map when they needed to.
Yeah, and stats don't tell the whole story really ever, but if we look right here, it's kind of an accurate story for this one. There's Shadon and Nerf at the top of the kill participation, and they are definitely the two that are lighting this game up.
And that is the scoreline I want to see if I'm a support. Get that one kill for a little bit of greed, and then the rest. Yeah, get that Adam and Edge with that one kill, and then the rest are just assists to help out the team.
And if you saw the card points really starting to get lopsided in favor of Think Twice, Oxygen has to stem the bleeding, so have to make a big play.
Three members at 40 or above on the main damage dealers.
Yep. You hate to see that happen if you're Oxygen. I want to give a shout out one more time to Talkflit. That was such a difficult matchup for him, and not only did he survive, but he thrived. And we do see Shadon converting into an actual support.
Transition over to that more supportive role that we spoke a little bit about earlier. We see the Honor of the Pure coming out. We see the Quenching Scales. Speaking of which, Quenching Scales, Honor the Pure, talk to me about those cards.
So Quenching Scales, incredibly important for a support. Quenching Scales providing a burst of healing and an AoE to your teammates and armor afterwards. So really nothing else in the game, not many other things providing that burst health. And then the armor afterwards is pretty much necessary for fights. If you can get 300 HP back on 3 of your heroes and the enemy cannot, you're looking really good for that fight. Similar function from Honor the Pure. Honor the Pure provides a shield in an AoE, so it's not actual health. It does have a time limit. It does go away, but in the thick of things, mitigates a lot of damage.
AoE meaning area of effect, really being able to affect multiple heroes, and that is why it's so important on that support role.
Yeah.
And Think Twice honestly showing objective control and jungle dominance at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Just taking river buffs at will, Raptors on a whim.
The map is theirs, and they're really looking to prove that right now, as they're looking to make another play on Prime. An early read from Team Oxygen, though, walking up to try to discourage this. They appear to be successful.
Something to point out here, though, from Think Twice. We see them, we called them out a little bit on it, maybe not being as aggressive as we'd like with the lead that they have. With that being said, they are one game away from securing their spot in
Yeah.
the finals
Yes.
and that $12,000.
They can't let that go, pull them away from
They're
this, though.
not going to let that ride on a single orb prime throw. They already have the lead, shove the lanes forward, get control of the map, and continue to push into Team Oxygen and solidify this win.
And that's been one of the stories of the weekend, is just the volatility of those prime fights. So I really like that from them, playing a more methodical game.
Yep.
And they don't really lose anything by walking into the pit, making it look like they're doing prime. Maybe somebody from Oxygen walks up and gets caught out. I really just like all the decision-making coming out from Think Twice right now.
If I'm Think Twice, I'm working on performing some surgery now, and I'm going to try and cut away the portions of Team Oxygen's team that I think are important and use that to convert into some objectives.
Yes, yes, absolutely necessary. Yeah, at this point, Oxygen probably best suited splitting. And that is a dubious prospect due to the strength of the prime, but I don't see what other options they have.
Honestly, Involved been doing great this game, kind of underspoken because of him falling these team fights, but his team is falling first, and he is staying alive quite some time. So maybe it is putting him into that off lane like you'd spoken about, James.
Yeah, I would really like to see him kind of in the same position that Meds has been in these fights.
Yes.
They're really peeling Meds away from the rest of his team and focusing him more than anybody else. They'd have a much harder time doing that to Zinx.
Right, like send Involve in first, let Meds follow up, but Meds kind of needs to take a knee with the aggression at this point because this is causing his team to fall behind in card points, levels, and towers.
Frankly, he's too valuable. He can't be the first one dying.
And it's honestly uncomfortable that Meds is the more valuable member on the team because they've done such a good job of shutting down Imsco with Undead Pilot being able to farm in that lane, and Nerf and Shadun really setting up.
Checking in on this mid lane matchup, though, you got to call out the minions killed on the side of Think Twice. 234 to the likes of 175 from Arsenic. Big discrepancy there, James.
Working that lane.
Absolutely. To me, that is really indicative of how the map has been shrinking consistently for the past 15 minutes or so for Team Oxygen, but also just the patience out of Shinx. Had a really difficult lane to deal with himself and really opted to just stay back, farm, and now he's seeing the benefit of that.
The space of Think Twice to take action in that opportunity space you were speaking of has allowed Shinx to kind of consistently stay up and farm, and Nerf to continually stack. We can see those huge pauldrons popping up on his model right now.
I really like this. They're posturing, they're staying together, they're posturing to get aggressive here a little bit on the left, but the team is staying together. They're maintaining vision control. They are denying they're playing this the way that they should. It looks like we see a Prime start here, though, James.
Yeah, this Prime is looking really good for Think Twice because if you saw the play just now from Nerf, not doing anything special, but really zoning all of Oxygen. So now Oxygen can't even get into this pit to do something about this Prime. If they do, they have to walk through the brick wall of Nerf. Nerf and Shadon, how do you get through that? Containment fence committed, and immediately a hero from Oxygen is ousted by Nerf's
Knock him to the other side of that containment fence.
Oh, we have a hero here involved, trying to be a hero. Manages to sneak up on the Prime by himself. All members of Think Twice instantly turn, but they can't kill the cat. The cat is still alive, and they are forced to back up. One hero pushing the entire team of Think Twice back.
Doing the job of Severog and Talkflit in one fell swoop. Zinx doing such a good job of zoning them.
What a ballsy play. Now, I wonder if this is going to turn into anything positive for either team. Aggressive blink coming out of Nerf. Is he going to be able to convert here? Has the Decker stuck in the wall, but the Honor of the Cure coming down for Decker. Is she going to be able to stay alive? Gets no help from her teammates. Zero mana Severog able to clean up the kill.
Zinx popping back in for a cheeky ricochet stun, but dropping out of there. But great job to Involve, probably stopping what might have been a game-ending team fight.
Yes. Absolutely, he's been fantastic. He is feeling the. Are we sure he's an offlaner?
Honestly, yeah.
He's been the hero. I'm pretty sure his role is hero this game. Yeah. He's saved multiple games, at least drug him out up until this point. Very impressive. But it looks like they're back on the Orb Prime here.
Yeah, Involve trying to do the job again.
Involve might get taken out here. Finally, they finally kill the cat. And man, you are so glad you have Bellica on this team. Bellica, one of the heroes that deals very well with Zinx. Lacking a little bit of mana, that ult does a lot of damage, but we're getting back into the Prime fight. Talksplit committing the ult to try to take the Prime. Prime going down, the team Think Twice. Undead Pilot killing the Prime, immediately switching to Grux. Meds dies, Imsco caught on the very edge of that Subjugate. He goes down too. This might be the end of the game, boys. This is not looking good.
If I'm reading the ability list of abilities cast, it's ability damage, CC, ability damage, 3 CC abilities. And that's the rinse and repeat style of Think Twice that has worked for them throughout this game and has allowed them to gesture towards this victory.
Yeah, so this is pretty much a guaranteed inhib for Think Twice. Interested to see how they play afterwards. If they are
3 members, 30 seconds.
Yeah, they have a lot of room. I expect them to try to go for the win if they stagger a death here.
I think honestly this is the game here unless Phasma can pull something out, Arsenic can pull something out. They have done this before. Phasma and Arsenic holding that off, but Undead Pilot needs to get on this core.
So it doesn't look like they're on the same page. Several heroes hitting the core, several others not doing that.
Confirming this kill.
Yeah.
It looks like
that's
it's
probably
be
the end. The stagger deaths right there. Undead Pilot picking up the Decker kill, and then also somehow Involve going down.
Adapting from that game 1, knowing that they had to shut down Meds in order to curb that aggressive playstyle of Oxygen, and picking up the win 2-0.
Wow, that went from 0 to 100 so quickly.
The game was busted wide open, though. We see smiles all over the side of Think Twice. I mean,
Shadon, amazing. That whole game deserves every ounce of satisfaction he has right now. And honestly, I think if we're talking MVPs, like I can just go ahead and fall into the court. I'll fall into the Shadon.
We'll get to that in just a second, Mooney. But you know what? We got to talk. Number one, Oxygen played phenomenally. They showed out. They showed up this weekend. Played great.
Even with a sub.
I cannot stress enough how much I hope that this team sticks together.
Yes.
I really, really do. We saw shades of brilliance all throughout the weekend from this roster that is very, very much a new roster. Plays all around from everyone. I hope we see them in the future, guys.
I have to agree. I can't believe Involve extended that game by 5 minutes with that flank on Zinx. That was insane.
It was amazing to see that he was functionally doing the same thing that Sevarog and Kwong were both doing to the entire team on his own. On his own.
Absolutely.
And when you see that happen, you may get a little bit disheartened, but think twice knowing that, hey, that's the guy we have to lock down when they come back around, locking him down, taking him out, confirming the prime.
Guys, game 1, we took a look. We stopped and took a look at our matchup to watch. We identified that as the jungle. That last game, Meds tried to get it going again. He tried to match the aggression of Nerf. Unfortunately, it just wasn't there this game.
Yeah, there was just incredible teamwork out of Think Twice. Like, there was never a CC spell that was cast that did not have some sort of follow-up, and that really, to me, was the difference. Not as much concentration from Oxygen.
It was just optimal play that was very efficient on the side of Think Twice, and Nerf never wavering with his engagements, knowing Shadon will follow up, or Shadon trusting that Nerf will follow up on these engagements, and Talkflit just adding a little icing on that death cake.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Think Twice doing a great job of taking the key matchup player for Oxygen out of the game. You didn't see that same adjustment coming up from Oxygen.
Adaptive. It was very adaptive play from Think Twice from game 1 to game 2.
Think Twice very much secures that best team play award for me throughout this weekend. I want to go ahead and take a look at one of the key moments, though, earlier on in this game that we're going to go ahead and queue up. James, let's go ahead and talk about this. I believe 4 go down here.
Yeah, so this is a fight that looked like it was really going Oxygen's way. In the back line, Undead Pilot died to Arsenic off screen, but just easy cleanups for Oxygen. Undead Pilot extended that play so long that he made room in the team fight simply by running away.
There's the 3 Musketeers.
Yeah.
There they are.
Big concentration of Oxygen heroes throughout the fight against really Think Twice heroes against really scattered Oxygen heroes.
Yeah, and once again, we see Shadon, Nerf, and Talkflit just sticking to each other like glue, and knowing that if they crowd around this hero and get the damage in, they will be able to get that kill.
Absolutely. Speaking of Nerf here, we're getting the same replay from his perspective this time, putting in some damage here while he's locked in the containment fence, getting some damage down, and allowing his team to secure these kills, James.
And that was unfortunate that the Moragesh was traded. She killed Undead Pilot, but was instantly killed herself.
Never
he's
a
been
hesitation.
on point.
Never a hesitation on these fights. If you look at Nerf, we watch from his point of view, he pivots from hero to hero, and I can hear him shouting to his teammates, Grux, 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 this hero, let's move on.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's take a look at the stat lines here, and my goodness, guys, we have we have to pull attention to that mid lane, or to that jungle roll. Nerf dropping the. Take a look at it.
No,
I mean, it speaks for itself. It's
honestly,
9 and 1.
If you told me 9 and 1 after that game, I would have thought, oh no, maybe Undead Pilot probably got a lot of those kills, so he's probably like above 10 kills. No, Nerf picking up those kills and using that. Taking another note from Meds and saying, I'm getting ahead as the jungler, so I'm going to use that to my advantage, but it's even more dangerous because I scale.
And to me, the more impressive thing is the death count. Like, it's easy to go in and trade 1 for 1, but to be getting these kills, to be getting these assists, and not giving the enemy anything at the same time, that's where the magic happens.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as we transition away from the stats from that last game, again, congratulations to Think Twice, Twice, and Team Reborn. Speaking of which, let's pull up the bracket here. I want to take a look at where we now stand. Heading into the finals, and $12,000 up for grabs here. Team Reborn and Think Twice. I'm not going to say I called it. but I called it.
NA versus EU in that finals.
NA versus EU. Here we go, Mooney.
It could be no other way.
I'm honestly so excited with this new and in-fashion Reborn in day 2, with this Think Twice saying consistent day-to-day. This is shaping up to be a pretty insane finals.
The #1 seeds coming out of both regions.
Routing back around the bracket.
Absolutely.
Coming in a
Wrapping
big circle.
all the way around back.
Saying like, hey man, I'll see you again.
All is right in the world. #1 seed coming out of Europe. #1 seed coming out of North America. Gonna be facing off in the finals. Now, for those Oxygen fans and Toronto esports fans out there, fret not, we have not seen the last of them. We are going to be doing a show match tomorrow on V42. Ooh, extremely exciting stuff.
That's right.
James, you've gotten a chance to play a lot of this stuff. You helped iterate on the stuff.
Yes.
We're going to be able to watch some of the highest level of play out there on some of these new settings.
Incredibly excited that we're going to be hitting the ground running with 42 by bringing gameplay from some of the top players in the game. Really just such a game changer, not just the cards themselves, but the way stats interact, the way heroes play.
The itemization as a whole
Definitely.
is really going to change a lot of the way you guys play, and I think I'm very excited for tomorrow to see what these teams pull out.
Yeah,
absolutely.
it is a different game.
Very much looking forward to it. Also looking forward to an interview that we have standing by with the winners of Think Twice and Oxygen. Let's go ahead and pass it over.
Thank you so much, guys. So I am here with Sharon from Think Twice. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling super happy. Like, up on that stage, I was shouting, I was screaming. Like, that series was hype. A lot of respect to Reborn. I mean, Oxygen. That was a really good series. They played really well.
I could hear you guys screaming a little bit. It took me a little bit by surprise, quite honestly. Now, you guys yesterday went 1-1. Today, clean sweep, 2-0. Must feel pretty good. I just want to talk a little bit about your plays that you made, specifically in the second game. Now, we saw you go ahead and choose to ban FaZe. Now, they banned FaZe, sorry. Now, at that moment, did you know I'm going to be playing Bellica support?
It's actually funny, like a lot of props to Nerf. He actually does all of a draft. We have like this book, and it was kind of funny. Like we have like all of these drafts planned out, and it was actually like 8 of the 10 picks were like all in the book. So we already knew that we were gonna pick up Bellica, because like I'm one of the only supports who actually play Bellica support. So yeah, we had that all planned out. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, the plays are extremely impressive, especially like you said, coming from somebody who main support, being able to see you have that deep hero pool, be able to pull off those plays, it was very impressive to watch. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about that last fight at Orb Prime Pit. It was kind of like you were cat and mousing a little bit, going back and forth, and then all of a sudden, I blinked. You guys had taken Orb and were pushing up middle. At that moment, what were the calls like that were being made?
Actually, the second game, during the end of the second game, everyone was like really chill actually, because we were like so far ahead, and it was like I felt so comfortable like going into like 1v5 or whatever. Like we were so far ahead, we couldn't lose it anymore. The only thing we could have lost is like the OP and then throw, just like But yeah, just clean communications. It's like dance around Orb, make sure we have secure, and at a certain point, I think someone secured. I think Shinx did, but we know we had it. Like, and that's why we also like backed off for a little bit and went on Grux first.
For sure. Now, going tomorrow, you're going up against Reborn. Do you have any kind of predictions in regards to how the games are going to go? Of course, you're biased. You're wanting to take it, I know. But just anything that you can say in regards to going up against Reborn tomorrow.
First of all, I want to say I love Reborn. I love those, like, they're awesome. Like, they're really nice people, and I don't want to say anything BM about them. We scrimmed like a lot of times since we've been here, and the scrims are looking like really, really good. But at the same time, I mean, Reborn always performs like really well when it matters. So I don't know. I really don't even like care, to be honest, because I'm really happy that I'm in the finals. Like, I don't even mind. Like, yeah.
Well, congratulations again. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you so much, guys. I'll throw it back to you, Ed.
Shadon, one of I'm just going to go ahead and say it. My new absolute favorite player in this tournament. So humble, so passionate. You can hear it in his voice. You hear it in his words.
You heard him after the EU qualifiers. We heard that very impassioned speech he gave about getting that win, feeling disheartened after dropping off that team of Toronto esports. And finally, this reclamation story, climbing back towards that golden throne of being the top team in Paragon and being this close to it. I can't imagine how he feels.
Talking about providing for his son, his family, his hopes, his dreams, everything here, and now being in the finals of the Paragon Exhibition Tournament. goddamn, that's
What a
gotta feel
journey.
good.
What a journey.
What an incredibly positive person, too. That was such a nice change of pace from a lot of esports interviews, just
What
showing
an
nothing but love.
exciting semifinals. We are pulling up the schedule now. We're going to go ahead and take one more look at this. Team Reborn, think twice, #1 seed out of North America, #1 seed out of Europe going up against each other. Toronto Esports and Team Oxygen also in that V42 exhibition match. A new dawn approaches, my friends, and we're going to have those two teams kind of show us what we can expect.
Introduce
going
us to
forward.
this new dawn.
Yes, that's a fantastic transition.
What are you guys expecting to see out of the finals, though, coming out of Team Reborn and Think Twice? What are you looking to see here? Team Reborn, to kind of give you guys a little bit of a recap, starting off 0-2 in day one, and then coming out strong in the semifinals, looking back in form and taking their match 2-0. Talk to me about what it is you want to see coming out from Team Reborn.
So from Reborn, I would like to see consistency. Think Twice, one of the more consistent teams at this tournament. Reborn really feast or famine. We don't know if we're going to get day 1 Reborn or day 2 Reborn. So that's really what it comes down to. Also, Howitzer ended up being a very important pick. I think it might come down to who gets the Howitzer.
I'm looking to see more of that synergy between Nas and Jaleo in the finals, because that's always very vital. Jaleo's kind of struggling in the jungle. His teammates maybe not rotate over to help him as much, but that Howitzer so easily able to get into that engagement, throw in that mine, displace enemies, and help out Jaleo or convert onto a kill.
Absolutely, absolutely. Solo Nazgul's got to be my player to watch, guys, going into those finals. Definitely, absolutely. On the side of Think Twice, Nerf is Nerf is the rock. He is the kind of funny that we bring that up.
He really is,
Considering Rampage is his staple hero, at least from that day 1. Day 2, not so much. We saw him on that Severog there.
We heard Shadon telling us, like, Nerf's got this written down. He's got it all. He's got the code. He sees the numbers in the air. The Rain Man of that team, ready to go and understanding what he needs to do to push their advantages and really chip away at the other team's strengths.
Absolutely. Going to be a crazy, crazy finals, guys. That just about wraps up day 2 here. But first, we want to go ahead and extend a sincere thank you to you guys, and we want to go ahead and pass it over to KL, Mr. Arctic Smith, who is standing by with the trophy for a little bit of a send-off.
Thank you so much, Ed, and I hope everyone at home watching really enjoyed today's show. It was an amazing set of matches between all the teams. Tomorrow we head into the grand finals and round it off with the show match. We will have Reborn facing off against Think Twice in a show match on V42 New Dawn update. We are so excited for tomorrow, and we hope everyone enjoyed the show. Please tune in at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can catch us tomorrow for Paragon Exhibition Tournament.
It's not really that. He was more looking for